Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter led Hogwarts in a new wizarding war? Part 3. Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. The final day of summer vacation dawned clear and crisp. Bright sunny rays streamed in through the windows of Gryffindor Tower. Eva pulled the blinds of the four-poster tighter around her, hoping to sleep in for the last time in what could be a long time once term started the following day. They had plenty of time before the other students returned via the Hogwarts Express for the welcome feast later that evening. Eva would meander her way down for breakfast or lunch when she damn well felt like it, but the staff had other plans. The lights of the dormitory flicked on unceremoniously as Ginny Weasley stormed in, eliciting groans from the sleeping girls within. "Everyone up!" Ginny barked. "The headmaster is requesting that all of age students report to the Great Hall immediately. 7th years with me, and Miss Pruitt. I would advise that you return to your own bed at once." Eva stifled an embarrassed laugh at this. She'd forgotten about Ginny's magical eye being able to see through the drapes of the four-poster. She wriggled out of Roxanne's arms, lightly shaking the older girl to get up. The other 7th years were slowly coming to their senses, dragging themselves out of bed to get dressed. "Why were you putting clothes on?" Roxanne asked groggily, eyeing Eva as they both threw on their school robes. "You're not of age." "Technically in Australia I am," Eva retorted. This wasn't strictly true. The age of consent may be lower in Australia, but she still wasn't considered an adult until she turned 17 the following summer. But Potter didn't need to know that, and she didn't want to miss whatever was in store for the older students today. So she followed Roxanne and a pair of older girls out of the dorm to follow Ginny. The 7th years from the other houses were already assembled in the Great Hall when they arrived, looking just as tired and puzzled as they were. Headmaster Potter was anxiously pacing at the head of the room, approaching as Ginny announced their arrival. He surveyed the group of roughly a dozen students, eyes landing briefly on Eva. Did he know what her true age was? Before addressing them all, "As most of you know, your classmates will be taking the Hogwarts Express from London this morning to return to the castle," he explained. "I have received intel that there may be some conflict at King's Cross this morning when the students arrive to board the train. The ministry has pledged resources to protect these students, but I fear it may not be enough to calm the crowds." Eva frowned at this. She remembered the chaos that had met her and Victoire when they arrived at King's Cross for winter break last year. It felt like violence was just a hair's breadth away then. Could things have really gotten worse since then? "What does that have to do with us?" asked a Hufflepuff boy. "I need volunteers to come with me to the station," said Harry, "to make sure we can keep the Muggle protesters under control. In case things get out of hand." "I'll go," said Roxanne at once, stepping forward. No surprise there. Eva knew she would never back down from a fight. "Me too," said Eva at once, stepping up alongside her. Eventually, all of the 7th years decided it was best not to get on the headmaster's bad side by publicly refusing to come along. So everyone stepped forward to help. Harry unfurled a length of rope and passed it around, encouraging everyone to take hold of part of it. "Everyone ready?" he asked, gripping part of the rope and surveying the semicircle of students around him, all doing the same. Harry tapped the tip of the rope with his wand and muttered, "Portus." At once, Eva felt the unpleasant sensation of portkey travel, as though hooked around the midsection and yanked upwards in a dizzying spiral of light and noise. After a few seconds of disorienting travel, her feet slammed into solid ground again, and she felt Roxanne nearly collapse against her, swearing loudly. Eva looked around. They were inside the portkey hangar of King's Cross, the same place she'd traveled from to get to Shell Cottage last Christmas. "Everyone get your bearings," said Harry tersely, glancing out into the terminal, where loud voices could be heard. Most of the students evidently hadn't traveled by portkey before. Many looked like they wanted to be sick, hunched over with their hands on their knees. "Train departs in 30 minutes. Let's get to the platform." Eva was the first out of the hangar after the headmaster, supporting Roxanne a little as she recovered from the effects of travel. Eva was struck by just how crowded the station was today, and how angry everybody looked. Hordes of muggles packed the platforms, shouting obscenities, chanting slogans, waving picket signs in the air. Eva caught glimpses of what they said as they hurried through the crowd. Hogwarts is hogwash, save our children, end. Witchcraft now. It became harder to maneuver through the masses of bodies as they got closer to platforms 9 and 10. Eva could barely see the barrier, leading to platform 9 and 3/4 over the heads of protesters, but didn't see an easy way to get to it. "Pardon us, please," Harry said loudly in a polite tone. Eva saw him subtly flourish his wand, and suddenly it became easier for them to maneuver, as though a passageway had opened up through the crowd for them to advance. Roxanne squeezed between bodies and finally arrived at the barrier, where 4 Aurors stood guard, looking petrified. "About bloody time," one of them said when they saw Harry approach. Eva recognized him as Neville Longbottom, an Auror she had met at the Ministry. "We called for backup an hour ago, and nobody from the Ministry showed up." "Well, backup's here now," Harry said grimly, motioning to the motion-sick 7th years following along behind him. Eva saw Neville arch an eyebrow in surprise at the sight of the students, looking variously shell-shocked and motion-sick, but said nothing. "I reckon we'll need to make a path for students to get through from the main entrance," said Neville, motioning in the direction they'd just come from, the direction with all the people crowding the space. "Right," said Harry, turning to his gathered students. "We're going to form 2 rows 3 feet apart," he announced. "Pick a partner, stand opposite them, and keep the crowds back." "What if they don't want to move?" asked a timid Ravenclaw girl. "Then you bloody well make them," Harry scoffed, twiddling his wand in his hand as though to remind them they had magic at their disposal. "Pair up." Eva and Roxanne, of course, partnered together, standing with their backs to each other and a small gap between them to allow students to pass through. Harry positioned the other students around them, similarly back to back, creating a short little tunnel through the crowd, leading to the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Eva therefore found herself face to face with a crowd of angry muggles, screaming obscenities at her, cursing her family name, denouncing her as a demon. "You lot deserve to burn in hell for what you've done," a red-faced woman of about 40 screeched at Eva, small droplets of spittle spraying across her face. "I'll fucking kill every last one of you filthy heatheness," a stocky man bellowed, causing the Ravenclaw girl to Eva's left to tremble in fear. "P. Protego," the girl stammered, raising a weak and flickering shield to block the incoming debris being hurled at them by protesters. "Shield charms won't work against muggle attacks," Eva reminded the girl, hoping the refresher from Transfiguration class would help soothe her. "Try Impedimenta or Depulso." "Right," the girl sighed, nodding gratefully to Eva. "Depulso." The rest of the row of students followed her lead, using banishing charms to send the flying objects back from where they came from. This also had the unintended side effect of staggering the muggles at the front of the pack backwards, angering them further. "How dare you use your witchcraft on me?" an indignant woman screamed, lunging forward to grab the offending student. Eva quickly sent a tripping Jinx to knock the attacker to the ground, but she was merely replaced by another, equally angry muggle to continue the tirade of insults against them. Slowly but surely, younger students made their way through the makeshift tunnel between the defenders, shepherded through the barrier by Harry and Neville. Eva glanced up at a nearby clock on the wall. 10:38 a.m. "Can we hold this position for 20 more minutes?" she wondered. She felt that at any moment there could be a great surge of bodies towards them, and they wouldn't be able to hold all the muggles back. She even tried using her sight to improve her awareness of the situation, but with no traces of magic in the crowd before her, it was effectively useless. Eva tried to contain her use of magic, which seemed to enrage the muggles further, but found it a necessary tool to keep the crowds at bay. She was firing banishing charms and freezing charms left and right to block projectiles and keep unruly protesters in line. "Okay, we can do this," she thought to steady herself. "Just a few minutes more." She could hear Roxanne shouting behind her, firing spells and insults back at the crowd in equal measure, holding her own. The stream of students was thinning. Surely soon the last of them would make it onto the platform, and they could follow suit. Just a few minutes more. Then she heard it. A piercing cry from somewhere in the back of the crowd, just out of sight. Citizens against witchcraft. And a heavy object was hurled into the air, aimed to land directly amidst the Hogwarts students. A round, black object with a burning rope at the end of it. A bomb. Eva acted without thinking. She aimed her wand at the object, channeling all of her transfiguration knowledge into a single cast. The bomb sprouted fins and narrowed into a cylindrical shape. The fuse became an engine, propelling the makeshift rocket forward. Eva directed the rocket over the heads of the crowd and up into the vaulted ceiling, far out of harm's way, where it exploded in a shower of sparks and debris. The loud bang echoed through the cavernous space, hushing the entire room and bringing the station to a standstill. Eva hastily vanished the falling debris before it could land on anybody as all eyes aimed upwards, wondering what had caused the commotion, many not realizing the danger they'd almost faced. Enough! The sonorous voice rippled through the silenced crowd as Harry stepped forward, suddenly looking tall and authoritative and angry. He stepped in front of Eva and whipped his wand. With a sound like a crack, the muggles were forced backwards several feet, exclaiming, in surprise and anger, "Go home now," Harry ordered the crowds in a menacing growl, "or you may never get the chance to again." The crowd sized up this threat. Everyone present knew who Harry was, what he'd done, what he was capable of, and decided to take him at his word. They slowly trickled out towards the exit, some continuing to hurl expletives and vulgar threats at the students on their way out. Harry turned to face his terrified students, looking concerned but still full of ferocious energy. "Everyone okay?" he asked. The students nodded. Eva looked up and down the row and was relieved to see that everyone appeared to be shaken but all right. "Good," said Harry, glancing up at the clock on the wall. "Now, the Hogwarts Express leaves in 5 minutes, and it should be perfectly safe. I suggest you all hop on board to return to the castle. I have to sort out some business here first, but I will see you all for the feast tonight. Take caution, everyone." And without another parting word, he turned on his heel and strode away, off to find Neville and the other Aurors. "That was a brilliant transfiguration," said the Ravenclaw girl, turning to Eva. She'd been the only one close enough to see it. "How did you know to turn it into a rocket?" "First thing I thought of," Eva shrugged. She hadn't yet processed the fact that they had come half a second away from being ripped apart by a Muggle explosive. She could have just banished it away from her, but doing so would have killed or maimed scores of Muggles towards the back of the crowd. She had never performed such a complex transfiguration so quickly before. Even the practical exams in the subject were more lenient than that, giving students as much as a full minute to perform simple tasks. But she didn't have long to ponder this, as Roxanne grabbed her arm and pulled her through the barrier towards the train before it disembarked. The Hogwarts Express was buzzing with urgent conversation when Eva and the 7th years boarded. Students were exchanging stories of their harrowing journey through the King's Cross terminal. Eva couldn't help but notice that most of their account of events was greatly exaggerated. Several asked the older students what was going on. Eva merely reassured them to take their seats and that everything was fine. She and Roxanne found Victoire and Chris in a half-full carriage with a few other Gryffindors and led the way inside, shutting themselves in and casting a muffling charm on the door to quiet the noise. "What a mess," Roxanne huffed, collapsing into the nearest seat as the train began to rumble to life and pull out of the station. "Hope the Aurors managed to apprehend the right people." "It could have been worse," shrugged Victoire, already halfway through a carton of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. "It's like this every year, really. I doubt it's been this bad before." Eva frowned. She declined to mention the bomb, not wishing to contemplate what may have happened if she hadn't acted in time. She doubted Victoire would be as nonchalant about the attack if it had gone off as planned. A small hand tugged on Victoire's sleeve. "Victoire, can I go sit with the other first years now?" asked a timid silver-haired girl. Eva realized with a jolt that this was Dominique, Victoire's younger sister, finally old enough to attend Hogwarts for the first time. "Only if you call me by my real name," Victoire smirked, putting on a haughty French accent for her sister's amusement. "Mother is not heir to correct you." "Fine, Vic," Dominique giggled. "Actually, maybe it's best if you stick with us, Dominique," Eva said cautiously. Just in case." "What?" You don't reckon there's going to be more trouble? Chris piped up, looking concerned. Did the headmaster say? He just said to be cautious, that's all. Eva sighed. He promised that the train was safe, but you never know. Part of her wondered if Harry had assigned them to the train in case of further trouble en route to Hogwarts, but she did not share this suspicion aloud. Blimey, must be serious then, Victoire exhaled. She shifted slightly in her seat, and Eva noticed that she and Chris were holding hands. What? Asked Victoire with a sly grin, following her eyeline. You think you're the only one who's allowed a summer romance? That succeeded in breaking the tension in the carriage. They spent the first portion of the trip exchanging stories from their respective summers. Victoire and Chris claimed not to remember how or when their relationship started, but Dominique helpfully supplied that they'd been arguing about unfolded laundry one moment and snogging on the couch the next. Candace Clearwater recounted her holiday to New York to visit her American cousin, while Eva and Roxanne filled everyone in on the happenings at Hogwarts over the past 2 months. What about you, Amy? Eva asked, turning to the timid Amy Burton to her left. How was your break? Amy hadn't spoken once since the train departed and looked troubled by something. My parents almost didn't let me go back to school, she whispered. What? Asked Candace, looking alarmed. Why not? Our neighbors found out I was a witch, Amy muttered, looking ashamed. Caused a bit of a stir, to be honest. Amy gave them an abridged version of her upbringing. Her Muggle parents had accepted her when she got her Hogwarts letter, but they insisted on keeping it secret from their friends and family. They'd kept up the charade successfully for 5 years, but apparently someone had witnessed her mother picking up Amy from King's Cross last June and put 2 and 2 together, spreading the news throughout the neighborhood. They begged me to enroll in a local high school, to convince everyone it wasn't true, said Amy. But I couldn't do it. Now my parents are considering moving away for their safety, and they blame me for it. Come off it, Amy. I'm sure they're overreacting, Victoire consoled her. Your folks will be just fine. But a chill ran down Eva's spine, reflecting on just how similar her own story was to Amy's. Images flashed through her mind of her parents' home, vandalized by CAW, of her parents' bodies decomposing on the couch. Eva and Roxanne exchanged concerned looks. They both knew that the pureblood students would never understand the difficulties that Muggle-born students faced in their home lives. Conversation quickly turned back to less unpleasant topics to take their minds off the perils of the outside world. And fortunately, as Harry had promised, the rest of their trip to Hogwarts was uneventful, with nary a stop or a hint of protests anywhere along their route. Eva had often wondered if the train's route was magically protected from Muggles. Much like the location of Hogwarts itself was, surely there must be some kind of enchantments happening to avoid other trains in their path. In any case, they pulled into Hogsmeade Station well ahead of schedule as the sun was beginning to dip low over the lake, and students began to disembark the train. Fur's years over here, boomed the familiar voice of Hagrid from the station. Fur's years with me. It's all right, Dom, Victoire reassured her little sister, urging her over towards the towering half-giant. We'll see you for the sorting. But what if I fall in the lake? Dominique stammered, looking fearful. Then the giant squid will gobble you up in an instant, teased Roxanne. Best keep all your limbs inside the boat. Don't listen to her, Victoire scoffed. The squid might toss you around a little, but it would never eat a student. Probably. Probably Dash? Dominique began in alarm, before she was ferried along in the stream of first years following Hagrid down to the boathouse. Eva and the older students laughed watching them go. Shame you never got that experience yourself, Roxanne mused as they boarded a thestral-drawn carriage. Must be one of the few in the entire castle not to do it. We didn't even have a lake at Willoughby, Eva laughed. Though it was common to haze the first years by convincing them they had to climb the cliffs to get up to the Ollery, when the staircase was hidden round the other side. Anyone fall for that? Asked an amused Victoire. Oh sure, said Eva. Though the headmistress told everyone to stop when one kid broke 17 bones falling over 40 feet. That sobering image kept them all quiet for the remainder of the trip up to the castle. The headmaster was already seated at the high table when the students poured into the great hall for the welcome feast. He was speaking tersely with both Weasley professors, who looked equally stern and agitated. Eva wondered what had transpired after the Hogwarts Express departed. Had the ministry arrived to assist in the aftermath? Had they apprehended the person who threw the bomb? In fact, all of the professors looked worried, in stark contrast to the students, who were none the wiser, chatting excitedly and awaiting the start of the feast. Hagrid led the first years in through a side door shortly after, each marveling at the majesty of the hall around them. Dominique looked nervous but no worse for wear. Another boy towards the back of the pack was less lucky, drenched head to toe and wearing a sour expression. Eva wondered why nobody bothered to use a drying charm on the poor kid, but figured it was a part of the ritual and would go a long way towards generating goodwill with his housemates. Nobody warned Eva how long the sorting would take. Ginny Weasley called off name after name to sit on the stool and where the sorting hat, eventually tottering down to their assigned table. Bigger class than usual this year, Roxanne muttered, generating a groan from Eva. She started to nod off halfway through, eliciting an elbow in her side from Victoire, just in time to watch Dominique get sorted into Gryffindor as expected. After Zimmer, Elena was placed in Hufflepuff. Harry finally stepped forward to the podium to give his customary start-of-term speech. "Welcome back to Hogwarts, everyone," he announced. "I know many of you may be concerned about the incident at King's Cross this morning, but I want to assure everyone that you are all perfectly safe at Hogwarts." Eva noted that the professor still looked dour and worried as he said this. She wondered just how true this was. Hogwarts was unplottable, of course, but could a determined Muggle militia find their way around that issue? Additionally, Harry continued, "I want to thank the students who stepped up and assisted at the station when called upon. 20 points will be awarded to each for their bravery." A shower of rubies, sapphires, and topaz descended into the house hourglasses, with Gryffindor taking a slight lead. Eva noted the lack of Slytherin emeralds. No Muggle-born snakes in 7th year, apparently, and also caught the eye of Calvin Hopkins, looking bewildered by this development. House jealousy, perhaps, or something more. "I urge you all not to worry about the political happenings outside these castle walls," said Harry. "Term will resume as scheduled tomorrow, and we look forward to a safe, incident-free year. Best of luck to all of you in your classes." And with that mercifully short speech, Harry took his seat at the high table, and food appeared on the tables, indicating the start of the feast. Eva tuned out the excited chatter of the Gryffindors around her, contemplating what the headmaster had said. Clearly, whatever had happened that morning was more significant than a simple protest, and the professors seemed to have reason to believe there was further danger in store. What could it mean? Roxanne had hinted at a possible war with the Muggles in the past, but Eva never took such threats seriously. Surely it would be a landslide magical victory. Or would it? The wizarding community had seemed woefully unprepared for the King's Cross incident, and that crowd was rather unorganized and tame compared to what an organized army would look like. Eva's suspicions were confirmed the following morning, when the owls swooped in over breakfast to deliver morning mail. Eva had taken out a subscription to the Prophet at Roxanne's urging, and her eyes widened as she read the morning headline. "Beckett claims credit for King's Cross attack." By Lee Jordan, The Daily Prophet. London. Disgraced British General Lee Beckett announced that he was responsible for yesterday's attack on incoming Hogwarts students attempting to enter Platform 9 3/4. He made the following statement in a 3-minute video released on an encrypted Muggle network late last night. "On behalf of Citizens Against Witchcraft, I hereby denounce the existence of Hogwarts School and the indoctrination of British children by the wizard known as Harry Potter. Such a school is an abomination and a threat to families everywhere. We cannot continue to normalize demonic activity and allow our children to fall prey to dangerous ideology. These attacks will continue until our demands are met, and we call on Minister Granger to address our concerns and ensure the safety of our children." Beckett, a former commander in the British Royal Navy, gained notoriety for his actions in opposition to Lord Voldemort's reign, for which he was awarded an Order of Merlin, First Class. However, he later denounced Potter and Granger's leadership and created Citizens Against Witchcraft, a community outreach program that was quickly denounced as a terrorist organization by the ministry. Beckett was presumed dead after Aurors arrested the other founders of CAW, but he has recently reappeared to continue his inflammatory rhetoric against wizarding practices. Many in the magical community were quick to criticize Minister Granger for her lack of attention to the threat of CAW, She continues to waste her time in America sucking up to the Muggle establishment when they clearly cannot be appeased, said Hank Lemming, a ministry employee in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. She ought to take care of her own before worrying about what the savages want from us. It's become clear that Granger does not have witches and wizards' best interests at heart, said Pomona Sprout, a retired teacher residing in Hogsmeade. I can't imagine letting such an attack on our children happen on home soil. It's a disgrace. Speculation has already begun about potential challengers to Granger's office when her term ends next spring. Many continue to call for Hogwarts headmaster Harry Potter to run for minister, believing he would be the superior choice to CTD. On page 13, what rubbish! Eva scoffed, tossing the paper aside. Of course they would find a way to blame Minister Granger for this, when clearly she didn't want this to happen either. But Roxanne looked oddly muted as she read her own copy of the article. Eva gave her a questioning look when she finally looked up, sensing that there was something off about her reaction to the story. But her unspoken question was interrupted by the bell, announcing the start of classes for their first day back to school. Eva dutifully reported to Ginny Weasley to receive her schedule for her 6th year. She had passed all of her OWLs with ease, achieving outstandings in every subject except for History of Magic, which she intended to drop anyway, and Ancient Runes. Ginny signed her up for Dark Arts, Charms, Transfiguration, Arithmancy, Ancient Runes, Legilimency, and Potions, the latter of which she only elected to keep to stay on Slughorn's good side. As much as she resented the Slug Club meetings, she knew that she might need those connections later in life and couldn't afford to turn her back on them now. You ought to know that Professor Babbling rarely accepts students who achieve less than outstanding in her subject, Ginny informed her sternly. Luckily for you, she made an exception in your case. I advise you to thank her personally and work extra hard in return. I will. Thank you, Professor, said Eva, surprised. It was hard to tell what Babbling thought of her most days, but it was a relief to learn that she was willing to give Eva a second chance to continue her education in the subject. One last thing, said Ginny, waving her wand over Eva's schedule once more before handing it over. Eva eyed the new block highlighted on Friday afternoons. Spell Theory. Congratulations on being accepted into the headmaster's advanced course, Ginny sniffed. It is an honor you should not take lightly. Now, off you get to Charms. Don't be late. Eva pondered this development as she hurried after the other Gryffindors to Professor Fred's classroom. It wasn't a major surprise, but she had wondered if the headmaster would allow her into the course that presumably held mostly purebloods. Was it a sign of trust from Potter? Had her actions the previous day at King's Cross helped to convince him of her worth? She was itching to discuss this with Roxanne, but she had quite the busy schedule herself for her NEWT year, and they wouldn't have many opportunities to cross paths during the week. Although it was not an OWL or NEWT year, Eva's schedule promised to be just as grueling as last year's. The material was getting more complex. The Hogwarts curriculum was now certainly more advanced than anything Eva had studied at Willoughby. She had hoped to start integrating her newfound powers from the draft of omniscience with her classwork, but quickly realized that she would barely be able to keep up via traditional methods as it was. She would have to learn how to carve out time for her extracurricular activities, always a challenge at Hogwarts. Eva suffered through a long day of introductory classwork, culminating in a double period of Ancient Runes. She was eager to rush off to the Great Hall and reconnect with Roxanne, but forced herself to stay behind and speak to Professor Babbling first. I wanted to thank you, Professor, she said as soon as they were alone in the thinning classroom. Professor Weasley told me you made an exception for me to remain in your class. Indeed I did, Professor Babbling sniffed, surveying Eva closely. And I expect you to work twice as hard as a result. I will, Eva reassured her. I also expect you to continue pushing the envelope, Babbling continued, leaning forward to speak in a quieter tone. I know you have a natural talent for the subject that isn't reflected on your standardized grades. I want to see more flashes of what you showed me in your first ever lesson in this class. Eva remembered the incident on her first day at Hogwarts, when she'd accidentally created a rune so powerful that it ruined several other students' runes around it. I'll do my best, she nodded, then hurried from the room. She was doubly eager to find Roxanne now and share this interaction, They hadn't talked much about ancient runes before, a subject Roxanne never took. It was the subject Eva was most eager to apply her new magical knowledge to, suspecting that she could combine it with legitimacy for powerful results. But Roxanne was not present in the Great Hall when Eva arrived for dinner. Victoire and Chris waved her over, but Roxanne shook her head, not eager for a full meal's worth of hearing the two lovebirds squawk at each other as they so enjoyed to do. Instead, she backtracked to the entrance hall, hoping that perhaps Roxanne was waiting for her somewhere they could talk in private. "Point me Roxanne Morrison," Eva whispered, placing her wand atop her flat palm. It twirled around and pointed straight out the front doors, and Eva followed its lead, pushing her way out onto the grounds and following the winding path down towards the lake. It was a spell she and Roxanne had taught themselves together over the summer, in case they were separated during the day and wanted to find each other after. She successfully found Roxanne sitting beneath a large oak tree by the water and skipped over to her. "You're a hard woman to find, Morrison," Eva sang as she got closer. But she quickly realized that Roxanne was not in a joking mood. She was staring morosely out over the water, looking quite glum. "Not now, Eva," Roxanne muttered, not even looking up from her 1,000-yard stare. "Can we do this another time?" "Not when I know something's the matter," said Eva, taking a seat beside her girlfriend. "You don't have to talk about it, but I'm going to sit here anyway." Roxanne clearly appreciated this gesture as they both sat staring out over the lapping waves, the giant squid lazily splashing about in the distance. Eva didn't know how long Roxanne had been out here or planned to be. She was quite hungry and wouldn't mind heading back up to the castle for some food. Just as she considered breaking the silence to suggest as much, Roxanne spoke first. "Did you know you're not the only person at this school using a fake identity?" said Roxanne. Really?" said Eva, eyebrows raised. "Who? Me?" Eva frowned at this. Roxanne had shared select details of her painful childhood with Eva, but always avoided the topic whenever possible. Nothing she'd shared indicated that she would need to change her name, but Eva silently awaited the story anyway. "My dad was a real piece of work, as you know," Roxanne went on. "Probably would have done something drastic if my mom didn't get me out of the house as soon as my letter came. And I found out later that he got involved in some community activities against wizard kind. Citizens against witchcraft?" Eva deduced, earning a nod of confirmation from Roxanne. "How did you find out?" Eva asked. "I mean, considering your mom ceased contact. From the Bloody Prophet." "That's how," Roxanne laughed. "And this morning was just more salt in the wound." "How do you mean?" "Morrison was my mom's maiden name. You know," Roxanne sighed. "The headmaster suggested I take her name. He didn't think my classmates would take kindly to a Beckett at Hogwarts." "Beckett? That explained a lot of things." Eva knew the name long before arriving in Britain. Of course, the Muggle war leader who went rogue and ignited a wave of terror across the nation. She never knew the man had had a daughter, much less a magical one. And why should either of them ever admit it? The father would be accused of teaching witchcraft, while the daughter? Well, Eva was quietly grateful for Harry's foresight, as she could only imagine how much more alienated Roxanne would be from her peers if they knew what a monster her father was. "Why didn't you tell me?" Eva asked softly. "You know you can trust me with anything." "I just thought you would hate me," Roxanne blubbered, tears beginning to fall. "When you told me how your parents really died, well, I thought you would blame me for it, considering my dad started the group that got them killed." "I would never blame you for that," Eva said firmly. "I don't even blame him, to be honest. He didn't cause Muggles to hate our kind. He just capitalized on it. If it wasn't CAW that did my folks in, it would have been something similar." "Don't be stupid. I know it was silly to worry about." Roxanne managed to chuckle, wiping her eyes. "But I've just felt so guilty about where I come from for so long." "Your parents don't define who you are," said Eva. "You can forge your own future apart from them. And I'll help you if you'll have me." Roxanne said nothing to this, merely resting her head against Eva's shoulder as silence fell between them again. They continued staring out across the lake. But this time, Eva felt a sense of tranquility rather than anxiety. She and Roxanne could comfortably spend time together without a word needing to be said, and Eva soaked in the moment for as long as she could, knowing they would come few and far between in the busy weeks to come. "I made Quidditch captain this year, by the way," Roxanne mused after some time. Professor Weasley told me this morning. Congrats, Eva grinned. Guess you'll have to quit lobbing bludgers at your own teammates for fun during practice. I figure I'll lead through tyranny and fear, Roxanne smirked. I figure our chasers might fly twice as fast if they know both teams' beaters will be coming after them during matches. I look forward to seeing that. Eva chuckled, getting to her feet. I'm going to get some food before dinner ends. You're welcome to join. I'm okay here, but thanks anyway, said Roxanne, settling back into the tree trunk behind her. Eva left her behind and trudged back up to the castle alone, but feeling hopeful all the same. She'd uncovered another layer of Roxanne's dark past today, and it had failed to drive them apart. If anything, she felt closer than ever to her. The rest of the week flew by mercifully fast. Her professors mostly just outlined their expectations for the coming year and assigned preliminary readings to start, but Eva knew their workload would only increase the deeper into the year they got. She didn't get to see much of Roxanne outside of meals, but was happy to see that the older girl looked progressively more cheerful as the week went on. She managed to pull a fast one on Dominique at breakfast on Friday morning, jinxing the first year's plate to fling food up into the air as soon as she started eating, earning laughter from the entire Gryffindor table, and a weekend detention from a stern Ginny Weasley for the stunt. Eva counted that as progress. Her final class of the week was spell theory, which Eva had mixed feelings about. On the one hand, she was fascinated to see what Harry would be teaching his hand-picked group of students behind closed doors. But on the other, she worried that it would look eerily similar to the Slug Club meetings she so loathed. Certainly, all the most promising purebloods would be present, a far different crowd from the ones Eva had found kinship with over the summer. She walked into Potter's classroom apprehensively, scanning the room for friendly faces. Candace Clearwater was there, but not Amy Burton, as was Calvin Hopkins and his tight-knit group of preppy Slytherin friends. She spotted Victoire and Chris playing footsie at a table near the back of the class and began to make her way over to them, before an unexpected voice called out to her. "Oi, Pruitt, you gonna leave me hanging?" It sang. Eva spun to see Roxanne eagerly waving with an empty seat beside her. Incredulous, Eva sank into it. "Potter let you into spell theory?" Eva asked, awestruck. "Well, don't sound too surprised," Roxanne huffed, feigning offense at the remark. "But I didn't mean. I only meant that you didn't get in last year," Eva stammered. "And you're not, I didn't think Potter like me?" Roxanne grinned. "Me neither. One of life's great mysteries, I suppose. I'm as chuffed as you are, believe me." Eva was undoubtedly glad to see Roxanne, but she couldn't stop her mind from racing at this new development. She clearly wasn't the only one. Curious eyes landed upon the two of them from around the room, surprised to see Roxanne as well. Did the headmaster change his mind about her? Eva wondered. Is he more impressed with her than he was last year? Or is he just trying to appease me? She felt slightly guilty for that last thought, but couldn't shake the idea anyway. It was no secret that Eva and Roxanne were an item. Was this yet another example of the headmaster showing favoritism to his prized transfer student, making her feel more comfortable in the class? But she didn't have long to ponder this before Harry arrived to begin the lesson. "Welcome to Spell Theory," he announced to the class. "If you're here, it means you have been specially chosen for showing promise in your prior classes. The techniques that will be taught in this course are highly experimental, and many of you will struggle to grasp them. But for those of you eager to push the boundaries of what magic is capable of, you may find this subject rather interesting." Candace Clearwater raised her hand from the front row. "Sorry, Professor, but I didn't see any textbooks listed in the course requirements," she said. "Will we be getting them directly from you?" "There will be no textbooks and no assigned reading in this class," Harry explained, eliciting surprised murmurs from the students new to the class. Unlike most subjects, spell theory is a largely practical field of study. I expect you all to pay close attention in class and apply yourselves to thinking outside the box to succeed. A few students looked worried at this. The Ravenclaws mostly, Eva noted, while others, namely the Gryffindors, looked eager to try the atypical learning system. She even felt Roxanne perk up at this. The older girl famously hated doing homework and reading from textbooks, and might have a chance to prove herself for once. "We will be delving into topics that many consider controversial or even dangerous," Harry went on. "If you succeed in learning the material, you may find you have the ability to manipulate the fabric of magic itself, without need for a wand or incantations. Many looked excited by this, while Eva felt a slight chill run down her spine. What he was describing sounded eerily like her newfound sight abilities, which she had gained from the illegal potion that Potter was so eager to keep out of students' hands. So which was it? Did he want students learning the sight or not? Harry spent the majority of the first lesson outlining some foundational magical theory, which Eva recognized as a mix of traditional teachings and principles outlined in the language of magic. She noted that Harry was careful not to indicate where said theory came from, treating it all as though it were accepted by academic channels. She wondered if anyone else in the class would recognize the source, though she doubted it. Maybe that's why the book was banned on campus, and why there were so few Muggle-borns in the class. Did Potter intend to take credit for Granger's best ideas? She would have to confer with her classmates on this. Carefully, of course, without tipping her hand to her true intentions or breadth of knowledge on the subject. Eva was among the first out of her seat when class was dismissed for the day. Her course load for the weekend was manageable, and she hoped to spend some time in the room of requirement experimenting more with the sight in the days to come. She had never thought to apply basic spellcrafting theory to her explorations of Granger's teachings, but it made perfect sense to her now, and she was eager to try it out for herself. But once again, a voice called out to interrupt her plans. "Oi, Pruitt!" Eva turned, groaning internally when she saw Calvin Hopkins approaching her, flanked by his crew of Slytherins. "Yeah?" she asked cautiously, feeling Roxanne tense up beside her. "Is it true then?" he asked bluntly. Did Potter really recruit Muggle-borns to defend King's Cross? Eva considered this, noting the curious expressions of the onlookers as well. She'd heard whispers and rumors all week about what had actually happened outside Platform 9 3/4, but didn't realize she was at the center of most of them. "Not everyone in the summer housing program is Muggle-born," she said cautiously. "But yes, he asked for volunteers to help." "But why?" Calvin asked, frowning. "I was there at the station already and could have helped. All of us purebloods were, not to mention our parents. Why would he drag you lot all the way down to London?" "Got a problem with Muggle-borns, Hopkins?" Roxanne growled. "Not at all," said Calvin, throwing up his hands to keep the peace. "Just seems odd, doesn't it? He wasn't afraid they would sympathize with the mob." "Just because some of us come from Muggle families doesn't mean we support attacks on kids," Roxanne spat. "You should watch what you're implying." "I apologize if I offended," said Calvin sincerely with a small bow. "Just trying to separate what's being written in the Prophet from reality." "I wouldn't pay any mind to what that rag is publishing these days," said Eva coolly. "Good day, Hopkins." And she turned on her heel to leave, dragging Roxanne along with her before the older girl could start throwing hexes over her shoulder. "What a prat!" Roxanne exclaimed. "The absolute nerve, accusing us of supporting terrorists." "Yeah," Eva agreed, though privately she thought he had raised an interesting point. Why had the headmaster involved the summer group in the attack? Surely Potter would have been crucified by the papers if any harm had come to the students he willingly brought with him to London, which very nearly happened. Why couldn't he have recruited help from the older students already present at the station, as Calvin implied? A chilling thought niggled at Eva's brain that night, one that she couldn't quite shake. She couldn't help but think of something Roxanne had said over the summer. "Of course they have to make some effort with us. The last thing the magical world needs is to make Muggle and magical enemies." What if this had been a ploy to get the Muggle-borns on Potter's side? What if he wanted them to see the danger awaiting for them in the Muggle world, to convince them that they belonged firmly among those of their own kind? It had certainly worked on Roxanne, who was increasingly agreeing with her fellow Gryffindors about Minister Granger's failings as a leader. What if Potter intended to run against her next spring and was consolidating support for the vote? "I really shouldn't be indulging in such conspiracy theories," Eva thought to herself as she tucked into bed after a grueling first week. Surely the headmaster would never endanger his own students for political gain. And yet, that thought continued to fester in the back of her mind, gnawing at her psyche, making her reconsider everything she knew about the mysterious Harry Potter and the silent grip he held over the collective consciousness of the wizarding world. Friends in High Places, May 9th, 1998, Harry. Harry awoke stiff and freezing, his too thin sleeping bag doing little to insulate him from either the biting cold or the hard earth beneath their tent. He had assumed New York would be warm this time of year, so close to summer and all, but the secluded forest area they'd selected to pitch camp was as chilly as any gloomy British day. He forced himself up, despite the sun only just beginning to peek over the horizon, determined to get the blood pumping. He stepped out into the quiet, open air of the forest, breathing in the American air for the first time. It was surprisingly tranquil and serene. Everything he'd learned about the United States had led him to believe it was excessively overcrowded and filled to the brim with excess. But Hermione had chosen their spot well, not too far from civilization, but not close enough that they would be easily spotted. Harry knew how vast the country was compared to the relatively cramped quarters of the British Isles, but it didn't hit him until this moment, drinking in the peaceful atmosphere of early morning, until it was rudely interrupted. That is, "Howdy, neighbor," a cheery voice called out. Harry flinched and instinctively reached for his wand, realizing with terror that he'd left it back in the tent. But to his relief, the voice came from a Muggle hiker, strolling casually down the trail not far from their campsite. "We're not doing anything wrong," Harry reminded himself. "Just two normal people camping like everyone else." Morning," Harry said awkwardly. "Odd place to set up camp," the hiker remarked, eyeing their tent crammed in between two tall pine trees. "You know, there's a larger group of us closer to the park entrance. Y'all are welcome to join us there." "We're okay here, but thank you," Harry said politely, remembering to use his best imitation of an American accent. It was passable, or at least the hiker had the tact not to say otherwise, because he merely waved cheerily and continued on his way. Harry would have to talk to Hermione about increasing their security wards for future nights. It unnerved him to have them crawling around so close by. Muggles never seemed to know when to keep out of people's business. But when he told Hermione of this encounter an hour later, she seemed unconcerned. "It's perfectly legal for us to camp here," she reminded him. "And Muggles have no reason to suspect we're up to anything." "You weren't recognized, right?" "No, I don't think so," Harry muttered. "Still, it just seems like an unnecessary risk to take." "Oh, all right. We can put up the repelling charms," Hermione sighed. "But it's kind of nice to be among strangers sometimes, isn't it? Makes you feel less alone." Harry didn't respond to this. He could tell Hermione was feeling drained by the endless isolation, unable to interact freely with the outside world like normal people. He could care less about socializing with Muggles, but he knew Hermione craved that closeness to others, that sense of security that came in numbers. She was still a Gryffindor at heart, willing to throw caution to the wind at times for a bit of peace of mind. Harry would have to gently inject some Slytherin pragmatism into their routines from now on. "Ready to get going?" he asked, changing the subject. "You wanted to get to the city early, right?" "Yes, I suppose we ought to," said Hermione, standing to get changed. They planned to spend much of the day in New York City, which, like London, housed a rather large magical population hidden just out of sight. Hermione had been there once, in the summer after their first year, on holiday with her parents. They would be relying on her vague recollection of how to access the parts of the city that Muggles were not privy to. Harry was not as thrilled about this plan as she was. Hermione wished to gather information about what was happening back in Britain, as well as how the American magical community was reacting to the news of Voldemort's rise to power. Harry suggested that they simply subscribe to a local wizarding newspaper, but Hermione worried that owl deliveries would give them unwanted attention. He also wasn't sure what she hoped to gain from such knowledge. Whether or not the U.S. aligned themselves with Voldemort, what good would it do them? They still couldn't trust anyone enough to help them on their journey. But he would go along with it for now, if only to appease her incessant need to always know what was going on. Harry let Hermione take the lead for their apparition into the city. She chose to take them to a quiet alleyway a few blocks away from the heart of downtown, which was thankfully empty. They waited a few seconds for the crack of their arrival to stop echoing through the vast urban jungle of skyscrapers, then slipped out from under the invisibility cloak and made their way through the busy streets of the city. Even disguised under a heavy glamour, Harry felt naked and exposed here. The city was absolutely crawling with Muggles. Businessmen and women jostled for space on their way to work. Aggressive taxis honked and muscled their way through crowded thoroughfares, and street vendors peddled their wares for passers-by. Fortunately, they were not accosted by anyone as they quickly made their way through the crowd. Harry noticed Hermione, whispering a small spell under her breath, which seemed to clear the way ahead for them a bit. He mentally filed that away to ask her about later, as it seemed quite useful. Harry spotted the Woolworth building up ahead, which he knew from History of Magic class housed the American magical government, MACUSA. But Hermione led them instead down a side street, towards a staircase leading underground to the subway system. "Where are we going?" Harry hissed. "Just hush and follow me," Hermione whispered back. They stepped onto the main station platform, where Muggles began queuing for the next train. But Hermione hung back, looking around the space, frowning. "I know it's here somewhere. I had a book with detailed instructions the last time, but I can't seem to remember just where." "Ah, yes." Hermione pointed surreptitiously towards a man in bright turquoise robes, striding across the station platform, not a single Muggle seeming to give him a second glance. He walked straight up to a door marked Utility Closet, pushed it open, and disappeared behind it. Hermione led the way after him, putting herself and Harry directly in front of it. Confused, Harry reached forward and tried the door handle, pushing the door open to reveal a utility closet, just as the sign had said. "For heaven's sake, Harry, you have to picture where we're going to take us there," Hermione said, exasperated. "Otherwise, it's just a closet. I don't know where we're going." Harry protested. "You do it then." Hermione rolled her eyes, but she took the handle from Harry and pulled the door shut. She pushed it open again, and to Harry's astonishment, it revealed a long passageway that hadn't been there previously. Hermione prodded him forward, and he stepped through the hallway. When he reached the opening on the other side, he gaped at what he saw. It was similar to Diagon Alley, but grungier and completely underground. Magical shops of all varieties lined the rows, advertising the latest in school equipment, potion ingredients, and anything else the average witch or wizard might need. Harry could imagine this place bustling with excited young Ilvermorny students in the early fall, but currently it was quiet and sparsely populated. He wondered if that was more to do with the time of year or the possible advent of war on the horizon. In any case, he and Hermione linked arms and resumed their agreed-upon identities as a married, wizarding couple. They casually strode into the first shop they passed, a bookstore. Hermione went straight for the newsstand, which held a number of wizarding publications from around the USA. Harry skimmed the headlines, which were all rather grim. British Gov. Turmoil continues. Signs of dark magic activity. Rumored Voldemort sightings spook Brits. Could US be next? What a Death Eater uprising could mean for MACUSA and beyond. "Can I help you find anything, miss?" asked a kindly young witch behind the counter. Yes," said Hermione. "My husband and I have just returned from a long holiday. What is the best way for us to get back up to speed on current events?" "Oh, honey, you two have missed a lot," the witch chuckled. "Take your pick of any paper you like. The news is all bad these days, I'm sorry to say." "So I can see," Hermione muttered, grabbing the nearest paper off the shelf. "What do you make of all this? You think we'll be dragged into this mess ourselves?" Harry recognized what Hermione was doing. She was trying to gauge just how closely aligned MACUSA was with the British ministry, or whatever it had become. Unfortunately, the witch behind the counter seemed oblivious, willfully or otherwise, to the truth. "Sorry, darling, but I don't pay much attention these days," the witch said candidly. "Too depressing for my liking. I'll stick to my Witch Weekly and gossip mags. Thank you very much." "Do you know anyone we could talk to then?" asked Hermione. "Someone who might know what's happening?" "You could try the Advocate," the witch shrugged. "Who's the Advocate?" Hermione asked. "Not who, sweetie," the witch laughed. She pointed to one of the papers on the shelf, which bore the header The New York Advocate. "The local rag. Headquarters are just down the way there, to your left. Can't miss it." "Right, thanks," Hermione said, embarrassed. She grabbed a copy of every paper on the shelf and handed over 2 galleons as payment before leading Harry back out to the main road. "Say, Hermione," Harry muttered as she purposefully led the way down the row. "You aren't actually planning on walking into the local paper to start asking questions, are you?" "Why not?" she asked. "Won't that seem suspicious?" said Harry. "It's a newspaper, Harry," said Hermione. "They probably get concerned citizens coming in and asking questions all the time." Harry very much doubted that was the case. But he was proven very wrong a few moments later as they walked into the foyer of the building that housed the New York Advocate. A dozen witches and wizards were gathered there, shouting and demanding answers from the poor receptionist at the front desk. "We have a right to know what you're keeping from us," shouted a man wearing turquoise robes, whom Harry recognized from the subway platform earlier. "Yeah, how much is Makusa paying you to keep quiet?" another witch demanded. "Please, everyone, I just work here," the poor young wizard at reception stammered. "We aren't paid by anyone except our readers. You people are conspiring with Britain to make us scared," a hysterical older witch accused. "Shame on you. What is all this racket?" a gruff voice asked. A burly, mustachioed man strode out from a back door into the lobby. He reminded Harry a bit of Uncle Vernon. "We want the truth," the man in the turquoise robe shouted. "What do you know who really up to?" "We don't know any more than you do on the matter," the man assured the angry crowd. Harry gathered that he must be an editor of some kind. "We gather intel from our sources within Makusa and abroad, and we report everything tangible we find." "Well, then you aren't looking hard enough," a woman shrieked, garnering yells of approval in response. "I promise we will have more answers soon," the editor sighed. "There will be a press conference with the minister tomorrow morning. Our reporters will be on hand to ask questions and demand answers." To Harry's relief, Hermione did not join in with the shouting crowd and quietly slipped back out the entrance. "Glad you saw reason," he muttered. "No need to involve ourselves in that racket. We have to get into that press conference," Hermione said firmly. "Are you mad?" Harry yelped. "Walk directly into Makusa? We'll be found out for sure." "Well, we'll need disguises, of course," Hermione said. And she grabbed Harry's arm and steered him right down another passageway towards a potion supply store. A bored-looking young witch manned the empty shop, barely glancing up at them as they entered. "Welcome to Botticello's brewery," she said in a monotone voice, "where you can find all your potions needs. How can we assist you today?" "Good morning," said Hermione brightly. "We're looking for polyjuice potion. Do you know where we can find some?" That got the witch's attention. Her head snapped up at Hermione, eyebrows raised, as Harry groaned internally. "Polyjuice is a banned substance in the States," the witch said suspiciously. "What do you want with it?" "Oh," said Hermione quietly. Clearly she hadn't known that. Harry didn't either, but he also didn't think it wise to advertise one was seeking it out in public. Well, we just hope to use it for—" "Ah, I think I get it," the witch grinned, eyes darting between Hermione and Harry. "You two are looking to spice things up in the bedroom, snatch hairs from a couple of models, and go to town on each other." "What?" Hermione gasped, mortified. Harry nudged her hard with his toe, and she recovered quickly. Yes, all right. We wanted to try it out, just to see. But if you don't have any Not here, I'm afraid," the witch sighed. But she reached for a quill and parchment and jotted something down quickly, tearing it off and handing it to Hermione. "Take this to my contact in the Bronx. Tell him Janet sent you, and he'll sort you out." "Oh, okay," Hermione stammered, taking the scrap of parchment from her. "Thanks, Janet. Have fun." Janet winked. "And if you're feeling extra naughty—" Harry and Hermione gaped as Janet plucked a hair from her own head and handed it to Harry. He accepted it awkwardly, face burning so red that he thought his glamour might burn itself off. He and Hermione backed out of the shop quickly, neither wishing to spend another embarrassing moment in there. "I hope you learn a lesson or two about asking too many questions," Harry hissed, rapidly shaking Janet's hair off of his finger into a storm drain. "Better to be embarrassed than end up on a list for buying illegal polyjuice," said Hermione. "That could still happen," Harry pointed out. "What if her contact is an undercover aura or something?" "Polyjuice and prostitution have gone hand in hand for centuries, Harry," Hermione said matter-of-factly. "It's the oldest profession in the world. Don't be such a prude." Harry didn't think it was prudish to feel deeply uncomfortable about the interaction, especially given the way Janet looked at him when she handed over her own hair. But Hermione was the most careful and reserved person he knew, so if she wasn't concerned about buying black market potions, he wouldn't stand in her way. Less than an hour later, they stood in a grimy apartment in the Bronx, where a gruff-looking wizard showed them a row of illegal potions that Harry could only imagine the effects of. 2 doses of polyjuice potion," he said, plucking up 2 vials and handing them to Hermione. "Anything else with that, folks?" Amortentia? Stamina boosters? Perhaps a witch or two to accompany you. No, that will be all, thank you, Hermione said, in a voice that was pitched higher than usual. Maybe she wasn't as nonchalant about this business as she pretended to be, Harry noted. Enjoy, the man shrugged. Hermione handed over 60 galleons as payment, 10 more than the man had asked for. He raised his eyebrows at her. Just a tip, Hermione chuckled nervously. You folks are new at this, aren't you? Said the man. If you're trying to bribe me into keeping your little secret, relax. I'm no snitch. Oh, I would never. I didn't think, Hermione stammered. Harry grabbed her arm and took control of the situation. Consider it in advance, he told the man. We'll be back for more if we like the results. Oh, believe me, you will, the man smiled, revealing numerous blackened teeth. I got my top brewers working on this batch. You'll be very happy, I promise. Likely story, Harry thought. He found it more likely that the man had brewed it himself in the kitchen, which smelled faintly of rotten eggs and vomit through the shut door. But he bowed politely and steered Hermione out of the apartment, operating them back to the tent as soon as they were clear. For someone so unconcerned about breaking the law, Harry remarked once they were safely inside, you aren't especially good at composing yourself during the act. I was just being extra polite, Hermione protested. Why should that make me more suspicious? Her naivete was especially endearing to Harry in that moment, and if it wasn't for the daunting task ahead of them the following morning, he might have spent the rest of the evening snogging her senseless. Instead, they formulated a plan for tomorrow and went to bed early to ensure they were well rested for their risky endeavor. Harry and Hermione arrived early to the Woolworth building the next morning, unsure exactly when the press conference was due to begin. They sat quietly across the street, watching and waiting for anyone who looked like reporters to walk by. Soon enough, they spotted them, a witch and wizard in matching garb, strolling up the street toward the building, wearing identical badges. Harry and Hermione slipped alongside them, falling in a step. Then, when the coast seemed clear, they each hooked arms with one of them and operated away. They had to act quickly once they arrived at their destination, in a deserted alley across town. Stupefied, Harry shouted as the wizard beside him flailed in panic to get away. He crumpled to the ground at once, unconscious. The witch in Hermione's grasp fell soon after, and Harry levitated them both behind a dumpster to shield them from view of any muggles passing by. Then Hermione withdrew the 2 vials of polyjuice potion from her robes as she and Harry began to quickly change into the reporter's robes. They're from the Advocate, Hermione whispered, indicating the badges that she snatched from their necks. That could be good news. Good news how? They're more critical of MACUSA than most publications. So what? In case we need to start asking questions, Hermione explained. It'll draw less suspicion. Hermione, the last thing we want to do is draw attention to ourselves, Harry groaned. Promise me you won't pester them with questions and get us kicked out, or worse. We came here for answers, and we aren't leaving without them, Hermione said stubbornly. The people in the Advocate lobby weren't wrong. The paper has a responsibility to its readership to uncover the truth. We don't represent the paper, Hermione, Harry reminded her. We're wanted criminals with a responsibility for our own safety first and foremost. Oh, I know that, Harry, Hermione huffed. I won't get us caught, I swear. They didn't have long to debate this point. They each plucked hairs from the 2 unconscious reporters and deposited them into their respective potions. Harry smelled vaguely like sweat and dirty laundry, but he pushed the thought aside and downed his glass quickly. Moments later, he felt his body shifting and contorting unpleasantly as he transformed into the male reporter. The 2 tight robes mercifully loosened as Harry shrunk down a few inches to the man's height. Once they finished their transformations, Hermione obliviated the 2 reporters so they would have no memory of events when they awoke hours from now. Then she and Harry operated back to the Woolworth building, joining the queue of people filing into the building. They spotted a few people in robes, wearing identical badges to themselves, and fell in line with them. The crowd of reporters shuffled forward towards a door at the opposite end of the foyer, straight past the security checkpoint. Harry noticed with relief. But to his chagrin, a security wizard rushed forward to stop the crowd. Wait, he announced loudly, bringing the proceedings to a screeching halt. You all need to check in your wands first. The crowd of reporters grumbled irritably, but began to queue up to deposit their wands into the receptacle. Harry and Hermione exchanged nervous looks. They had left the reporters' wands back, with their unconscious forms in the alley. But luckily, they were bailed out by a booming voice across the hall. "No need," said a voice that Harry felt was strangely familiar. "They're press. They can come straight through." The security guard huffed, but stepped aside to allow the reporters through. Harry glanced up at the man who had saved them, and his heart skipped a beat. Corban Yaxley, one of the highest-ranking Death Eaters, was shepherding the reporters into the conference room. Harry felt Hermione stiffen beside him as she, too, recognized him. Is this some kind of trap? Harry wondered wildly. Will we have to fight our way out of here? But Yaxley didn't look alert or suspicious. In fact, he looked quite bored. He doesn't know it's us, Harry reminded himself, and hoped that Hermione would remember this too. The Death Eaters have no reason to suspect we're in the States. But Yaxley's presence unnerved him nevertheless. What business did he have at Makusa, and what could it mean for the impending announcement? Harry and Hermione settled into the middle of the pack of reporters as they filled the small conference room. A simple podium was erected at the front of the space, with two men flanking either side of it. Harry realized with a jolt that they were both Death Eaters as well. One he recognized as McNair, who had nearly executed Buckbeak in their third year, and the other one he was pretty sure was named Rookwood. He did his best to calm his nerves and betray no fear as they awaited the start of the proceedings. After a few minutes of quiet murmuring from the crowd, during which time Harry and Hermione tried very pointedly to avoid eye contact with anyone else, a woman in regal red, white, and blue robes stepped into the room and up to the podium. Even Harry, as ignorant as he was to wizard politics, recognized who she was: Dorian Langley, the American Minister of Magic. And even from a distance, he could tell that she looked worn down, like she hadn't slept in a week and was burdened with stress. No surprise, given the frightening state of affairs just across the Atlantic. "Thank you all for coming," said Langley once the crowd had hushed. "As you are all aware, Makusa has been tracking the events taking place in Britain over the past few months, and we have reason to believe that the wizard who fashions himself as Lord Voldemort has assumed control of their magical government." Harry had to forcibly suppress a flinch at Voldemort's name. Wasn't the name still taboo? But nothing of note happened, aside from the concerned murmurings from the reporters. The assembled Death Eaters made no reaction either. Perhaps a special exception had been made for the occasion. Harry supposed Voldemort would be vain enough to want his true name known once he ascended to the throne. However, Langley continued, Makusa has been in contact with representatives from the British Ministry of Magic, and they have assured us that the United States magical community is safe. They will not interfere in our affairs if we do not interfere in theirs. Langley gestured to her left and right, to the Death Eaters standing on either side of her. So that's why they are here, Harry realized. Not as Death Eaters, but as official ambassadors for Ministry, and for Voldemort. It also made perfect sense that Voldemort would want to earn the support of the most powerful and affluent wizarding nation, for fear that they might turn on him like much of continental Europe was surely threatening to do. While we do not condone the undemocratic actions of Lord Voldemort, we will not interfere in his dealings in Great Britain, said Langley. We only ask in return that he does not extend his sphere of influence any further. That struck Harry as horribly naive. Did she really expect Voldemort to be content simply with control of Britain? Surely she remembered the last war, when his reign of terror extended across most of Europe, and parts of other continents as well. And that was with Dumbledore curbing his power somewhat. Now he was truly unmatched, with the Elder Wand to boot. Was this woman stupid, or just scared? He wasn't sure which worried him more. Makusa does not expect any immediate impact on the livelihoods of American wizards and witches, Langley concluded. Please go about your business as normal. Any questions? Harry expected dozens of hands to shoot up from the gathered reporters, but surprisingly, most seemed to take her words at face value. Question from the Chicago Jubilee, asked a witch towards the front of the pack. Can you substantiate any of the rumors about the Dark Lord's treatment of witches and wizards that come from Mage families? I have been assured by our British representatives that such rumors are false. Langley smiled. gesturing again to the Death Eaters on either side of her. Such witches and wizards need not fear. Such bullshit, Harry grumbled internally. Every instinct urged him to scream in these people's faces, to convince them of the true horrors that lay ahead of them. But the last thing he wanted was to draw attention to himself, disguised or otherwise, so he bit his tongue. Owen Knight from the San Francisco Decree. Another reporter chimed in. Should people be concerned about another war of terror like the last time the Dark Lord took power? Absolutely not, said Langley firmly. Lord Voldemort intends to protect fellow witches and wizards from the threat of Nomash interference in our affairs. We have nothing to fear from him. And what of the families? A new voice chimed in, and with horror, Harry realized that it was Hermione, whose hand was now raised firmly in the air. Of those with non-magical parents, that is, will they be kept safe as well? Miss Dyer, is it? Langley said coldly when her eyes landed on Hermione. We have no reason to suspect otherwise. That seems out of character for Vol, for the Dark Lord, Hermione pressed. Historically, he has shown extreme prejudice towards those from non-magical backgrounds. A malicious rumor that the Advocate has propagated in recent months, Langley snapped, cowing Hermione into submission. McCussa is well aware of Voldemort's early affiliations with blood supremacists, but there is zero evidence that he holds such convictions himself. I would ask you and Mr. Christensen to remind your editor of that, so I don't have to personally. She looked to Harry as well with this reproach, and Harry could feel the heat of the glares from the Death Eaters and several nearby reporters from other publications. Did they actually agree with her? Fortunately, Hermione had the good sense not to press the issue further, and attention quickly shifted away from them and onto other softball questions. The conference wrapped up shortly thereafter, and reporters began to file out of the room. Let's get out of here, Harry muttered at once to Hermione as soon as the meeting adjourned. He could see Minister Langley whispering to one of the Death Eaters now, and Harry was sure that the man looked in his and Hermione's direction soon after. It was time to get the hell out of there before something bad happened. I don't think she was under the Imperious curse, Hermione muttered as they shuffled back through the entrance hall towards the exit. But she seemed awfully keen to defend you-know-who. You don't need an Imperious to force people to do your bidding, Harry said darkly. Clearly he has his tendrils inside McCusso as well, extending his influence further. These sheep are just too blind to see it yet until it's too late. Harry knew only one thing for certain. The United States was quickly becoming an unsafe place for them to stay, and it was clear they would find no magical allies here. They needed to pack their bags and set out as soon as possible. The next morning, even if not sooner. Harry could feel the effects of the polyjuice potion starting to wear off as they exited the Woolworth building. His facial features were starting to contort, and he could feel himself shooting back up to his natural height. He kept his head low and took Hermione's arm, guiding her quickly through the crowded city streets towards the nearest alleyway where they could apparate. Get out of the damn way, Harry thought irritably as their way was repeatedly blocked by pedestrians. Damn muggles need to watch where they're going. In hindsight, he should have recognized the danger sooner. The pressing of bodies on either side of him, the restriction of movement by large-bodied men in matching black and white outfits. One moment, Harry felt himself shunted sideways into the alley, pulled apart from Hermione. The next, a burly arm forcibly interlinked with his own as he was operated away against his will. When he came out of the horribly compressing sensation of apparition, his mind instantly went into fight mode. He reached for his wand, but a pair of voices shouted out, Expelliarmus. He felt his wand shoot out of his robe pocket and clatter to the floor, joined by another wand shortly thereafter, presumably Hermione's. Horror slowly settled into Harry's bones as he realized the situation they now found themselves in. He and Hermione were forced into chairs in the dimly lit, windowless space, as half a dozen expressionless men, wearing muggle suits and ties, stood watch over them. They were caught, utterly defenseless and alone. Nobody knew where they were or who had taken them. This was the end, then. This was how the story of the great Harry Potter came to an end. Please, sir, Hermione stammered. There's been a misunderstanding. We aren't who you think we are, We know exactly who you are, Miss Granger. One of the men said coolly. Sit tight. The boss will be with you shortly. The man pressed a hand to his earpiece and whispered something into it, then slipped out of the room along with half of the men. Two stayed behind, keeping watch, wands at the ready in case of any funny business. "I'm so sorry, Harry," Hermione whispered shakily. "I shouldn't have said anything at the conference. I gave us away." "It's not your fault," Harry reassured her, though privately he felt that it was rather her fault. He understood why she spoke up on behalf of Muggleborns, of course, but she must have blown their cover by drawing attention towards them. Had they somehow recognized the pair of them, even with the polyjuice active? Did Makusa have some other form of magical identification they were unaware of? It hardly mattered now. Harry's mind raced for some kind of escape. Any second now, his scar would split open with pain as Voldemort was called, and then it would all be over. They had to do something. Maybe Hermione could distract them while Harry dove for one of the men's wands. Maybe they could barter for some kind of deal. None of his hair or brain schemes seemed likely to work, and he could practically hear the gears turning in Hermione's mind beside him, similarly searching for a way out. But before they could do anything drastic, the door creaked open again, and a new man walked into the room. Unlike the matching suits of the men who captured them, this man wore a blue suit jacket with a bright red tie and a U.S. flag pinned to his chest. He looked to be in his late 30s, and unlike the stern expressions of his guards, his face was more open and charismatic. He looked like he belonged on stage somewhere, like an event MC of some sort, and Harry briefly wondered in his blind panic if they were about to be thrust into a convoluted game show of sorts. "Good evening, Mr. Potter, Miss Granger," the American said cordially, sitting in an empty chair across from the two of them. "Hey, pleasure to finally meet you. I did wonder if you would show your faces in the States, and you didn't disappoint. If you intend to turn us over to the Dark Lord," Harry growled, "drop the pleasantries. We aren't in the mood." Whoa, so hostile," the American chuckled, throwing up his hands in mock offense. "Nobody's getting turned into anybody, not yet. We're just here to have a polite conversation." "Most polite conversations don't begin with kidnappings," Harry said coldly, still refusing to warm up to this man, whoever he was. Something about his veneer made Harry deeply distrust him. "Sign of the times, I'm afraid," sighed the American. "It would be very, very dangerous for either of us to be spotted in the same room, you see. I could not risk my own reputation by seeking you out publicly. Drastic measures were, sadly, necessary." "Wait," Hermione piped up, frowning at the man. "I know you from somewhere. Who are you?" The American smiled widely, as though anticipating this question. "I'm pleased to hear it," he said. "I wondered how closely you Brits would follow American politics. Name's George Rodriguez, U.S., Senator for the fine state of New York." Hermione's eyebrows widened. "You're the Senate Majority Leader?" she breathed. "Minority Leader at the moment, sadly," Rodriguez winked at her. "Though we have midterms this fall, so hopefully our fortunes reverse soon. But yes, that's me." But," Hermione stammered, trying to process this information. "Your guards, they're wizards, but you—" "I'm a wizard, yes," Rodriguez smiled. He reached into his suit pocket and withdrew a short ebony wand, twiddling it as proof. "No, Majborn like yourself, in fact. I attended Ilvermorny as a child, but always felt that my talents were best suited for the Muggle world. Doesn't mean I can't still use magic when the situation calls for it." Harry didn't know what a senator was or the significance of the man's post, but it answered his unspoken suspicions anyway. A politician. No wonder he had a knee-jerk reaction to distrust the man. The fact that he was secretly magical did nothing to persuade him otherwise. In fact, he found it equally distasteful that he would use his magic to manipulate Muggles for his own selfish gain. He strongly suspected which house Rodriguez would have belonged to if he'd attended Hogwarts. "And your Secret Service detail is made up of wizards as well," said Hermione, putting together the pieces herself now. "Smart. Makes it more likely you'll be safe from Muggle attacks." "And magical attacks," Rodriguez pointed out. "Dark times we're in, as you well know. I strongly suspect that several of my colleagues in office are under the Imperious curse, and I hope to avoid the same fate. I've taken great pains to hide my true status to both the Nomage and Wizarding world, but one can never be too careful." "How did you find us?" Harry demanded, not really interested in Rodriguez's life story. "We caught you on camera," Rodriguez shrugged. You didn't see them posted all over the underground concourse or outside the Woolworth building. We keep tabs on every witch or wizard who passes through town. B, but we were wearing glamours, Hermione frowned. Even if a camera had spotted us dash, you think we use simple nomage cameras? Rodriguez chuckled. We coat the film with a dose of Thief's Downfall, which removes all disguises from the image. Couple that with a simple identification charm, and we knew you two were in town the second you arrived. That's rather brilliant, actually, Hermione muttered. Harry might have thought so too, if their situation wasn't so dire. What do you want with us? He demanded. Rodriguez smiled. I suppose that's a more complex question. I of course know of your status in Britain and the expectations set upon you. The chosen one foot, I think you were called. Harry said nothing. He did not want to give anything away, inadvertently, still not sure how much they could trust Rodriguez. He might smile and promise their safety, but he could still summon Voldemort in an instant if he so chose. I know the Dark Lord is after you, Rodriguez went on. My contacts in Makusa say that you are a high-priority target worth a small fortune in galleons for your head. I have no interest in gold, however. My interest is in power. Then I'm afraid you've made a grave mistake, Harry frowned. The Dark Lord doesn't like Muggleborns. He'll never give you what you want, even if you turn me in. I'm well aware of that fact, Rodriguez conceded. And I say again that that is not my intention. I see a dangerous future ahead of us, Mr. Potter. One where nomages are made fully aware of the wizards who lord over them. And even if the Dark Lord is defeated, the genie cannot be put back into the bottle, so to speak. You really think that will happen? Hermione asked cautiously. The statute of secrecy will be done away with. Most certainly, Rodriguez said grimly. Everything we know about the Dark Lord points to that fact. He wants to rule the world, and what's the point of that if the world doesn't know your name? He will lord over the world like a tyrant and let the nomage population see just how inferior and worthless he thinks they are. That seems unwise, Hermione frowned. Wouldn't that just make Muggles want to rebel against him? Indeed, and I think that will be his downfall, Rodriguez agreed. Could the wizarding world survive a full-out war with a prepared Muggle army? With the full might of the United States military behind them? It would be a devastating and spectacular sight. That much is certain. But I do not think the Dark Lord can win such a war in the long run. He is far too outnumbered. What does this have to do with us? Harry asked suspiciously. Everything, Mr. Potter, said Rodriguez excitedly. When if the Dark Lord falls, people will naturally gravitate towards his vanquisher. That is rumored to be you, is it not? I imagine that clout will come with a great deal of political leverage. And you want to take advantage of it, Harry sighed, realizing now what Rodriguez was offering. So, what? You brought us here to make some kind of alliance, and we help you become the American Minister of Magic. The Minister of Magic will soon be a rather pointless title. Rodriguez chuckled. Once the statute falls, the nomage leadership will be far more valuable. They will have the power to legislate what happens to wizards in the aftermath of the war, and if handled incorrectly, I imagine the masses won't be too kind towards the people who subjugated them in the war. You intend to become president then? Asked Hermione. And what? Unite the Muggle and magical worlds together. Our worlds are on a collision course, Miss Granger, and there's no stopping it, Rodriguez winked. I'm simply putting myself in a position to guide the ship towards clearer waters. Bullshit, Harry muttered. You wouldn't be doing this if there wasn't something in it for you. I doubt you're running for president out of the goodness of your heart. Of course not, Potter, Rodriguez said, rolling his eyes playfully. There are many other perks that come from the presidency. The Dark Lord has his methods of seizing power. I have mine. The difference is that I'm motivated by making the world better for everyone, not just a select few with genetic advantages over everyone else. Harry was almost impressed by the gall of this fast-talking American. He did not deny his own greed, his naked ambition to rule the world like Voldemort. It almost made him trust the man more, knowing that he did not tell slippery lies and instead laid it all out on the table. Almost. But why bother pandering to Muggles? He asked. Won't they just turn on you like they'll turn on the Dark Lord? Not if we offer them a better future than they ever could have. Imagine, Rodriguez said, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. The resulting era of peace will benefit millions, if not billions. Imagine what we can accomplish by bringing the two worlds together. Potions and pharmaceuticals working in total harmony. Divination and meteorology. Arithmancy and engineering. The worlds were never meant to coexist, said Harry. Muggles will never accept us, even if we promise to help them. They'll always distrust us, always accuse us of withholding our powers from them. Peace is impossible between the two worlds. With that attitude, you're probably right, Rodriguez smiled. But the statue will fall, Mr. Potter, and we can either have a leader who tries to keep the peace or one who seeks to further divide us. I know which one I intend to be. And in the meantime, Harry responded dryly, you will do nothing to stop the Dark Lord. That, I'm afraid, is Britain's war to fight themselves, Rodriguez smiled sadly. I cannot risk my political career by directly opposing a foreign Dark Lord. There is far too much at stake. That's rich, Harry laughed hollowly. You'll just stand by until someone else swoops in to take him out, then take credit yourself in the aftermath. You are too short-sighted, Mr. Potter, said Rodriguez simply. There will be an immense power vacuum left in the wake of the Dark Lord. Would you rather another sycophant fill it, or someone who has planned for such an outcome and intends to do good with that power? Your lack of action will kill thousands, if not more, Harry said hotly. Better thousands in the short term than millions in the long term, Rodriguez shrugged. Such are the calculations one must make to guide the world out of wartime and into permanent peace. Harry turned to Hermione for the first time to gauge her reaction. You agree this is absurd, right? He implored her. That this will never work? Hermione did not answer him straight away. She was mulling over the implications of Rodriguez's words carefully. We need some time to talk about this privately, she eventually sighed. Can we have the room? I'll do you one better, said Rodriguez, snapping his fingers. One of the two guards stationed behind him stepped forward, handing him two wands, Harry and Hermione's. Take all the time you need. Go back to your little campsite upstate and mull things over. Come back to us when you decide what you want to do. How will we find you? Hermione asked. My people will know what to look for, Rodriguez winked. Just skulk around the alleys outside Woolworth, and we'll find you in no time. Rodriguez handed their wands back. Harry snatched his impatiently, standing at once to leave. Let's go, Hermione, he muttered, putting out his arm so they could apparate away. His fight-or-flight instinct had never diminished throughout the entire meeting, and every second he stayed here risked a duel breaking out. Thankfully, Hermione heeded his unspoken warning, and she stood to link her arm in his. One heel turn later, and they were back outside their campsite in the woods, the sun already dipping low in the sky. What are you doing? Hermione asked at once. Harry was already dismantling the tent. We're not safe here anymore, Harry muttered. They know we're here. Only a matter of time before others figure it out, too. He didn't sound like he was going to turn us over. Hermione tried to protest. He might, once he realizes we aren't taking him up on his offer, said Harry. We aren't? Asked Hermione. I thought we were going to talk about this first. Nothing to talk about, Harry grunted. I don't trust him. He's a slimy politician looking out for his own self-interest, and I'm not indebting myself to him. Harry, please slow down and think for a moment, Hermione pleaded. We could be safe here. We could have people watching out for us. Powerful people. For Merlin's sake, Hermione. Harry roared, and Hermione actually flinched at the force behind his words. This entire trip has been a mistake. You've put us in incredible danger at every step, blinded by your desire to be comfortable. We're at war here. Have you forgotten why we're doing this? What we're up against back home? You don't have to do this alone, Hermione whimpered, looking frightened and hurt by his words. Accepting help isn't a sign of weakness, you know? He can help us. Not with killing the Dark Lord, he can't, Harry spat. Or won't, more like. He's a coward, Hermione, and I'm not associating myself with him. And that's final. Harry, please stop. Hermione breathed, dropping to one knee. Harry realized that the air around them was swirling dangerously, his magic rising up out of him in a tempest of unbridled frustration. He took a deep, steadying breath, and slowly the swirling wind subsided. They know we're here, he said, unwilling to apologize. We have to get out of the country now. I won't hear otherwise. Tears were running gently down Hermione's cheeks now as she got back to her feet. Harry wanted nothing more in that moment than to apologize and take her in his arms, to wipe the tears from her eyes and whisper sweet nothings into her ear. But he was too proud, too angry at her for all the danger she'd inadvertently put them in over the past few days. So he returned to packing up the tent in silence, and Hermione reluctantly joined in, clearly resentful but lacking the energy to argue. When they were done, and the tent was stored back in Hermione's handbag, they turned towards one another. Harry offered his arm to her, and she slipped a gentle hand through it, lightly caressing him and resting her head against his shoulder. Harry shivered involuntarily at the touch, and was again tempted to hold her tight and pretend nothing had happened between them. Instead, he spun on the spot and operated them out of the United States, never to return. Or so he hoped. Out of time, September 28th, 2015, Evangeline. Everyone out of bed this instant. Up now! Eva groaned, wanting nothing more than to sleep in after another grueling week of classes. It was a Saturday morning, and though the sun was already rising outside, she felt she had earned the right to sleep in at least once. But Ginny Weasley had other ideas, raising a racket in all the dormitories of Gryffindor Tower and forcing the entire house downstairs. Once she had every Gryffindor before her, bleary-eyed and crammed into the common room, she addressed them all. "The headmaster has just given me concerning news," Ginny said sternly. "He has detected electronic signals from a Muggle device coming from Gryffindor Tower. Such devices are banned on Hogwarts grounds, and operating one can result in severe punishment, including expulsion. If the person responsible comes clean this instant, they will avoid such a fate." The room was deathly quiet at this. Nobody moved a muscle at the threat of expulsion, even if they believed themselves innocent of this alleged crime. "No volunteers, eh?" Ginny frowned. "I suppose we'll let the Aurors tear apart your rooms, then until they find what they're looking for. Then the person responsible will be Dash. P. Professor?" A timid voice from the back of the room squeaked. All eyes turned to a terrified-looking first-year girl with her hand raised shakily in the air. "It was me. I'm sorry. Caldwell, is it?" Ginny said appraisingly, looking down at the girl. "Go and fetch the device this instant." The girl stood frozen for a moment, feeling the heat of everyone's stares upon her. Then, she reached into the waistband of her pajama bottoms and procured a small device, a smartphone, in a sparkling pink and purple case. Eva's stomach dropped when she saw it. Ginny strode across the room and snatched the phone from her. "What were you thinking, girl?" she demanded. "Why are you using a Muggle device in a wizarding castle?" Please, Professor." The girl heaved, clearly on the verge of tears. "And my parents are Muggles. They wanted me to keep in touch after the K-King's Cross attack. Then you can use the school owls to deliver messages, like the rest of your classmates," Ginny admonished her. "How did you even manage to get this thing to work through the school wards?" The girl said nothing, staring at her feet in fear. "Tell me the truth, or I'm taking you straight to the headmaster's office," Ginny warned her. "It was me, Professor," Eva blurted out. "She asked me for help getting her phone to work, so I enchanted it to get around the wards." Ginny rounded on Eva, glaring at the new target of her ire. "You should have known better than that, Miss Pruitt," she growled. "You've been at Hogwarts for a full year now, so you cannot use your transfer status as an excuse, Dash. It's just a stupid phone," Eva protested. "She's Muggle-born and away from home. Give her a break." Ginny's good eye widened at her audacity. For a moment, Eva was sure she was about to be expelled. "Detention, Miss Caldwell," Ginny snapped, turning back to the first-year girl. "And 50 points from Gryffindor for possessing illegal contraband. I will be writing to your parents to express my disappointment." The girl dropped her head, face burning red with embarrassment. "As for you," Ginny said to Eva, whose face was also turning red, but for a very different reason, "your fate lies with the headmaster for such a blatant breach of school policy. If it were up to me, your wand would already be snapped for your insolence." "Good thing it isn't up to you, then," Eva said coolly, eliciting gasps from her fellow classmates. Eva no longer cared about keeping up appearances. She and Ginny had never gotten along, and she was tired of making nice when she felt strongly that she had done nothing wrong. Ginny was going purple with rage now, looking like she wanted to hex Eva where she stood. They stared at one another for a long while. Ginny, no doubt, cycling through every possible punishment she could throw at the girl, Eva silently daring her to. Instead, Ginny turned to the rest of the room and held up the phone. "This is what Muggles call a smartphone," she said, earning giggles from the pureblood students at the name. It is not to be underestimated. Muggle tech has vastly improved in recent years, and they now have the ability to transmit photos, videos, audio, and text instantly. Such a device could be used to gather intel on us, wizards, and deliver it to dangerous people who wish to do us harm. That is why they are banned on school grounds. You are just children. You know not the dangers that await you on the outside. But items like this one will be your undoing, believe you me. And without another glance at Eva, Ginny turned to exit the common room, taking the offending phone with her. At once the common room, which moments before had been sleepy and lethargic, began buzzing with excited gossip. "What a piece of work she is," Eva huffed, turning to Victoire and Candace with an annoyed smirk. But to her surprise, they looked furious with her. "How could you put us in danger like that, Pruitt?" Victoire demanded. "Yeah, what's your angle?" Candace frowned. "Angle?" Eva laughed. "I was helping the poor kid with her phone. She probably just wants to watch YouTube and FaceTime her mom every once in a while." Clearly, neither of her pureblood roommates knew what this meant, and they didn't care. "I thought you were smarter than that, Eva." Victoire sighed. Eva opened her mouth to laugh, but quickly realized Vic wasn't joking. Furthermore, half the common room was also eyeing her with disapproval. She hadn't expected to face such criticism for her rule-breaking. Luckily for her sense of sanity, a few of the Muggle-born Gryffindors, some of whom she knew from the summer program, quietly came up to thank her. Apparently, most of them had been borrowing the phone to call or text their own parents, which was probably what got them caught. Poor little Rebecca Caldwell said nothing, merely slinking up to Eva and wrapping her arms around her in silent thanks. Eva patted her consolingly on the back, grateful for the reminder of why she had done it in the first place. "Screw this backwards-ass school and their antiquated rules," she thought to herself. "We should be allowed to own phones if we want to." Willoughby never had any such problems. Eva caught up with Roxanne on the way to breakfast soon after. "Can you believe that bitch?" she asked with a chuckle. "She looked like she wanted to wind up and sock me in the eye." But to Eva's surprise, Roxanne seemed cold and distant at the moment. "You shouldn't have been so disrespectful," she said icily. "Are you joking?" Eva gaped at her. "Did you hear how she chewed out that poor Caldwell girl? I couldn't let her get away with that. Maybe she deserved to be chewed out a little." Roxanne snapped, stopping in her tracks and turning to face Eva. "You don't think it was reckless to give her access to a weapon like that?" "A weapon?" Eva laughed incredulously. "Are you mental? It's a cell phone. She's 11 years old. Her parents aren't," Roxanne retorted. "And if they sympathize with CAW, they could coerce her into feeding them information about us." "Did you even think about that?" Eva couldn't believe her ears. "You sound like a blood purist right now," she scoffed. "You are buying into this all Muggles or terrorist crap they're trying to feed us, are you? Do you even know who my father is?" Roxanne roared. "Do you understand the depths of evil these people are capable of? Did you even see what happened at King's Cross?" "Yeah, and I saved all of our lives? You're welcome." Eva snapped back. "That doesn't mean every 11-year-old with a phone is a goddamn spy. You're delusional." Roxanne glared daggers at her. "And here I thought I was the reckless one," she said, "when you're willing to compromise everyone's safety on a hunch. Maybe you Aussies don't value student safety, but I would take a bullet for everyone in this castle if their lives were in danger." "Oh, how noble of you," Eva said mockingly. "If Potter told you to jump in front of the Hogwarts Express to spite a few first years, would you?" Roxanne's response was to slap Eva hard across the face and stalk off down the corridor. Eva stood in shock, reeling not from the pain, but from surprise. Out of everyone at Hogwarts, she had expected Roxanne to understand. Why was she so adamant about sticking to Potter's outdated rules about technology? Did she really buy into the propaganda and paranoia that the prophet was peddling every single day? The magical and Muggle worlds were interconnected permanently now. What was the point in trying to keep them separate any longer? Eva got the cold shoulder from her classmates for the remainder of the weekend. The purebloods believed she was a traitor to her own kind, while the Muggleborns were terrified to be seen around her, certain that she would be expelled in a matter of days anyway. Eva assumed as much herself. The headmaster was away from the castle at the moment, but as soon as he returned, she was sure he would give her the boot. So she instead spent her time coaching Rebecca Caldwell and a handful of other young Muggleborn students on how to write letters by hand and take them to the Ollery to be delivered by a school owl. Perhaps, if she survived another couple of days, she would work on her side project of enchanting handheld mirrors for face-to-face communication with one's parents. The silent treatment continued when classes resumed on Monday. By now, the whole school seemed to have heard about the phone incident and Eva's argument with Ginny Weasley, and she was treated as if she had the plague. Eva couldn't even bring herself to feel badly about it. She was starting to find the whole thing amusing. Part of her hope she got chucked out of Hogwarts so she could go back to Willoughby, where at least the students weren't brainwashed and the local muggles weren't chucking bombs at 11-year-olds. Britain had been a nice experiment, but she was ready to go back to a country that was a little more sane. Professor Babbling held Eva back after ancient runes that afternoon, and Eva packed her bag, certain she was about to get sent to the headmaster's office for the last time. "The staff room is in quite the tizzy because of you, Miss Pruitt," said Babbling, clicking her tongue disapprovingly. Eva just shrugged at this news. "What's left to say?" she said. "I broke a rule I disagreed with. What's done is done." "Oh, spare me your defeatist attitude," Babbling scoffed. "I didn't summon you here to scold you. I'm more interested in how you did it." "Sorry?" asked Eva, surprised. "The wards around Hogwarts have long been a mystery to me," said Babbling excitedly. "I've searched for the runestones that power this castle for years and never found them. How did you manage to get around the anti-technology field?" said Eva, unsure if she ought to incriminate herself. But she figured Potter would figure it out eventually anyway, so she might as well take credit for it. "I traced the block signal from the phone to a runestone atop the astronomy tower. Then I just charmed the phone with the inverse sign to override the block." This was a partial truth. She had determined that something atop the astronomy tower was blocking the signal, but she merely used the sight to determine which strands of magic were repressing the phone's Wi-Fi capabilities. These strands had been composed of a squiggly symbol resembling a pig's tail, so she merely imbued the phone with the same symbol, inscribed within an upside-down triangle, the universal inverse symbol, which she'd learned from the language of magic. It worked perfectly, allowing the outgoing electronic signals to ignore the wards blocking them and travel out of the school bounds effortlessly. "Brilliant," said Babbling in a pleased tone. "Of course it would be atop that tower. It's the highest point of the castle, after all. I never thought to check the roof. How you managed to find it is another matter, but you Quidditch players have always been so fond of heights anyway." "Professor?" asked Eva, interrupting the excited professor's train of thought. "Do you reckon I'll be expelled for this? For the phone?" "Good heavens, no," Babbling chuckled. "Students have been attempting to smuggle in working devices every year since I got here. One particularly clever Ravenclaw even managed to get a flat-screen television connected to 500 channels a few years back. Potter was more impressed than anything." Eva smiled, in spite of herself. She was rather proud of her accomplishment with the phone, even if no one else was. "As for talking back to your head of house," Babbling went on in a more stern tone, "that I'm less certain will pass unpunished. Professor Weasley is famously hot-tempered and will no doubt seek your head on a platter. Whether the headmaster agrees with her is another matter. I would strongly suggest apologizing to Weasley as soon as possible to improve your odds." "Right?" Eva muttered. She didn't particularly want to apologize to Ginny, but she had been out of line, whether she disagreed with the school policy or not. "One last thing," said Babbling. "I notice you haven't been paying much attention in lectures this term, but your rune work is still pristine. I take it you've read ahead in the material?" "I have," Eva admitted. Much of the sixth-year Ancient Runes material covered outdated theory and other irrelevant information that she no longer needed to produce functional runes. She didn't need to understand the relationships between the various rune signs and their strengths and weaknesses when she could simply use her sight to intuitively understand how they operate. "Good," said Babbling. "Then I have a proposition for you. Rather than force you to sit through all the quizzes and homework assignments I know you can pass with ease, I'd like for you to make me something. A self-directed project, if you will." Okay," Eva said slowly. What kind of something are you looking for? Surprise me, Babbling winked at her. Impress me. Wow me. Show me something I haven't seen before, like you did on your very first day. Push the envelope and try to make something that the textbooks can't teach you to. Eva considered this idea. It was both enticing and terrifying. She loved the prospect of experimentation with runes that she rarely had the time for, but worried that she wouldn't come up with anything sufficient to impress Babbling. What if she wasn't actually a prodigy at this like the professor believed, and her sight was just a cheap shortcut? Worse yet, what if she made something so out of the box that it drew further unwanted attention to herself? Well, I'm already getting chucked out. Might as well break a few more rules, she thought to herself with a laugh. All right, I'll do it, she agreed. Babbling beamed at her. Good girl. I'll check in with you before winter break, and you can turn it in before end-of-year exams. Agreed, said Eva. She left Babbling's classroom and headed to the library to spend her free period working on some charms homework, but changed course halfway through, heading for the history of magic classroom that she had avoided ever since dropping the subject last year. She found Ginny Weasley in her office, grading papers with a sour expression on her face. Professor Weasley? Eva said meekly. Ginny looked up at her, frowning, and before she could say anything, Eva continued, I apologize for talking back to you the other day. I lost my temper and should not have said what I said. I respect your wisdom and did not intend to insult you in front of the other students. Eva stood there, heart pounding, waiting for a response. Ginny surveyed her, face inscrutable, her magical eye whizzing about as though checking her pockets for contraband. You know, if you weren't so impulsive, you would have made quite the Slytherin, she finally said. Sorry, Professor? Asked Eva. You have a way of talking your way out of tight corners, Ginny remarked. All of my fellow professors adore you, despite your consistent disregard for the rules. Eva said nothing, unsure of where this line of thought was going, but the cold look on Ginny's face told her it wasn't good. I see right through your goody-two-shoes charade, Ginny said. You're up to something, Pruitt. I know you sneak around this castle at your leisure, and not just to see that obnoxious girlfriend of yours. Roxanne is not obnoxious, Eva protested. I also looked you up in the Willoughby records, Ginny went on, without acknowledging her point. There was never an Evangeline Pruitt at that school. Only an Evangeline Thomas, a fifth-year Muggle-born, whose records were mysteriously scrubbed last fall, with no mentions of a transfer. Eva felt a chill run down her spine at this. Had her secret identity been found out? She said nothing, unwilling to give away anything more. It felt as though Ginny's magical eye was boring straight into her soul, peering into her deepest secrets, trying to unravel her sins. The headmaster favors you for some reason, Ginny continued. But even he cannot protect you if you are attempting to undermine the safety of the school. There is a war brewing, Miss Pruitt or whoever you are, and if I find you are attempting to help the enemy, I will drag you into Azkaban myself. It took all of Eva's occlumency practice not to quiver in fear at Ginny's icy words as she glared dangerously at her. She took several deep breaths to steady herself. She was of half a mind to tell her off again, but remembered why she had come in here in the first place and swallowed her retort. I would never do anything that knowingly put my fellow students in danger, she said simply. I hope to earn your trust back someday, Professor. Good day. And Eva turned to exit the room before she could say anything she would regret later. As much as she wanted to hate Ginny for what she had said, Eva knew she was partially correct. She was hiding things from the staff, brewing a highly illegal potion, and using banned literature to get ahead in her classes. But to insinuate that Eva was somehow conspiring with the Muggles against Hogwarts? Ginny clearly didn't know that her real parents were murdered by CAW, or she never would have made such a ludicrous claim. Speaking of which, why didn't she know this? Eva didn't realize that her Willoughby records had been scrubbed, along with all evidence of her transfer. Was this Potter's doing? Had he covered her tracks to protect her identity from CAW? That made sense to her. But as always, something in the back of her mind told her that there was more going on than she was privy to. And as long as that continued to be the case, she could not stop in her quest to find the truth, even if that meant breaking more school rules. Ginny Weasley be damned. Those were the least of Eva's worries at the moment, though. Roxanne had continued to avoid her for the past few days, and she was the only person in the castle whose opinion mattered to her. Everyone else in the castle could hate her guts and call her whatever names they liked, but if Roxanne was no longer on her side, she might as well leave Hogwarts of her own volition. So late that night, Eva scribbled a little note and folded into a small origami swan, charming it to zoom out of the room and up to the seventh-year girls' dorms. It read, "Rox, you know I'd be a rubbish terrorist all by myself. If I ever decide to overthrow Potter and murder the student body, I promise I'll consult with you first. Please don't jump in front of the Hogwarts Express. I'd miss you terribly. Sorry for being an idiot. Love, Eva." Hugs and kisses. Eva waited for several long minutes for a reply. It came in the form of a jagged paper airplane, which shot through the room like a bullet and dived straight in between Eva's eyes. Smarting from the sting, Eva snatched the airplane and unfolded it to read the return note. "Dearest idiot, damn you for being impossible to stay mad at. I'm sorry too. In my defense, your face is very soft and fun to slap. P.S. Are you just apologizing to keep your spot on the Quidditch team? I can be a vindictive captain if I want to, you know. Forever yours, Rox." Eva felt a sense of peace as these words washed over her. She clutched the note to her chest and fell into a restful sleep, forgetting all about the stresses of the previous few days. It took all of 2 minutes for Eva and Roxanne to fall back into their regular routines the next morning. From the time they kissed and made up in the common room to the time they reached the great hall for breakfast, they were back to laughing and holding hands as though nothing had happened between them. Even the other Gryffindors at the table seemed more relaxed and upbeat than usual, as though the positive energy between the two lovebirds was infectious. Nature was healing at Hogwarts. To be fair, Eva knew it would be simple to win her back over once she described the encounter with Ginny the previous day. "That bitch," Roxanne said, scandalized. "I mean, I thought you were being an idiot, but you'd have to be truly brain-dead to think you were conspiring against the school." "I know." Eva laughed, glad that she finally had somebody to commiserate with. "I wonder why my old records got scrubbed, though. Just Potter being paranoid, I imagine," Roxanne shrugged. "Maybe he didn't want to cause some kind of international incident by making it public that he's kidnapping orphans. I guess." Eva chuckled. "I wonder if he wanted to hide something else, though? Like maybe my parents dying wasn't the only reason I was brought here?" There goes Pruitt again, with her inflated sense of self-worth. Roxanne teased. "You think Potter's been recruiting smartasses from around the world? Where are the ambassadors from the other schools, then?" "I know. It's stupid," Eva said quickly with a sheepish grin. "Still, I would love to know what he's really up to. You have to admit he's been scheming something. Probably planning to run for minister in the spring," said Roxanne, just as the owls arrived to deliver their morning papers. "Granger's been taking it in the shins for weeks now. I'm certain he'll beat her if he throws his hat in the ring." "And why hasn't he?" Eva wondered aloud. He could have won at any point in the past 4 elections, but Granger's run unopposed every time. One of Britain's many mysteries. Roxanne sighed dramatically as she unfolded her copy of The Prophet. Eva stole a glance at the headline. "Min. Granger returns to Britain. Vows to address national security concerns." "She's back in the country for good, then?" Eva asked. "Hasn't she been working in America with their Muggle president all this time?" "Yeah," Roxanne grunted, deeply engrossed in the article. "Check to see if the Advocate has anything to say on the matter." "The what?" Eva asked. Roxanne merely gestured to the second, unopened paper on the table in front of her. She picked up and unfolded the New York Advocate and began to read the top story from across the pond. "Health potion manufacturing put on hold after plant attack." New York, a manufacturing plant outside Poughkeepsie, was temporarily shut down after explosives were detonated in the parking lot over the weekend, damaging the building and killing 2 Nomage workers. The plant was producing an experimental new health potion designed for Muggle consumption, which has been endorsed by both President George Rodriguez and British Minister of Magic Hermione Granger in recent months. "We will investigate those responsible for these attacks and bring the perpetrators to justice," President Rodriguez said in a statement yesterday evening. "Project Wellbeing will not be deterred by such petty acts of violence. Minister Granger and I believe in our mission to improve the lives of everyday Americans and hope to continue our research without delay." Rodriguez and Granger's ongoing efforts to combine magical and no-mage technology have proven widely unpopular in both communities. A recent poll conducted by the New York Times found that just 4% of Americans would buy the new health potion if offered, with just an additional 9% saying they'd drink it if offered for free. Rodriguez's poll numbers continue to plummet ever since he announced the project with Granger, and he is unlikely to seek re-election next year as a result. MACUSA Minister of Magic Jay Walsh declined to comment on the recent planned attack. Walsh has been critical of Rodriguez in recent months and told the press that he believed Project Wellbeing was an admirable but foolish endeavor. Minister Granger could not be reached for comment. She has returned home to Britain to address growing social unrest in the country, leaving the future of her American pursuits uncertain. Bunch of rubbish, Roxanne was muttering as she read the Prophet article. What are they saying about Granger now? Eva asked, setting down the Advocate. Granger's saying some nonsense about cracking down on CAW, Roxanne responded. As if that isn't the least she could be doing. Where has she been all this time? Sucking up to foreign muggles to further her own career? It's tragic to see how much she's failed this nation. Ah, said Eva diplomatically. She wanted to retort, but had no intention of creating another argument with Roxanne so soon after making peace with her. Surely Roxanne didn't actually agree with the Prophet's assessment of Hermione Granger? Was she actually buying into the blatant propaganda, trying to make her look bad? As if she's the root cause of all this violence. Eva thought, frustrated. At least she's trying to help the Muggles, not insult them publicly like Potter. Eva didn't have the bandwidth to worry about what was happening outside Hogwarts at the moment. She had too much on her plate as it was, between classwork, studying, the upcoming Quidditch season, and her rekindled relationship with Roxanne. Luckily, she had a plan to knock out several birds with one stone. Say, I have a free period after arithmancy today, she told Roxanne as the bell rang and students began filing out of the hall. Want to meet me, you? Nowhere to help with a new project? I have double care of magical creatures then, Roxanne frowned. Maybe I can goad one of his screw-its into setting me on fire, so I can leave early. Count me in. This was enough to get Eva through the day. She was eager to get through her classes, so she could sneak off to the room of requirement, where she could not only spend time with her girlfriend, but get to work on her Ancient Runes project. She'd spent a few hours the night before fishing stones from the shallow end of the lake, finding ones large enough to carve runes onto, and wanted to begin experimenting straight away. She hadn't the faintest idea what her project would be about, but the endless possibilities excited her. Unfortunately, her plans were immediately squashed as a second-year boy cut her off when she raced out of the arithmancy classroom. Are you Evangeline Pruitt? He asked her. When she nodded, he continued, the headmaster wants to see you in his office straight away. Eva's stomach dropped. She'd forgotten all about the phone incident and the prospect of being expelled. Now that she'd made up with Roxanne and been assigned a fun new project by Professor Babbling, she very much would like to stay at Hogwarts after all. Heart racing, she made her way straight to the headmaster's office, announcing the password and striding up the spiral steps. Harry was absent when she walked into the large circular room. The portraits on the wall were snoozing lazily as the sun cast warm, sleepy rays into the space. Eva was too restless to sit down, so she paced about the office, examining the trinkets on Potter's desk, reading the titles of the books on the shelves. Some of them sounded extremely dark and foreboding, like magic most evil. She dared not even run her finger down the spine out of caution. She strolled over to a glass display case on the far wall and examined it. With a start, she recognized the objects within at once. A frayed leather diary, a broken locket, a shattered tiara, a pierced cup, a fractured ring, a rotting snakeskin. Lord Voldemort's Horcruxes, once housing pieces of his soul, now destroyed and kept as mementos. A chill ran down Eva's spine as she examined the artifacts, recognizing just how dangerous they once were. Admiring my collection? A voice said from across the room. Eva jumped. Harry had appeared behind his desk without a sound, smiling mysteriously at her. Yes, sir, Eva said reverently. I've read about them, of course, but never thought that I would keep them. Harry chuckled. I consider keeping it all a secret, you know, how he became immortal. but I thought it would be the easiest way to show people how truly depraved he was and why he needed to be stopped. How long did it take you after the war ended? Eva asked. To find them all? Oh, within a few weeks, Harry shrugged. Quite simple, actually. But come, we have much to discuss, and not a lot of time. Eva frowned at the vague answer, but did not press the issue. She sat tentatively across the desk from the headmaster, studying his gaze. I'd just like to say that I'm sorry, sir, she blurted out before he could say anything. I was out of line with Professor Weasley. Yes, you were, Harry nodded. I have apologized to her, and I do not intend to help any other students with their muggle devices in the future, she said. Professor Babbling told me how you managed it, said Harry. Quite an impressive combination of charms and runes. Very innovative. I accept whatever punishment you have for me, Eva said in conclusion. Even expulsion. Harry unexpectedly laughed at this. Miss Weasley was quite adamant on that point, he said. I was forced to remind her of the many rules she and I broke during our time at the school. Did you know she once set a basilisk on the student body and petrified 6 people? Unknowingly, of course, but I figure she got off with a slap on the wrist then. A simple phone infraction should warrant nothing different. Thank you, sir, Eva said, relieved. Incidentally, that is not the reason I have summoned you here today, Harry went on. It's not. Eva frowned. It is time, Harry said, for me to explain to you what I have been studying for the past few years. I have encountered several obstacles along the way, and I think it's best that I bring in a fresh set of eyes to see if there's anything I might have missed. Oh, said Eva, heart thumping a little. Was she about to learn more about the motives behind the headmaster's odd behavior over the past year? Did he truly trust her enough to divulge secrets with her? What have you been studying, sir? It is time, Harry repeated, absent-mindedly playing with the black ring on his finger. You've said that already, Professor. Eva frowned, confused. No, Miss Pruitt, said Harry, turning to face her fully. It is time. Time, sir? Have you said hello to Archimedes since you walked in? Harry asked her. Eva turned towards the magnificent phoenix in his cage, but to her horror, he looked decrepit and wilting. His feathers had turned a dull coppery gray, and his head drooped low, clearly lacking the energy to hold it upright. He's dying, Eva gasped. It is burning day, Harry corrected, walking over to the cage and opening it. A wondrous day for a phoenix. A day of rebirth and rejuvenation. Harry reached into the cage and carefully lifted the bird from its perch. Archimedes clucked his beak in irritation, but didn't have the strength to fight. Harry carried the bird over to his desk and set it directly at its center, where Archimedes swayed slightly but maintained his balance. We are going to observe the process carefully, Miss Pruitt, said Harry. And you're going to use the sight. The sight? Eva asked, feigning ignorance, but Harry pinned her with a knowing stare. My contact at the ministry notified me that a Hogwarts student checked out Essence of Thought last winter, Harry explained. It didn't take long to put 2 and 2 together. You've been experimenting with the draft of omniscience. Do not deny it. Eva stammered for an explanation, an excuse to explain away her actions. But before she could do so, Archimedes began to glow. White-hot, and flames began to consume him. Quickly now, Eva, the sight, said Harry urgently. There was no time to argue. Legilimens, Eva thought, and she turned her mental efforts towards the majestic bird. The flames burned so bright that Eva had to close her eyes and watch only through the sight. The jagged semicircle of fire swirled around Archimedes as he was consumed in the inferno. Then the symbol of death appeared, the same one attributed to the killing. Curse in Granger's book, a 7-pointed star emerging in multitudes from the bird. Eva heard a soft thump as Archimedes slumped over on the desk, dead, and the symbol ceased. Now look closely, Eva, Harry instructed. Eva opened her eyes to see that the flames had subsided, and Archimedes had crumbled to ash. But from the center of the charred pile emerged a small figure, as a baby phoenix emerged from the rubble, blinking its tiny eyes to adjust to the light. A new symbol was wafting off of the tiny thing, one that Eva had never seen before, a perfect circle inscribed with a vertical line. She frowned. She didn't recognize it from the language of magic or any other spell she'd ever seen. Time, Harry said, answering the unspoken question. a mysterious property we wizards have only begun to grasp. For the phoenix, it is second nature, a never-ending cycle of death and rebirth. And yet the nature of the thing itself is unchanged, bounded by time, which is woven into its very being. How do you know the symbol represents time, sir? Asked Eva. Harry responded by drawing his wand. Tempest, he said. Above the desk, the current time was displayed in midair. With her sight still active, Eva could see the same circular symbol floating among the shimmering digits. She had never thought to study that spell during her experiments, but it made perfect sense to her now. So the phoenix doesn't actually die, Eva said slowly, trying to wrap her head around this development. Instead, time prevents it from death, and the rebirth can begin immediately. That is the question I have been trying to answer, Harry acknowledged. He scooped up the baby bird from his desk and gently placed it at the bottom of its cage. Some form of death certainly seems to occur, given the appearance of the star symbol. My suspicion is that rather than prevent death, time instead accelerates it. Rather than allow the organic material of the phoenix to re-enter the natural world and seek life in some new form elsewhere, it maintains its original form. That makes sense, Eva nodded slowly. What you must understand, said Harry, returning to his seat behind the desk, is that I am not actually studying phoenixes. Archimedes here was useful in helping me grasp the concept of time, but it did not address the problem I was actually attempting to solve. Which is what, sir? Eva asked, trying not to sound too eager. Harry continued playing with the ring on his finger, deep in thought. What do you know of the Deathly Hallows, Evangeline? He asked. Eva's eyebrows shot up. The Hallows, she repeated. Only schoolyard fairy tales, sir. They were 3 mythical objects said to be created by death. A powerful wand, a resurrection stone, and an infallible invisibility cloak. Do you recall the symbol of the Hallows? Harry asked. I don't, sir. Eva frowned. Harry once more brandished his wand and waved it in the air. The stone, he said, drawing a circle in bright light above their heads. The wand, he drew a straight vertical line within the circle. And the cloak, he traced a triangle around the circle. Now, I always thought a triangle was an odd way to represent a cloak. But can you see what else this symbol might represent? Eva studied the odd symbol for a moment. Then she gasped. The inscribed circle. The triangle. She knew exactly what it represented now. Time, Miss Pruitt, Harry smiled, waving his wand to rotate the symbol so the triangle was upside down. Time and prevention. 2 symbols joined into one. He separated the symbol into its 2 halves, side by side, to demonstrate the 2 effects. The circle and line representing time, as seen in the phoenix, and the triangle, representing the inverse. So you think the Hallows can stop time? Eva asked. You tell me, Harry asked. Use the sight. And he removed the black ring from his finger, placing it on the desk directly in front of her. Eva picked it up, using the sight to examine it. To her astonishment, the symbol of the Deathly Hallows was wafting off of the stone inset within the ring, swirling all around it. And when she looked closer, the symbol was actually inscribed into the stone itself, making it visible even without the sight. This is a hallow? Eva asked breathlessly. This is the resurrection stone? Harry responded by placing his wand on the desk between them. He then shrugged out of the silvery cloak draped over his shoulders and folded it neatly beside the wand, inviting Eva to look more closely. Both the wand and the cloak, too, were surrounded by the swirling symbol of the Hallows. Her stomach lurched. They really exist, she whispered reverently. Do you know what they say about the Hallows when they are united, Miss Pruitt? Asked Harry, taking the 3 objects back from her. What it does to the holder? Master of death, she breathed, heart pounding excitedly in her chest. Yes, an unfortunate misnomer, I'm afraid, Harry smiled sadly. You see, as much as I would love to be immortal, holding these 3 objects does not prevent me from dying. You could strike me down with a killing curse, and I would fall like any mortal man. But it appears to grant mastery of something else, something we understand even less than death itself. Time, Eva realized. How old do you think I am, Miss Pruitt? Harry asked. If you had to venture a guess. 35, she said confidently. She knew precisely the day he'd been born in 1980. But now that she said it, she realized what an odd answer it was. Half of her professors were of the same age, and they were starting to display signs of their aging. Receding hairlines, wrinkled brows, graying hair color. But Harry appeared as youthful and fair-skinned as many of the teenagers who roamed these halls. His hair was still pitch black and vibrant, his green eyes unmarred by wrinkles. "I was 23 years old when I defeated Voldemort," said Harry, "and I won this from him, uniting the Hallows." He twirled the Elder Wand in his fingers contemplatively. "Ever since then, I don't believe I have aged a day. Something about possessing these objects has allowed me to retain my 23-year-old body, even as my peers continue to age." Why do you suppose that is? Eva considered the effects that the triangle and time symbols put together might have. "Perhaps the Hallows prevent time from acting upon your body," she suggested. "So the natural aging process cannot occur." "I believe that is correct," said Harry. "Watch closely now." Harry pointed his wand at Archimedes' cage and closed his eyes to channel a spell. Eva watched with the sight as the time symbol materialized around his wand, then shot across the room towards the phoenix. To her astonishment, the baby bird began to rapidly grow, filling the cage rapidly as Archimedes progressed into adult form, furiously squawking his discontent. The phoenix's feathers turned a bright red, then gradually back to the burnt copper Eva had seen earlier. Then, with a mighty burst of flames, Archimedes burnt to ash, and he was back to baby form, cooing softly from the bottom of the cage once more. "Time marches on in a single direction," Harry explained. "It can be slowed, and it can be accelerated, but it cannot be reversed." Archimedes here is repulsed by the Hallows, as though they represent something unnatural to him. To stop or even slow time is against the nature of a phoenix, for whom death is a part of life. "Is that the problem you're trying to solve?" Eva asked. "How to be reborn after death?" Harry chuckled. "No, but good guess," he said. "Unlike Lord Voldemort, I do not crave immortality. When the moment comes, I will remove these objects and accept the unstoppable march of time. But there is something I must do before I allow my body to begin the degeneration process. Something I have yet to understand, but is necessary to save this failing planet we live upon." "And what is that?" asked Eva. "That, I'm afraid, is a topic for another day," Harry grinned cryptically. "But I would like for you to think about what we've discussed today and see what you can learn about the mysteries of time. I would hate for that draft of yours to go to waste." Eva still wasn't entirely sure if Harry disapproved of her illegal brewing activities. But as long as he said nothing explicitly against it, she wouldn't say anything confirming or denying his claims. Ask forgiveness, not permission, as they say, Eva thought. Something else was weighing on her mind, however. "Yes, sir?" she asked tentatively. "Would it be possible to use that stone of yours? So I can speak to my parents one last time?" Her voice caught in her throat at these words, choked by emotion as she realized the immense power of that black stone before her and what it could mean to use it. Harry surveyed Eva carefully, a pained expression visible on his brow. "I'm afraid not, Miss Thomas," he said softly. "You must realize that the spirits produced by the stone have only one purpose: to draw you closer to your own death. No matter who you summon, they will always seek to drive you over the edge to suicide, to drag you to the afterlife alongside them. Such is the tragedy of Cadmus Peveril, and I would hate to see you make the same mistake." Eva figured as much. Her heart sank a little as the prospect of seeing her mum and dad faded, but she knew it was for the best. "Thank you, sir," she said, bowing politely and standing. "I will see what I can learn about time in my own research." "One last thing before you go, Eva," said Harry. "A riddle. What happens when an unblockable spell meets an unbreakable rune?" I'm not sure, Professor," Eva said, frowning at the odd turn of phrase, tilting her head in search of an answer. "Only time will tell," Harry smiled cryptically. "Good night, Miss Thomas." Eva exited the office, mind racing. She had no idea what to make of this riddle, or what Harry hoped to achieve in his study of time. All she knew was that she had a decent idea of what her ancient rune self-study project would be about. Schism, May 12th, 2003. Hermione. The journey back to the Enclave was the easy part. Once Harry flew them beyond the wards of Azkaban, it was a simple matter of activating the portkeys Hermione had prepared to return them home. The real trouble began once they were safely inside. One moment, Hermione was swaying on the spot, recovering from the disorientation of portkey travel as the London enclave resolved itself around her. The next, she was diving out of the way as a red-headed blur launched itself past her. "You son of a bitch!" There was a loud crack as George Weasley was sent flying across the room and into a nearby wall. Harry stood in a defensive stance, wand drawn, eyes narrowed towards his would-be attacker. George instantly got to his feet and tried to charge Harry again. But this time he was restrained by Fred, Neville, and Crumb all at once. "You killed him!" George roared, trying desperately to claw past his captors and pummel Harry without his wand. "You killed my brother." "It was him or us," Harry said coolly. "He was prepared to turn us into the Dark Lord." "You didn't have to kill him," George shouted hoarsely. "You didn't have to kill any of them." "He grabbed Hermione," Harry growled. "I wasn't taking any chances." Hermione wasn't sure she saw things that way. Ron hadn't exactly grabbed her, so much as he put himself between her and Harry. Foolish? Perhaps. Malicious? Certainly not. "You wanted revenge, just admit it," George accused Harry, pointing a threatening finger at him. "For giving you and Crumb up under duress." "And he would have done it again in a heartbeat," Harry said. His voice had yet to rise above speaking level. "It wasn't personal, George. He chose his side and had to live with the consequences." "Die with them, more like," said George. "He was just doing his job, you prat." "And I was doing mine," Harry shrugged. "This is war, Weasley. You don't win by showing your enemies mercy." "Mate, now's not the time," Fred said soothingly into his twin's ear. But George was still agitated. He had ceased trying to launch himself at Harry, but he was now pacing frantically, running a shaking hand through his hair, deeply distraught. "And you?" George demanded, rounding on his little sister. "Harry just murdered your brother. What do you have to say about it?" Ginny's face was set, weathered by years of hardship, but Hermione could see the barely concealed emotion simmering under the surface. "I loved Ron," she said shakily, "but he chose the wrong side. We couldn't protect him any longer, Georgie. Harry's right, was him or us." George looked utterly lost. He threw a pleading look towards Hermione, eyes burning with pain and abandonment, like a wounded puppy dog. She tried to convey her sympathy silently, but didn't dare say a word. The nervous energy in the air was palpable, and it felt as though a deadly duel could erupt at any moment. A rustling from the next room interrupted the charged environment. "Baby," called out Marianne, the young Muggle mother George had introduced Hermione to last week. "I heard you shouting, is everything okay?" At the sight of her, George broke down. She rushed to take him in her arms as he doubled over, racked by painful sobs. Everyone awkwardly averted their eyes as Marianne did her best to soothe him, stroking his head and gently guiding him into the next room. The sounds of George's grief gradually faded into the distance, until the door shut and plunged the main room back into awkward silence. "Anyone else got a problem with how we survived?" Harry demanded, turning to all the others. "Blimey, Harry," said Neville, sounding tired. "Can we not do this now?" Hermione decided to jump on the opportunity to break the tension. "Hagrid, Victor, why don't I show you around?" she said loudly. "And if anyone is injured, I can try to mend your wounds after I get supper going." And she gestured for Crumb and Hagrid, who looked lost and fearful of the situation they'd landed themselves in, to follow her into the kitchen. They gratefully followed her. Both men were in surprisingly good health, considering the circumstances. Azkaban had kept them well fed, and the lack of Dementas meant that their minds were still perfectly intact. In fact, nobody had been injured at all during the assault, aside from a few scratches and bruises that were easily patched up. By all metrics, it had been a successful mission, and yet morale was extremely low. Ron's death had definitely put a damper on the mood, especially among the three Weasleys who were all coping poorly with the loss. George was not seen for the rest of the day, sequestered away in a private room with Marianne attempting to console him. Fred looked lost without his twin by his side, resorting to restless pacing about the enclave that was putting everybody further on edge. And Ginny seemed to be looking for a fight, jumping on every perceived slight against her and snapping whenever anyone so much as glanced at her sideways. Harry alone seemed unperturbed by the outcome of the raid, which only made matters worse. He marched confidently around the enclave, in high spirits, openly questioning why everybody was acting so dour. "We all made it in and out unscathed," he said more than once. "And we added 2 to our numbers. Why are we pretending that's a bad thing?" Hermione wanted to scream at him, to show a little tact, to let the shock of the violent ministry confrontation fade from the forefront of everyone's minds. But Harry was full steam ahead. He could see the finish line and wanted to cross it as soon as possible. After the initial ruckus of their arrival, things were quiet around the enclave for the next few days. The wizarding papers could not keep the Azkaban assault quiet, not with so many deaths on the ministry side. It reported that domestic terrorists Harry Potter and Hermione Granger had damaged the prison and slaughtered innocent workers, but accomplished nothing further. Reading between the lines of the article, Hermione could tell that Voldemort was afraid. The tone of the article was harsh, strongly condemning the attacks and demanding order from the frightened populace. It was not business as usual in the wizarding world, and combined with the frustrated reporting of Muggle uprisings across the countryside, she could tell the end was near. George was dead set on leaving Britain with Marianne straight away, wanting nothing more to do with Harry. Hermione convinced him to stay long enough to coordinate the transportation of all the children out of the country, in case the upcoming attack went terribly wrong. Portkey travel out of Britain was being heavily monitored, so they would have to time it for the exact start of the attack, so the ministry would be too busy to look into it. In the meantime, all the children were moved to the twins' enclave for safekeeping, and Neville put in an anonymous tip about a couple abandoned enclaves to keep the Muggle-born registration office distracted for a week or two. Slowly, Hermione came to realize why it was so oddly quiet around the enclave. More than once she walked into a room only to hear voices hush, see heads turn to awkwardly stare at her. Was she the subject of these conversations? Or was she simply not welcome to hear them? Most of these moments involve Harry, who continued to view her with deep suspicion. Every time she walked into the main conference room, where strategy talks were often held, all plans and schematics had been removed, as though somebody didn't want her to see them. Was Harry planning not to include her in his plans? She tried to corner him to ask directly about this, but he seemed able to avoid this at every turn. It was like a chasm had opened up between them, and she was forced to watch his machinations from afar. With Harry refusing to talk strategy with her, Hermione resorted to work on an important side project she'd been neglecting. Ever since the Azkaban break-in, she'd been fascinated by the rune network protecting the prison. She had dismantled it with ease, and she wondered if it was possible to use her sight to make something even stronger. A network so powerful that it not only fulfilled the purpose it was created for, but resisted any attempts at tampering with it. The Azkaban network had a fatal flaw. Its protective runes were not protected by anything else, meaning that if they fell, the others would easily go right after. This was normally not a problem, since expert rune breakers often needed hours, if not days, to decode the network and locate the protective runes in the first place. But Hermione's sight allowed her to trace the magical signatures directly to the source without needing to even translate the symbols carved into the stones. So how to prevent anyone from replicating her methods? Hermione had to get creative, combining her runes knowledge with arithmancy to build the most robust magical network she could think of. 7 was the most powerful magical number, of course, so what if she used 7 protective runes in conjunction with one another, preventing the network from being disrupted, but also keeping the other protective runes safe? She immersed herself in her studies for the next few days, tuning out the rest of the enclave as she pored over old Hogwarts textbooks in search of answers. For the first time, she was painfully aware of the limitations of these texts. Not only were they designed to prepare students for standardized testing, they lacked the bigger picture, the why behind the theory. Her sight had granted her an intuition about magic that couldn't be taught in textbooks, and they couldn't explain why she saw the things that she did, why magic reacted to the runes so strongly. She felt like she was in uncharted waters, trying to steer a ship with no wheel, unsure she was about to run aground. She was finally interrupted in her studies one evening, as Harry caught her on the way back to her office from dinner. Sunday, he told her simply. We attacked the tower at dawn. Aha, Hermione said, folding her arms and waiting for more information. Harry provided none, simply looking at her expectantly, like he'd just laid everything out for her cleanly. And, and what? Said Harry. It's just like before. Follow my lead. I've got it all figured out. This is a bit different from Azkaban, Hermione protested. The entire war hinges on our success this time. I'm well aware. Thank you, Harry deadpanned. You think I haven't thought this through? It's what I've been preparing for all these years. It would be nice not to be in the dark, Hermione said pointedly. Most battles involve clear directions and objectives. And ours are clear, Harry said simply. Infiltrate the tower. Defeat you-know-who. What more do you want? Hermione sighed in frustration. If Harry wanted to be obstinate, she wasn't in the mood to bicker all night about it. I'll contact Beckett and set up a meeting for tomorrow, she said. It would be best if you joined us. You know I care very little about what the Muggles are planning, Harry said. This is my battle to fight. All the same, said Hermione. If Beckett plans to rain hellfire on the tower at specific times, shouldn't you factor that into your own calculations? I'd hate to see you fall to a common bullet or missile strike. Just tell him to steer clear then, Harry said dismissively. He can make little distractions for us if he wishes. Harry, the Muggles aren't going to be easy to control, Hermione protested. Even when we work alongside them, things go wrong. You saw what happened to Ginny when we called in reinforcements at the Leaky Cauldron. Fine, Harry snapped, clearly not in the mood for this conversation. I'll come, if only to make sure Beckett doesn't meddle in the fight with the Dark Lord. Naturally, Hermione said dryly. Wouldn't want anyone to steal your glory. Harry rolled his eyes at her and walked away, retreating into his private quarters for the night. Hermione watched him go with trepidation, wondering why exactly he was being so cagey with her. He was behaving erratically and impulsively, not what she wanted to see in the man planning the final confrontation of a global war. He was not the same Harry she'd last seen 5 years prior. Something had shifted within him, changed him on a fundamental level. Whether for better or for worse, she couldn't tell yet. The next morning after breakfast, she and Harry apparat to the underground bunker that Beckett had made his home in recent months. The general looked worn down, like he hadn't slept properly in weeks. The arrival of the witch and wizard into his camp did little to improve his mood, and he merely beckoned them into his private tent. Hermione and Harry followed, taking up spots on either side of a large conference table. A map of Britain was laid out there, with numerous red X's peppering the landscape, presumably marking the site of various attacks over the past few weeks. I hope you two come with good news, Beckett said tiredly, settling into a wooden armchair with a dull thud. Never heard from your lot after the last attack. We're ending the war this weekend, Hermione said, getting straight to the point as she knew Beckett appreciated. Sunday at dawn. We attack the tower and kill the Dark Lord. Beckett perked up at this news, standing to examine the table. He shifted maps around until an overview of London cropped up to the surface, a large black dot representing the Black Tower. So this is really it then, he asked. No more side missions, no more distractions? I can actually give my men a proper objective. Yeah, you can, Harry piped in. You can order them to stay the hell away while we do our business. Most of the fighting will occur in the top half of the tower, Hermione supplied helpfully. Your technology won't be able to get through the Dementor layer anyway. You can focus your attacks on the lower half. Beckett pondered this. We've had air support on standby for months now, with no opportunity to use them, he grumbled. You mean to say they will be useless? Not unless they can operate close to the ground, said Hermione. Individual foot soldiers will give the defenders a more difficult time. They will also be easier to pick off one by one, Beckett sighed. Your lot has gotten better at fighting ours lately. They aren't as easily to overwhelm dash. Let's make one thing clear, Harry said menacingly. They're not our lot. They are the enemy, whether magical or otherwise. Be that as it may, Beckett grunted. I've lost too many men on these wild goose chases you've sent us on. And don't forget the acts of retribution during the long stretches where we don't hear from you. My camps are being raided and slaughtered damn near every night. We're close to the end now, Hermione reassured him. The tower is all that's left now. One final assault, all we can throw at them, and we can end this war. That's what I like to hear, Beckett nodded. I hope you might say that because I've already called in the big guns. Sorry, said Hermione, confused. Beckett signaled to one of his aides, prompting him to disappear from the tent. Moments later, the aide returned, closely followed by a new face, or rather, a familiar old one. No, Harry said adamantly at once. No way. Not happening. Harry, my old friend, why the resistance? Beamed Senator George Rodriguez, arms outstretched in a peace offering. We could do great things together, you and I. You mean I could have been your puppet for the last 5 years instead of saving the world, Harry snarled. I would never presume you to be a puppet of mine, said Rodriguez. I want an equal partner, and I can imagine no one better than yourself. You? My equal. Harry guffawed. I want nothing to do with this man. Do whatever you want. I don't need you to defeat the Dark Lord. And without another word, he stalked out of the tent, leaving Hermione alone with Rodriguez and Beckett. A faint crack signaled his disapprobation back to the Enclave, clearly uninterested in whatever the American had to say. And what about you, Miss Granger? Rodriguez said without missing a beat. Have you reconsidered my offer from all those years ago? Me, said Hermione, frowning. I've been supporting Harry through the whole war. That's not what my British sources have told me, Rodriguez smirked. You've been here on the front lines for years while Potter sightsees around the world. He's been training to fight the Dark Lord. Hermione protested. We always planned it this way. He would get stronger while I made sure things were ready for him to return dash. I'm sure it started out that way, Rodriguez agreed. Back when the Order of the Phoenix was still active and your memory of Potter was fresh. But as the years passed, surely you must have had doubts? Surely you had to make tough decisions of your own without Potter's guidance? Of course, Hermione said hotly. But I never lost hope that he would return. All of this was for him. And when he did return, Rodriguez went on, you two saw eye to eye on everything, correct? Never had a disagreement about the best path forward? Hermione considered this. I'm not a yes man, she said slowly. Harry values my input, even when we differ in opinion. Does he? Rodriguez smiled. Yes. And you're certain that he will be the best leader once the war is over? Yes. Rodriguez smiled knowingly at her hesitant answer. Loyalty is an admirable trait, Miss Granger, he said. But I don't fully believe you. I believe you have your own ideas of how the world ought to operate, how to create a better society for your children. Hermione narrowed her eyes at Rodriguez. Harry has always championed the rights of Muggleborns, she said coolly. I trust him to do the right thing. Like he did the right thing at Azkaban? Rodriguez countered. He murdered dozens of people in cold blood. In self-defense, Hermione protested. You weren't there. You didn't see. If you say so, Rodriguez shrugged. All I'm suggesting is that you don't have to blindly follow along behind every decision Potter makes. Once the Dark Lord falls, Britain will be in a very precarious position. Dismantling the power structure so suddenly will cause dramatic upheaval, and it will take a delicate hand to guide the country out of danger. And you don't think Harry can be delicate, Hermione frowned. That's putting it mildly, Rodriguez chuckled. So what? You want me to go against Harry after the war? Hermione asked. Stab him in the back as repayment for saving the world? I want you to provide the people a choice, Rodriguez corrected. Harry is an excellent wartime general. He knows how to make tough decisions and sacrifices for ultimate victory. But that's not what the world needs in a peacetime leader. Perhaps you are the other side of the coin. The Muggle-born heroine who championed the powerless right under the Dark Lord's nose. Once your story becomes public, I imagine you'll be quite popular in your own right. You presume so much, Senator, Hermione said. You seem so certain that we will succeed in our mission and survive the battle with the Dark Lord. And I have contingencies in place for such an outcome, Rodriguez winked. I like to have all my bases covered, Miss Granger. But I think you are the best outcome. You're the leader we need to undo all the damage the Dark Lord has done. Hermione contemplated this. She almost felt guilty having this discussion without Harry present. But it was his impulsiveness, his stubbornness that prevented him from being here in this tent in the first place. She was doing nothing wrong. It was worth considering. All of Harry's focus was, understandably, on the upcoming battle with Voldemort, But there were many more things to think about beyond the battle. What if they destroyed the Dark Lord only for someone far worse to rise up and seize power next? What do you make of all this, General? Hermione asked Beckett, who had stood silently listening throughout the exchange. What's the best outcome for your people? Beckett massaged his temple in frustration. I worry that my men won't accept any outcome with wizards at the top of the food chain, he sighed. They were far happier not knowing that any of this magic shite existed. Well, that cat's out of the bag, I'm afraid, Rodriguez grinned. But wouldn't you rather have a future where your people got to share in the benefits of the magical world? What do you mean, your people? Beckett asked, suspicious. Non-magicals, Rodriguez went on, nonplussed. Wouldn't you like access to the same quality of life that witches and wizards enjoy? Potions to cure any disease? Household appliances to perform any task automatically? Instant communication devices? We're already getting close to those things on our own. Thank you very much, Beckett retorted. It would be an unkindness to tempt everyday people with the scraps of a power they'll never have access to. You lot will never understand how disheartening that is. We're both Muggle-borns, Hermione said softly, indicating herself and Rodriguez. We know what it's like to grow up without it, and we want nothing more than to share what we have with other people. And you believe you can do that without making folks resentful? Beckett laughed. Seems overly optimistic to me. People fear what they do not understand, and no matter how hard you try to convince them you're on their side, they will distrust you. Hate you even. Not if leaders like yourself help us to convince them, Rodriguez pointed out. So you wanted to be a turncoat? Said Beckett. Not going to happen. You say you value loyalty, Senator, and my loyalty is to my own kind. Thank you very much. What if you had a magical family member? Asked Hermione softly. Would you feel the same way? My wife and daughter are perfectly normal. Thank you very much. Beckett said hotly. I don't know what voodoo your parents did to make you the way you are, but I raised my family the right way. That's not how it works, Hermione began to protest, but Rodriguez held up a hand to quiet her. This is irrelevant, he said firmly. What matters is that we all agree the non-magical community deserves fairer treatment under the next regime, yes? As long as that is the case, we can work together to ensure that outcome. Beckett grumbled in tepid agreement to this sentiment. It was obvious that he trusted none of them any more than the next, and Hermione couldn't entirely blame him. No matter what happened in this war, Muggles would still be forced to watch from the outside as wizards reaped the rewards of their powers. Why should he trust the words of a slimy politician and a 20-something which to provide a better future for his own kind? Hermione listened for a bit as Rodriguez and Beckett discussed tactics for the upcoming assault. Rodriguez had somehow managed to smuggle several thousand American troops into Britain, along with plenty of heavy weaponry, and planned to make good use of them in the battle. Hermione's hair raised at the thought of the full might of the U.S. military joining the war, and suspected that Harry was severely underestimating the impact they could have. Once the plans had been finalized, Hermione returned home to the Enclave to begin her own final preparations. Her rune project was coming along nicely, and she hoped to have it complete and installed before the battle began, just in case. She paced back and forth around her office, every surface covered with the tiny engraved stones, checking and triple-checking her own work to ensure the network would function as intended. What's all this about? Came a voice from the doorway. Harry entered the room, glancing around at the mess of runes littering the place all around him. On second thought, I don't want to know. Probably beyond my comprehension anyway. Plans all set, then? Hermione asked, standing to meet him. Got a good idea of how you're going to take on you-know-who? It's a secret, Harry said with a coy smile. But Hermione could tell it was forced humor. His eyes told the true tale, staring her down with the same look of mild suspicion he'd worn ever since Luna's incident the month prior. It's been a while since we've kept secrets from each other, Hermione said. She ran her hand down Harry's cheek, stroking the side of his face softly. He relaxed slightly under her touch, his green eyes softening as he stared longingly into hers. It was the opening she was looking for. Legilimens, she thought, activating her sight and peering into Harry's mind. She was not looking for memories, but for magical signatures in his brain, and what she saw shocked her. violent, dark symbols imprinted upon his mind, so thick that they overlapped one another in a wild maelstrom of dangerous energy. Whatever he had done to his mind was permanent, and there was no way it didn't affect his thought processes, didn't prevent him from seeing things clearly. Hermione suddenly felt a great burst of magic as she was forced backwards, physically and mentally, out of Harry's mind. She toppled backwards to the floor, and Harry glared angrily down at her, eyes practically glowing with rage. "You dare?" he demanded. "You lull me into submission, then penetrate my mind without asking?" "Harry!" Hermione pleaded with him, struggling back to her feet. "You're not thinking straight. Your mind, it's drowning in dark magic. It can't be healthy for you, Dash. You don't know the half of what I've been through in the past 5 years." Harry yelled, "What I've had to do to prepare for this fight. It's a burden I must carry alone." "No, it isn't," Hermione insisted. "There are so many people who are trying to help you, but you won't let them. I'm doing it for them." Harry bellowed. "I didn't put myself through hell for 5 years, just for laughs." "Blimey. Hermione, I thought you of all people understood that." "Of course I do," Hermione said firmly, not backing down from Harry's aggressive stance. "Do not yell at me." Harry continued to glare at her, but he made no move against her. "You're plotting something," he finally said. It was not a question, but a statement of fact. "With Rodriguez. You've been talking to him behind my back. Only because you refused to meet with him," Hermione fired back. "You're welcome to join the grown-ups next time, instead of storming out like a petulant child." "I'm the child," Harry laughed. "You don't know what it's like to be hurt by somebody, Hermione. To be betrayed. Maybe if you did, you wouldn't be so quick to trust people like him." "Is that why you're holding secret meetings without me?" Hermione challenged. "You don't trust me, anyone?" "I never said that," Harry grumbled, but he could see from the flash in his eyes that she was on the right track. "It's that stupid prophecy, isn't it?" Hermione asked. "You know those are always intentionally vague and open-ended for a reason, right?" "It seemed pretty clear to me," Harry retorted. "We don't even know if Luna is a real seer." "I witnessed Trelawney give one to me in person," said Harry. "Trust me, I know a prophecy when I see one." "So, what, you think I'm plotting to stab you in the back?" Hermione demanded. "Make a play for the Elder Wand. Once you know who is out of the way, he will be doomed to lose his power to the one he loves," Harry recited. "A fractured world will be united by the destructive actions of another. That obviously means you and Rodriguez." "Oh, so you love me, do you?" Hermione said tauntingly. "You sure it couldn't mean Ginny? She seems eager to hop under the covers with you. Maybe she'll succeed in spiking your drink with Amor Tincture one of these days." "Don't be cruel," Harry snapped at her. "You know how I feel about you. I can love you and not trust you at the same time." "You certainly have an odd way of showing it," Hermione muttered. "Well, you're free to keep sulking and believing in crystal balls. I'm going to focus on helping you win this war. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some errands to run." Hermione waved her wand, causing all of the runes and schematics scattered across the room to lift into the air and zoom into a small, enchanted handbag. Once the last of them had disappeared within, Hermione clasped the bag shut and slung it over her shoulder, turning to exit the office. "Where are you going with those, anyway?" Harry demanded. "I thought you didn't want to know?" Hermione huffed. "Humor me," said Harry, though there wasn't a bit of humor in his tone. "It's a secret," Hermione winked, throwing his own words back at him. And she disapparated on the spot, leaving a highly suspicious looking Harry behind. Nosebleeds. November 4th, 2015. Evangeline. Runic networks are among the most powerful defenses known to wizardkind. If created properly using arithmancy properties, they can withstand even the most ardent of magical attacks. Azkaban Prison is one such institution utilizing runes for defense purposes, preventing basic spell work from breaching the walls of the prison unless a skilled team of curse breakers works to decode and decommission the network. Runes have their limitations and weaknesses, however. They are static by nature, confined to a single location via the stones the symbols are carved into. They are single-minded and can only serve one purpose at a time. As such, every network has a weakness, a choke point that can be identified and disrupted to deactivate all the others. The stronger the network, the more difficult the choke points are to find. It is possible to use the draft of omniscience in conjunction with runic knowledge to locate choke points more quickly via magical signatures and connections. However, such a use of the site can be extremely draining on the user's magical core, particularly if it is a complex runic network being assessed. It is therefore not recommended to use the site for longer than 2 or 3 minutes to analyze runic patterns without supervision. And it is recommended to keep invigoration drafts on hand to restore magical function if use of the site is necessary. Eva frowned, staring down at the short passage in the language of magic. Its applications to ancient runes were apparently limited, as only a brief handful of paragraphs in the book even referred to the field of study. But surely it ought to be highly relevant, considering what had happened in Eva's very first runes lesson last year. Using the site in combination with runic carvings led to extremely powerful results. And yet, Granger's musings on the subject were incredibly vague and didactic, telling her little that she couldn't learn from a third-year textbook. But it was the final paragraph that was giving Eva pause. Why did Granger seem so insistent on the draining properties of using the site? Eva had never suffered any adverse effects from prolonged usage and never felt the need to have invigoration drafts on hand. In fact, she'd never consumed the potion in her life. Her students often indulged in them during periods of stressful study or heavy magic usage, particularly around OWL time last year. She'd never felt the need, even after long hours of continued magical output with the site or otherwise. What made her special? Why did magical exhaustion never seem to affect her? Roxanne wasn't much help on this front, and in fact, she served only to complicate matters even further during their experimental sessions in the room of requirement. "I don't understand why I have to keep drinking this stuff," she complained one afternoon as she took another swig of the draft of omniscience under Eva's watchful eye. "How come you're able to use the site whenever you want, but I only get a couple hours worth after I drink?" That was yet another mystery of the site that Eva could not explain. She hadn't consumed a single drop of the draft of omniscience since the brewing was first completed half a year ago, and yet she'd been able to activate her site ever since, whenever she wished. And while Roxanne complained of headaches, nosebleeds, and magical exhaustion after just a minute or two of using the site, Eva could keep hers going almost indefinitely, experiencing no adverse effects to her physical or magical stamina. What could this mean? Furthermore, the more Eva thought about it, drinking the draft of omniscience had not been her first experience with viewing the odd symbols comprising the magic all around her. She'd successfully countered Calvin Hopkins' incendio spell in her first legilimency lesson by recognizing the fire symbol from Granger's book. How had she managed that if she hadn't yet imbibed the potion that supposedly allowed her to use the site? Her last conversation with Headmaster Potter was also troubling her. She'd done a bit of research into the Deathly Hallows since then and encountered the triangular symbol that represented them. It seemed to have appeared at various points throughout history, first in connection with the Peverills, then as a family crest for the Gaunt family, and finally as a hate symbol used by the Dark Lord Grindelwald and his followers. Centuries upon centuries of the mark, ever unchanging, its meaning occasionally lost to time, but its form unyielding. Surely the Peverills had experimented with the draft of omniscience, had they not? It could not be a coincidence that the symbol used to represent the Hallows also reflected the magical currents they emanated. She doubted the fairy tale version of the tale of the three brothers was accurate. More than likely, they had tapped into these magical currents in their efforts to create these objects. How had they managed to stop time itself? What twisted magic had they performed to alter such a fundamental property of life, such that a being like Archimedes would be so utterly repulsed by the Hallows? And what were these currents in the first place? Eva hadn't the faintest idea of how to even begin researching the phenomenon when no such literature about them existed. The closest thing she had was Granger's own book, published 8 years prior. And now that Eva had begun to experiment herself, she was woefully aware of how much information was withheld. Did Granger know more than she was letting on in the language of magic? Or had even she herself not explored the full potential of the site? The closest thing Eva found in relation to the phenomenon was in her research of ley lines. They were theoretical sites of high magical concentration, of which several were rumored to exist around the world. None had ever been witnessed or documented personally, but there were 4 theorized to exist in Europe. 1 in Greece, 1 in the Swiss Alps, 1 in the Balkans, and 1 on the British Isles. How would one even go about finding one, let alone sensing its presence? Should Eva attempt to locate one herself using the site? The writings on ley lines were so vague, and the prospect of finding one so daunting, that Eva quickly dismissed the idea, as intriguing as it was. There was so much to chew on, so many mysteries to unravel, that Eva couldn't hope to tackle everything. She would focus on her project for Professor Babbling and hopefully find answers as she went along. She knew she wanted to experiment with time somehow, but how could she apply that to ancient runes? What would even happen if she carved the time symbol into a runestone? That would be her first area of study when she found the time to begin experimenting. For now, many other things consumed her time, not least of which was the NEWT level course load in all her classes. Even though it was not an exam year, Eva's professors seemed keen on taking up every bit of her free time with homework assignments and research projects. Only Babbling took pity on her, exempting her from most of the busy work her classmates were subjected to. That alone wasn't enough to lighten Eva's load significantly, and she felt like every waking moment since the start of term was spent eating, attending class, and studying, with little time for anything else. Eva also had to make time for Quidditch amidst all of this. She attended tryouts on a sunny Saturday afternoon, which were conducted by Roxanne, the newly appointed captain of the Gryffindor squad. "All right, listen up," she announced once the gathered hopefuls had arrived on the pitch. "We have multiple returning players this year, so if you're here to try out for keeper, beater, or seeker, tough luck. We have 2 openings at chaser, though, so if you want to join the team, that's your best bet." A few younger students deflated at this news. Eva looked around at the other returnees. Chris would remain at his post defending the goals, while Roxanne and Mark Bolger would man the beater bats. Only Janelle McMillan remained from last year's chaser squad, with Darby and Young having graduated. Eva also spotted Bruce Davis among the hopefuls in the crowd, the now 4th year, who had been moved to reserve last year to make room for Eva. He looked grimly determined to prove himself more capable this year, and he certainly did so. He was among the first batch to try out, demonstrating that he'd gotten much better over the past year. He seemed to have had a growth spurt over the summer, and his physical command of his broom was far better. His passes were accurate and his shots powerful. He was one of the few to get multiple goals passed with during the shootout trials. Eva had no doubt that he would secure one of the 2 chaser spots. The second spot looked far more up in the air, however. A couple candidates stood out to Eva from the dozen or so who tried out for the position. One was a 3rd-year Muggle-born student by the name of Tamika Jensen, who showed surprising natural talent for the sport despite her lack of experience. She lacked raw power and speed, but was incredibly crafty on a broom, able to spin out of trouble and make the correct pass when necessary. A 2nd-year boy also impressed with his tryout. Owen Clearwater, Candace's little brother, who was still undersized but clearly had practice on a broom. Eva wasn't sure if he could keep up with the older kids in a live match, but he was clearly destined to make the team as soon as his body caught up with his apparent affinity with the sport. Once the last students had completed their tryout, Roxanne quickly appointed Bruce Davis to the team before deliberating on the last slot. "I have it narrowed down to 2 students," she announced to the nervous hopefuls. "I want to see how they fare in a scrimmage situation. Jensen, you pair up with Davis. Weasley, you and McMillan." Eva's eyebrows shot up as Victoire Weasley excitedly mounted her broom alongside Tamika Jensen for their final test. Her tryout had been subpar. She was not a natural talent on a broom, and her passing and shooting had been average at best. She had managed 2 shots past Chris, though Eva suspected he had let them in to appease his temperamental girlfriend and head off a future argument. Owen Clearwater looked deflated as he left the pitch along with the other rejects. Eva watched him go sadly, wishing she could have seen him perform in a pressure scenario. But it was Roxanne's call, and she must have seen something in Victoire that she hadn't. The team split into 2 squads of 4, with Eva guarding the opposite goalpost while Roxanne and Bolger faced off on the bats. Eva couldn't help but feel that Roxanne had created rather lopsided teams. She was not much of a match for McMillan's aggressive play, while Davis was far from the ideal partner for young Jensen, as the two underclassmen struggled to get any kind of offense going against the much larger and more experienced opposing chasers. Eva was also shocked by the raw aggression Roxanne showed at her beater duties. She was swinging the bat harder than Eva had ever seen, forcing poor Tamika Jensen to drop the quaffle to defend herself multiple times. Victoire scored a couple quick goals on Eva after the opposing chasers failed to put up a solid defense. The scrimmage came to an abrupt end when a furious bludger from Roxanne's bat connected with Tamika's face, causing her to retreat from the pitch in tears, blood pouring from the poor girl's broken nose. "Congrats, Weasley, you're on the squad," Roxanne informed an excited Victoire once Jensen had scurried off for the hospital wing. "Practices will be held Tuesdays and Thursdays in the afternoon." Eva was quick to congratulate her very first Hogwarts friend for making the team, but something didn't sit right with her about the tryouts. She waited until Victoire and Chris had retreated to the castle to celebrate in private, before confronting Roxanne on the way to dinner. "What was that about?" she demanded. "Sorry," Roxanne said innocently. "You saw what happened. Weasley scored 2 goals, and Jensen scored none. She was obviously outmatched." Eva laughed. "And you looked like you were trying to murder the poor girl. If she couldn't handle being targeted by one beater, she wouldn't last in a regulation match." Roxanne shrugged indifferently. "Maybe I did her a favor." Eva didn't see things that way. Did Roxanne have something against the girl? Or was she simply playing favorites towards Victoire, whom Roxanne had grown closer to thanks to the redhead's proximity to Eva? Did Roxanne believe that she was doing this to make Eva happy by putting her friend on the team? She didn't want to rush to conclusions or make any accusations that could set Roxanne off. She seemed more stressed than usual lately, under the strain of an EWT preparation and an increased course load. So Eva didn't press the issue then and there. Eva also had her own studies to worry about, leaving her with precious little time to spend with her girlfriend. She badly wanted to drop potions, the one subject she could not use her sight to cut corners in and that she doubted she would utilize in her future career. But she was rewarded for her perseverance with an invite to Slughorn's first Slug Club party of the new term. She invited Roxanne, naturally, but to her surprise, she had declined, citing a desire to get some overdue homework done. Eva doubted this was actually the case. More than likely, Roxanne didn't care for the kinds of people who attended the Slug Club parties, and Eva couldn't rightly blame her. So she attended the party stag, arriving as a third wheel to Chris and Victoire's couple. "Ah, Miss Pruitt," Slughorn greeted her cordially. "I hear you've been accepted into spell theory this term. Congratulations are in order. And I hear Professor Babbling has you doing self-study as well?" "Yes, sir," Eva said, grinning politely. "I'm just flattered to be considered." "Oh, always with the modesty," Slughorn chuckled loudly. "We both know you're brilliant beyond your years. Why hide it? This is no place for such meek reservation. Were your accomplishments loud and proud? I want to hear you boasting of them to your peers tonight." "Will do, Professor," she nodded, though that was the last thing she wished to do. Talking herself up was not something that came naturally to her. But her fellow students didn't seem to share this sentiment. The Slug Club was full of talented individuals who were quick to espouse their own academic achievements and lofty aspirations. She settled for roaming the room, indulging in conversation after conversation with students eager to share their life story and boast about where they planned to be after graduation. She was of half a mind to sneak out early. "Hey, Evangeline," a friendly voice called from across the room. Eva turned, heart sinking as she saw Calvin Hopkins waving her over. He was surrounded by a group of similarly posh purebloods, mostly Slytherin, but with other houses sprinkled in. Eva warily made her way towards them. "Hello, Calvin," she said neutrally. "So tell me," said Calvin loudly, so that all around him could hear. "What's going on between you and Roxanne Morrison?" A shiver ran down Eva's spine at this question, noting the curious looks upon her from the gathered students. She hadn't experienced any kind of discrimination for seeing a girl thus far, but would have been foolish to never expect it. "We're dating," she said simply, trying not to assume the worst. "Going well then, is it?" Calvin pressed, a disarming smile on his face that didn't fool her for a second. "Great," Eva said shortly. "So if you're waiting around to play Rebound, don't hold your breath." A few snickers followed this statement, But Calvin appeared nonplussed. Apologies if I was giving off that impression, he continued. I only wondered what it's like dating a nosebleed. And what? Asked Eva, frowning at the odd moniker. A nosebleed, Calvin repeated. You know, someone who turns their nose up at their own blood. Eva's eyes narrowed at this odd remark. And whose blood is she turning her nose up at, exactly? She demanded. Well, her Muggle parents, of course, said Calvin. There's two types of Muggleborns, you see. Those who defend their heritage and those who turn their backs on it. Morrison's the second type. Congratulations, Calvin, Eva said coldly. You found a clever way to discriminate against mudbloods without even having to use the slur. Hell, you've even invented your own. It's not like that, Calvin laughed, throwing up his hands in self-defense. No one's saying Morrison's blood is any less pure or whatever. She's a witch just as much as you or me. But she seems awfully keen on distancing herself from her roots, wouldn't you say? And why wouldn't she? Eva retorted. Dunno if you've noticed, Hopkins, but there's a war brewing outside this castle. The Muggles don't take too kindly to us at the moment. Exactly, said Calvin. And all the Muggleborns in this castle are going to be faced with a choice. Do they stick to their family back home? Or their wizarding family? That's incredibly ignorant, Calvin, Eva huffed. The Muggleborns don't want a war any more than you do. They want both of their families to be safe. I didn't say it was an easy choice, Calvin shrugged, but it will be a necessary one. There will be no neutral parties. It's us versus them, and they'll come after Morrison just as much as they will you or me. So what's the issue then? Eva demanded, taking a threatening step forward towards Calvin. What do you care if Roxanne doesn't like her parents? Isn't that good for you? That wasn't my question, Calvin smirked. I just wondered how it affected things between you. Given that you're a pureblood and all. Calvin had no way of knowing this was not the case, but Eva wasn't about to correct him. Instead, she drew her wand and pointed it threateningly under his chin. It's none of your goddamn business, she growled. There's more to our relationship than our blood status and who our parents are. If that's the only thing you care about in a partner, then piss off and find another ignorant witch to dote on. What's the meaning behind this? Slughorn boomed, hustling over to the scene. Many heads had turned to view the growing confrontation between Eva and Calvin. Miss Pruitt, may I kindly ask you to lower your wand against another student? Eva reluctantly did so, continuing to glare daggers at Calvin, who eyed her warily but made no indication that he felt threatened. It's my fault, Professor, he said coolly. Just a political discussion that got a bit heated, that's all. Slughorn hummed with displeasure at this news. Dark days lie ahead, Mr. Hopkins, he said cautiously. I would hope that everyone here recognizes that and doesn't attempt to divide us. We are all on the same side here. Couldn't agree more, Professor, said Eva, stalking away from the group without further comment. What the hell was Calvin playing at anyway? Why would he make such a public spectacle out of his innocent question about Roxanne? Was he trying to embarrass Eva or discourage her from dating a Muggleborn given the political climate? Even if it was well-intentioned, and he was trying to help Eva avoid associating with someone with less social clout than herself. But that was precisely what Eva liked about Roxanne. She didn't play the social game. She wasn't trying to rub shoulders with high society to get ahead in life. Everything about Calvin, and nearly everyone else in the Slug Club, rang as false to Eva, as though their every decision and relationship was carefully sown in order to reap benefits far off in the future. Eva didn't want to live her life that way. She wanted to spend time with people she liked, people who valued her for who she was, not what she could do for somebody else in the future. But ever since Calvin's comments at the Slug Club meeting, she found herself paying closer attention to Roxanne's political affiliations. She continued to read The Prophet every morning, occasionally making disparaging comments about something she read there, most to do with Minister Granger. She's out of her depth, she said on more than one occasion. She may be smart, but she doesn't know how to take care of her own. She's wasting time on Muggles when she should be focusing on bettering the lives of witches and wizards like herself. Eva always kept her own opinions out of these conversations, sensing that the entire student body was becoming more politically aware than she'd ever seen them. Conversations about the current events outside the castle were frequent in the halls now. where students used to merely gossip about who was dating whom and which heartthrob had given an interview to which weekly. Most seemed to be of similar mind to Roxanne, criticizing Granger's lack of strong leadership, and Eva did not want to put a target on herself by coming to the minister's defense. She remembered her very first conversation with the headmaster and the decision to disguise herself as a pureblood. It seemed that Potter had foreseen such a hostile political environment and sought to protect her from it. There were a few Granger apologists in the castle, most of whom were Muggle-borns. Eva wondered just how many supporters the current minister had, because anyone who vocally showed their support for her were effectively shunned by their peers. Poor Tamika Jensen was one of the first victims of this phenomenon. After proudly proclaiming her support for Granger in the common room one evening, her four-poster had been mysteriously vandalized and her bag seemed to split open at inopportune times in the halls, sending her things flying across the stone floors. Could that have played into Roxanne's decisions with the Quidditch team earlier that month? Calvin's taunting words kept replaying themselves in her mind, and Eva couldn't shake the truth of what he was implying. Was it as simple as the fact that Jensen was a Muggle-born and Victoire Weasley was pureblood? Did Roxanne really seek to distance herself from her heritage and prove that she was a proper witch? It was an unpleasant thought, one that Eva instinctively wished to reject, but she couldn't deny the possibility. As with the Slug Club meeting, the most vocal about current events were the purebloods, who were also the most ardent supporters of the headmaster. Eva was forced to endure such an environment every week in spell theory class, which Harry taught, and the subject of conversation was often anything but the material. "Do you reckon you'll ever run for minister, Professor?" a Hufflepuff boy asked him one afternoon. "You'd win for certain over Granger," chimed in Chris Wood, earning an eager nod of assent from Victoire seated beside him. In fact, the entire class seemed to be in agreement with this sentiment. "It's encouraging to see young people so engaged with local politics," Harry smiled cryptically. "However, I'll make no comment on it at this time. There is no need to poison our discussions with toxic rhetoric." "That's rich," Eva scoffed internally. Harry sure hadn't been holding back in the Daily Prophet. Every other day, they quoted him with some scathing critique of Granger's handling of some crisis or another. If his intention was genuinely to not rile up political discourse, he was doing a piss-poor job at it. Half of the student body at Hogwarts read the Prophet, and those that didn't heard all the critical details from those who boldly parroted Harry's talking points in the halls and common rooms. Everyone knew precisely where he stood on Minister Granger. The only question was what he was willing to do about it. She thought back once more to her last private meeting with the headmaster and their discussions of time. Did they play any role in his decisions? Would he be too consumed with his private research to consider a career in politics? Or, on the other hand, had he brought Eva in the fold precisely so that his research could continue in his stead as he ran for office? He was after something, that much was clear. He was readying himself to go after it, whatever it was. Would becoming minister aid him in this goal? Or hinder him? Was Granger an obstacle to his goal? Or was removing her from power the goal in itself? Why had she not insisted on speaking to Minister Granger when she arrived at the castle over the summer? It had been her best chance at getting some of the answers that plagued her. She had been too shocked by her discovery, the revelation that she and Potter were romantically linked, to consider finding another way. Should she write a letter seeking answers? How much should she reveal about herself? She worried that she might be expelled if she admitted to stealing essence of thought from the Department of Mysteries to the minister herself. But her curiosity was too great. So that night, she pulled out a quill and roll of parchment to compose a letter. She had to choose her words carefully, knowing that her letter was likely to be screened by half a dozen people before ever reaching Granger's desk. After a few scrap drafts, this was the letter she eventually sealed and sent off with a school owl the following morning. "Dear Minister Granger, my name is Evangeline Pruitt, a sixth-year student at Hogwarts. I have read your teachings in the language of magic and am eager to learn more about some of the topics you discuss in greater detail. Can you point me to any text that would help me further my understanding? I have been asked to complete a self-study research project for Professor Babbling's Ancient Runes class. I have researched numerous topics but have yet to see anything that I wish to experiment with further. I understand you are proficient in the subject yourself. Any pointers for someone like myself? The headmaster speaks highly of you. I understand you are under a great deal of political pressure at the moment, but I hope you are well. I saw you in the castle over the summer and attempted to speak with you in the headmaster's office, but it seemed that you were preoccupied, so I did not disturb. I hope to one day meet with you to express my gratitude for inspiring me to push my magical limits. Hoping you are well, Evangeline Pruitt. Eva felt satisfied that her letter would pass inspection by any random intern who screened it without raising any red flags. It seemed innocuous enough on the surface, but anyone with more intimate knowledge of the language of magic would recognize the hidden references that suggested that she possessed the sight. She also acknowledged hearing what had happened in Potter's office that day over the summer, which she hoped would not fluster Granger, but make it clear that she wanted insight into their odd relationship. Is that too pushy? Eva wondered to herself as she returned to the Great Hall from the Ollery for breakfast. Why would she deign to tell a random transfer student anything about her personal life? Regret started to creep in as she took her seat at the Gryffindor table beside Roxanne. Was it too late to retrieve the letter? Could she somehow write a retraction to convince the ministry in turn to throw out her previous letter before it reached Granger's desk? Anxiety settled in her stomach like a rock, and she wondered if perhaps she had successfully gotten herself expelled after all. But her fears were soon alleviated as the Morning Post arrived in the form of a flurry of wings overhead. Owls swooped over the tables, dropping letters and newspapers in front of their recipients. Roxanne absent-mindedly unfolded her copy of the Prophet and skimmed the headline, abruptly choking on her mouthful of eggs and dropping her fork with a loud clatter. Curious eyes turned towards her, but soon other outbursts of surprise were erupting from around the hall as students laid eyes on the Prophet for themselves. Eva craned her neck to get a glimpse of Roxanne's copy. Her mouth fell open at the headline article. Potter announces run for Minister of Magic by Lee Jordan, The Daily Prophet. Harry James Potter, vanquisher of the Dark Lord Voldemort and headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, has announced his intention to run for the highest office in Britain this coming spring. It has become clear that Hermione Granger is unfit to deal with the growing Muggle threat plaguing magical society, Potter said in an exclusive interview with the Prophet. She has served this country well through a brief era of peace, but a stronger hand is now needed to deal with the looming prospect of a new war. Potter's remarks come on the heels of a fresh wave of attacks by Muggle insurgent groups, led by General Beckett of the Hate Group Citizens Against Witchcraft. He vows to put a stop to the violence by strengthening the ministry's defense capabilities and doing away with Granger's recent social policies regarding Muggle well-being. If the Muggles wanted our help, they would have made that clear by now, Potter continued. Granger's efforts have fallen on deaf ears, and it's time to pull the plug on her disastrous policies and focus on the people she was meant to protect, her fellow witches and wizards. For more on Potter's promises, should he win the election, see page 7. About bloody time, Roxanne said jubilantly. Potter's going to steamroll her. Hear, hear, said Chris Wood in agreement. Meanwhile, across the room, a group of Slytherin students, led by Calvin Hopkins, had gotten to their feet to face the head table. They began applauding, whistling, and cheering Harry's name as the headmaster watched on bemused. Several other Hufflepuffs, Ravenclaws, and Gryffindors followed suit, with the majority of the students showing their vocal support for Harry Potter. Well, Eva thought morbidly, looking upon her fellow cheering students with trepidation, at least Granger ought to be too busy to care about my letter now. /N, apologies for the slower uploads lately. I had to take time off of writing to meticulously plan out the remainder of the FIC, because we are quickly approaching the revelation of very important information that will alter the trajectory of the story forever. Stay tuned for some much-needed answers to questions I've been teasing you all with for so long. Embrace of the Serpent, July 18th, 1998, Harry. It took several long weeks of searching, wandering through the rainforests of Brazil, operating from place to place, with nothing to guide their journey. Harry had seen the place in a vision, during his sojourn through time with the essence of thought, but had no idea how to find it. All he knew was that Voldemort had come here once, to perform a ritual to strengthen his body, and he must do the same. Their breakthrough came once Hermione insisted on using the Draft of Omniscience to aid their search. At each of their stops, Hermione would drink a small quantity of the potion, then do whatever it was that allowed her to sense if there was magic present nearby. For several days it was fruitless, and Harry began to doubt if the draft even worked as she believed it to. But they finally made a discovery on a rainy afternoon, operating into a densely forested region in the northwestern region of the country. "I think this is it," Hermione said excitedly, her eyes closed but her magic probing the land around them. "I feel strong magic nearby." Harry too sensed that they were on the right path. Something about this region felt right to him, like he'd been here before. Of course he hadn't, but one of his forerunners had, and he'd shared the memory during his voyage with the essence of thought. He vaguely recognized a tall cliffside nearby and felt that it was the right place to start their search. "This way," he said, and they began making the trek up and out of the dense forest. The lone path up the side of the cliff was perilous and uneven. It appeared to be a natural ledge untouched by man, but Harry had a feeling there was a purpose to the makeshift path, as though it was intended for travel. They had to navigate several obstacles that would have deterred any Muggle passersby, such as a large gap, overlooking a steep drop and a heavy waterfall that cascaded directly over their path. Harry and Hermione carefully maneuvered through it all, staying alert for any kind of magical defenses that could be triggered by mistake. They reached the top of the cliffside, and at once Harry knew they were in the right place. Smoke drifted lazily into the sky from multiple sources, indicating civilization nearby. After cutting their way through more thick foliage, they found themselves at the outskirts of what looked like a small indigenous village. They stepped out into a clearing, and at once the locals raised the alarm, rushing towards them. Harry and Hermione held up their hands in peace as the men and women of the village shouted at them in their native tongue, which did not sound like Portuguese. Harry might have thought them to be some uncontacted Muggle tribe, except for the fact that they brandished wands rather than traditional weaponry. There was no doubt that this was a magical dwelling, albeit one that had taken great pains to remain isolated from the outside world. "We come in peace," Harry shouted, keeping his hands raised. "We mean you no harm." A group of older villagers came forward, roughly a half dozen or so. The crowd of villagers hushed, watching as these men and women spoke more calmly to Harry and Hermione, though still neither could understand them. We don't know your language, I'm sorry," Harry said sheepishly. "Hang on," Hermione said, slowly drawing her wand to the displeasure of the villagers. "Traducera." Hermione's spell had no visible effect, but at once Harry could understand everything the villagers were saying to him. "What is your business here, outsider?" one of the older women demanded. "We come in peace," Harry said nervously, the elders startled in surprise, indicating that Hermione's charm translated his own words back to them. "We come seeking to partake in a ritual your village is known for." "We do not make our rituals known to the outside world," the woman snapped. "How did you come to learn of this ritual?" "We learned of it from a man who was here before," said Harry. "Tom Riddle." It wasn't technically a lie. Voldemort had come here during his journey of improvement, and Harry had witnessed his memories, among others, of coming here to participate. "Riddle?" The woman frowned. The elders looked at one another. Clearly, they recognized the name. Harry wondered how long ago it had been since Voldemort himself set foot in this village. 50 years? 40? How many of the villagers would even remember him? If any, it would be these folk, the oldest members they could see of the village. "Wait here," the woman instructed, and the group retreated back into the village. The other villagers remained vigilant, one still trained on Harry and Hermione, who remained still. After a tense couple of minutes, the elders returned, this time accompanied by a slightly younger man. He was adorned in more colorful attire, his face adorned with various runes and symbols Harry did not recognize. Whether they were painted on or permanently branded into his skin, he couldn't tell. "I am Zoko, the shaman of this village," the man introduced himself. "Am I to understand that you wish to participate in the ritual of the serpent?" "I do," Harry nodded, despite the feeling of foreboding at the name of the ritual. "The ritual carries significant risk," Zoko cautioned. "You will be forced to interact with the blood and venom of the basilisk, which can kill as easily as it can strengthen you." "There are basilisks here?" Hermione gasped. But aren't they dangerous? What if they escaped into Muggle regions?" That is our sacred duty, said Zuko, to control the local population and keep them safe. But why? Hermione frowned. Why not just kill the basilisks if they're so dangerous? Several of the village elders hissed angrily at this remark, causing Hermione to flinch. The basilisk is a sacred species, said Zuko coolly. We would not end their line out of fear. We respect their sovereignty as the original dwellers of this land, while killing only to prevent their spread beyond this valley. But that can't be the only reason you kill, Harry pointed out. You also kill to perform the ritual. The elders eyed Harry curiously at this innocuous remark. No man has performed the ritual here in nearly 50 years, said Zuko suspiciously. Tom Riddle, Harry confirmed. I know. I'm here to do the same as him. I was but a boy when the man known as Riddle passed through this village. Zuko frowned. He was the first outsider to find us in centuries. He would have been killed on the spot had he not possessed the sacred tongue. The sacred tongue? Harry repeated, confused. Zuko looked at Hermione and gestured toward her wand. Getting the hint, she lowered it, ending the translation charm between them. Riddle could speak our true native language, Zuko hissed. Harry realized at once that he was speaking Parcel tongue. We do not allow outsiders without the tongue to remain in our village, for their own safety. I too speak the sacred tongue, Harry responded, causing the elders to again widen their eyes in surprise. Riddle and I are the last in Europe who can. I request access to your ritual. And you? Zuko said, turning to Hermione. Will you undergo the trials? Hermione looked to Harry, lost without the translation charm active. She is not a speaker, Harry explained on her behalf. But she is with me. She will not betray your secrets. Zuko turned to the gathered elders, who held a hushed conversation in a different language neither Harry nor Hermione recognized. The shaman turned back to them, a suspicious look in his eye. It is irregular, but she may stay, he hissed to Harry. However, she too must complete the first trial of the ritual. What is the first trial? Harry asked. You must provide the materials for the ritual yourself, Zuko explained. We do not kill on behalf of the ritual taker. He or she must do so themselves. Hermione whispered anxiously. What's going on? They'll let us stay, on one condition, Harry sighed. We have to hunt a basilisk ourselves. What? Hermione gasped. But that's incredibly dangerous. How are we supposed to hunt something we can't look at? I've done it once before, Harry shrugged, remembering his second-year misadventure in the Chamber of Secrets. We're stronger now and can figure something out. But you had Fawkes helping you, said Hermione. I don't think this basilisk will have its eyes gouged out, and there won't be an antidote on hand if we're bitten. Our patience grows thin, outsider, Zuko warned lightly. What will it be? Will you engage in the hunt, or leave our village and never return? We will hunt, Harry confirmed in Parcel tongue. Just tell us what we need to do. Hermione seemed to sense what was being discussed, because she gripped Harry's arm in terror as the elders whispered amongst themselves excitedly. The basilisk can be found in the thickest part of the forest below, said Zuko. Your best chance is to hunt at night, when they will be as blind as you. Return once you have collected samples of its blood, venom, and scales, or never show your faces here again. With that, Zuko and the elders retreated, and there was a sense of finality in their departure. The gathered guards continued to eye them warily, sending a clear message. Do not enter unless you've completed your task. Well, I suppose that's it then, Harry sighed, turning to Hermione. We'll have to complete this hunt before we do the ritual. Or we can just walk away, Hermione insisted. You can't seriously be planning on walking into a basilisk den and hoping to walk out unscathed. Riddle managed it, Harry shrugged. And there are two of us. We can handle one snake, Hermione. Hermione did not like his answer, but she could see he would not be deterred. Fine, she huffed. But we have to think this out logically and take our time. Let's not rush into things. Deal, said Harry. So they operated to a quiet stretch of highlands nearby, apart from the village, and set up camp. The sun was already getting low in the sky, and Harry was already tired from the trek up the cliffside. There was no need to begin the hunt straight away. They would take the time to prepare before delving into the deep forest and facing their potential doom. They spent the next 2 days discussing possible avenues of attack. Hermione insisted on wearing thick blindfolds, which she conjured and tailored herself. Even if we open our eyes by accident for just a fraction of a second, the glare of the basilisk can kill us, Hermione said. I only saw the snake's reflection in the mirror for a split second before I was petrified. Myrtle said something similar about her own death, Harry muttered. Just a pair of eyes, then instant death. Agreed, we'll keep the blindfolds on. Hermione also insisted on using Harry's invisibility cloak at all times in the forest. But won't it hinder us? Harry inquired. Shouldn't we leave ourselves open to move more freely and quickly? Perhaps once the fighting begins, Hermione said. But we'll want to move slowly and cautiously at first. We'll want to have the element of surprise on our hands. And it would do us no good to be spotted prematurely. Silencing charms ought to help too. Do you reckon I could convince the basilisk to submit peacefully? Harry wondered aloud, considering I'm a Parselmouth and all. So was Riddle. And so are all the villagers, Hermione pointed out. The basilisk you encountered was bred and raised by Slytherin himself. These are wild creatures that will not answer to a master. I don't think it will make a difference. Still might be worth a try, Harry shrugged, if all else fails. So it was on a warm and windy evening that Harry and Hermione set off from their encampment shortly after sundown. Hermione had taken another swig of her draught of omniscience, just in case, and was occasionally probing the area ahead of them as they descended into the dark, damp rainforest. They were reluctant to don the blindfolds, but it quickly became clear that they were nearly blind without them anyway, the thick canopy overhead preventing even the moonlight from reaching them. Harry and Hermione inched forward bit by bit, huddled under the invisibility cloak. Occasionally, they stumbled over a rogue tree root or had to maneuver around a boulder or thick brush. But they proceeded, slowly but surely, deeper into the pervasive darkness. I don't like this, Harry, Hermione whimpered as they continued to steal through the thick forest. It's dangerous here. I can sense death all around us. We're close, Harry whispered back. I can feel it. Relax. It can't see us any more than we can see it. Harry couldn't explain it, but he could sense the basilisk's presence nearby, as though recognizing a nearby kin. His suspicions were confirmed by a great rustling of leaves and brush, as the massive serpent stirred from within its lair, hissing at the disturbance. Who approaches? The snake hissed. I cannot see you, human, but I can smell you. Harry froze. He had forgotten this fact. Even in the Chamber of Secrets, the basilisk had been able to pursue him while blinded, thanks to its enhanced sense of smell. Hermione quivered beside him. She could not understand the words being spoken, but she clearly got the gist of the message. We have come for materials, Harry hissed back. We require a sampling of venom, blood, and scale. We will leave you unharmed if you provide them peacefully. The basilisk hissed in what could either be mirth or anger at his statement. We do not barter with humans, the snake replied. You hold no claim to this land. Leave now or be killed. Harry felt a subtle burst of magic at his side, presumably Hermione activating her sight. Harry, she whispered fearfully. It's looking right at us. I can see the death magic trying to reach us. There are two of you, the basilisk realized. But the female speaks not our tongue. You are outsiders to this land. Harry, no longer seeing a point in remaining concealed, whipped off the invisibility cloak. It did nothing to improve his vision beneath the blindfold, but he felt freer to use his wand if necessary. We have great respect for your species, Harry said in an attempt to placate the snake. We will not harm you unless necessary. You lie, the basilisk hissed. You have killed one of our kind before. I can sense it. Harry had no idea how the basilisk knew this, but he wasn't in a position to ask questions now. We require your materials and will not leave until we've got them, he said instead. Submit to us, or we will be forced to. Harry! Hermione shrieked in warning. Harry too heard the great snap of branches as the snake lunged towards them. He grabbed Hermione and yanked her aside, feeling the powerful head of the snake rush past him, jaws snapping on the empty air where they'd been standing half a second before. Harry cast a rapid series of curses blindly ahead of him. The majority missed, while a handful merely ricocheted off of the snake's heavily armored scales. Verdness, Hermione shouted, causing Harry to pause. What on earth was she doing, casting a coloring charm taught to first years? I'm marking the snake, she explained breathlessly. The magical imprint will help me see it better with the sight. Harry wouldn't argue with that. He didn't know what she saw with her odd potion concoction, and he was unwilling to take the plunge into the essence of thought again. But he would take her word for it. He steeled himself for the snake's next move, listening for any rustling or sudden movements nearby. You do not wish to die the easy way by looking at me? The basilisk hissed in what could only be a taunt. Then you shall die the much more painful way. Harry heard the snake lunge again. He dived away, but to his surprise, Hermione did not. Sectum sempra, she bellowed. A moment later, Harry heard a slashing noise as the dark curse connected with the snake, presumably in the mouth where it was unarmored. He heard the snake thump and writhe in pain, retreating a bit into the foliage. Harry smelled warm copper as fresh blood spilled from whatever wound Hermione had created. You dare use dark magic against us? The snake hissed angrily. We are immune to most cursed spells. It is but a grave insult. You've just pissed it off even more now, Harry translated grimly. Damn, Hermione muttered. I was just inspired by how you took down the other one years ago. Harry, too, remembered killing Slytherin's monster with the sword of Gryffindor, driving the silver blade through its head and earning a basilisk fong to the arm for his troubles. He doubted the Sorting Hat, or Fawkes for that matter, would be coming to his aid this time. But it did give him another idea. He began waving his wand across the ground, gathering small twigs, branches, and rocks at his feet as the basilisk prepared its next attack. It was difficult enough to transfigure objects when he could see them, and now he was completely unsure how successful he would be. What are you, Dash? Hermione asked. Another pulse of magic indicated that she'd used her sight again. Oh, great idea, Harry. She joined him in his efforts, using the environment around them to prepare for the snake's next attack. Harry knew they couldn't keep dodging its lunges forever. Eventually, it would wise up and encircle them with its massive length and have them cornered. Here it comes, Hermione whispered in warning. The snake had shaken off whatever lingering effects remained of Snape's invented spell and was rearing back for another strike. We have to hold our ground, Harry warned. He set his feet, focusing on the objects gathered in front of him. Waiting, he heard the snap as the snake lunged. Now! Hermione yelled. With a great swipe of his wand, Harry levitated the small objects in front of him and forced them together. He had no idea if he'd been successful or not, but he silently prayed that a long wooden spear had materialized between them and the serpent. Tip pointed at the approaching creature. An almighty squelch indicated that he'd been successful. He and Hermione leapt backwards as the snake crashed to the ground, thrashing about in agony. The transfigured spear had been angled to pierce the snake deep into the back of its mouth. If it hadn't pierced the brain, at the very least it would do untold damage to the throat. Harry could only wait, heart thumping, and listen as the snake writhed in pain. It didn't seem interested in them anymore, and no more Parseltongue could be heard from the great beast. After a tense minute of waiting, the movements of the serpent slowed and eventually ceased, succumbing to its injuries at last. Harry felt another brush of magic from Hermione, and she let out a shaky exhale. I think it's safe to look now, she said. It's not looking at us anymore. Harry removed his blindfold first. For a moment it remained dark, his eyes not yet adjusted to the pitch-black forest around them. But slowly he made out the outline of the great serpent before him, laying quite still aside from the occasional twitch of contracting muscles and death. He lit the tip of his wand to see a grisly, but welcome sight. The spear had indeed pierced the serpent through the top of its head, the bulbous yellow eyes having rolled back into their sockets. The basilisk had been slain. Quickly, before another one shows up, he muttered as Hermione removed her own blindfold and gasped at the sight. He conjured 2 vials, handing one to Hermione as he leaned forward to remove one of the basilisk's fangs. He discovered that one of them had been severed by Hermione's Sectum Semper curse, deep gashes cutting into the gums along the right side of the serpent's mouth. Harry plucked a fong from the left side and carefully held it over the vial, watching as the black, tar-like venom dribbled from its tip into the glass container. Got the blood, Hermione announced, straightening herself with the other vial filled to the brim with viscous red liquid. Now just the scales. Harry tossed the Fong aside and put a stopper on his vial before moving on to the serpent's neck. He used his wand to carefully cut away a handful of thick scales from the side of the snake. He placed them within a small moleskin pouch he'd received from Hagrid on his birthday nearly a year ago. "Let's get out of here," he announced grimly. Hermione did not need telling twice. She took his arm, and he operated them away. The elders seemed surprised when Harry and Hermione returned the following morning with the spoils of their hunt. Had they expected them to die? Hoped even? Only Zuko seemed pleased to see them, greeting Harry warmly with a handshake before showing them to their private quarters. Harry and Hermione were assigned a small hut, within which sat only 2 small cots for them to sleep in. It wasn't much, but Harry was grateful for any small gesture of kindness these days. "I will return at sunfall to retrieve you for the ritual," Zuko informed Harry. "Bring your supplies with you, and we can begin straight away." "I'm coming with you to the ritual," Hermione said as soon as they were left alone. It was not a question, but a statement of fact. "If they let you," Harry shrugged, knowing better than to argue with her. "They will," Hermione insisted. "I want to see the setup for this ritual myself." "God forbid they stand in the way of Hermione Jean Granger," Harry chuckled. He yawned and stretched exaggeratedly, sinking into one of the cots. It had been a long and stressful night, and he wanted to get some rest before the ritual that evening. "How can you possibly think of sleeping?" Hermione demanded. She was still high-strung and stressed from the night before, and the looming prospect of the one to come. "Dunno," Harry sighed, already feeling his eyelids grow heavy. He was oddly content with everything happening around him. Last night's hunt was hardly the first life-threatening situation he'd survived, and the looming ritual did not worry him. If anything, he was eager to get started, to begin the process of strengthening himself for his looming showdown with Voldemort. Nothing would kill him before then. He could feel it. "You rest then," Hermione said, kneeling by his side to lightly stroke his hair. "I'll see if I can learn anything from the locals about this ritual." "Thanks, Hermione," Harry mumbled. He felt his glasses gently being removed from his face as he slipped into a deep sleep, reassured that the brightest witch of her age was by his side, keeping watch over him. It felt like only moments later that Zuko returned. Harry readied himself with some light stretches and a clemency meditation, while Hermione took yet another swig of her draught of omniscience. When they exited the hut, seemingly the entire village was in the village square waiting for them, watching curiously as Zuko led the 2 outsiders to a much larger hut. Harry eyed them warily, feeling Hermione's nerves beside him. He reached out and gently took her hand, giving it a firm squeeze to reassure her. She gave him a weak smile, but clearly was not looking forward to whatever came next. When Harry entered the hut, he was greeted by the sight of the half-dozen elders standing around a complex network of runes scattered on the ground. He and Hermione were directed to sit in the corner, while the final preparations were made for the ritual. Harry felt Hermione's magic pulse as she examined the rune network. "Oh, Harry, I don't like this one bit," she frowned. "This is extremely dangerous, if these symbols mean what I think they do." "What are they?" Harry asked at once. "You recognize the ritual?" "Bits of it are familiar from others I've studied in Crumb's books," she said. "It's volatile blood magic mixed with animal sacrifice and shamanic magic. I haven't studied shamanism much, but I've seen a few of these symbols in more obscure texts." "What will the ritual do to me?" Harry asked. "Not sure exactly," Hermione frowned, still probing the runes around her. "If it goes well, I imagine you'll gain significant physical benefits. Better reflexes, improved stamina, a strengthened magical core, dash." "Sounds good to me," Harry nodded. "But that's assuming it does go well," Hermione insisted. "If something goes awry, or a rune is out of place, it could kill you, or permanently damage your brain." "I trust these folk," Harry said, watching as Zuko and the elders drew the final runes around the circle at the center of the room. "They seem to know what they're doing." "But they admitted themselves it hasn't been done in 50 years, Hermione protested. "And Zuko said Riddle nearly died, but it made him stronger as a result," Harry said adamantly. "I have to do the same." Hermione opened her mouth to retort once more, but Zuko interrupted her. "The ritual is ready," he said. "Hand over your supplies and sit in the center of the circle." Harry gave Hermione's hand one last reassuring squeeze before moving himself to the center of the mess of runes. He pulled the 2 vials and the pouch of scales he'd collected from the basilisk and handed them over to Zoko, who eyed them approvingly. "Disrobe," he barked. Harry frowned at the instruction, but wasn't about to let modesty prevent him from following through with his mission. He pulled off his robes and undergarments, leaving him feeling quite exposed under the watchful eyes of the elders. He glanced sideways at Hermione, who cast her eyes down abashedly but continued to look terribly worried for him. "We begin with an offering of your own blood," Zoko instructed. "Hold out your palms." Harry did as instructed. Zoko approached with a silver blade and made an incision to both of Harry's hands. He winced but did not withdraw them as fresh blood began to dribble down his wrists. At Zoko's insistence, Harry lowered his palms to place them over 2 runes at either side of him. As soon as he smeared the blood over them, they began to glow bright white, the others around them slowly activating as the blood spread around him. "Now we add the offerings of the serpent," said Zoko. He removed 4 scales from the pouch, handing 1 each to 4 of the gathered elders. They each walked around the circle and placed a scale at opposite corners, causing more runes to glow white. Zoko uncorked the bottle of basilisk blood and poured it liberally all around Harry. Yet more runes began to glow, causing Harry to have to squint to adjust to the sudden brightness in the hut. Harry began to feel a tingling sensation. He wasn't sure if this was a part of the ritual or not, but he fought to remain still as little pinpricks seemed to prod him from all directions. "Finally, the venom," said Zoko, uncorking the last vial. "You mustn't attempt to leave the circle, outsider, or you will be killed. Understood?" Harry nodded his understanding. Zoko appended the vial, letting the thick, murky venom splash onto the runes in front of Harry. It sizzled ominously and began to spread across the runes as the last remaining symbols came to life. The tingling sensation intensified as Harry felt his body begin to tremble from the effects of the ritual. The light from the runes was blinding, and he was forced to shut his eyes tight as the dangerous blood magic began to do its work. The blood within his veins seemed to fluctuate between intense heat and frigid cold, and Harry could feel his heart beating in an arrhythmic pattern. Was that supposed to happen? But he didn't have long to ponder this before sharp jolts of pain began coursing through his body, causing him to grunt in pain. It was like jolts of electricity coursed through him, fraying his nerves, causing him to twitch violently. His muscles contracted involuntarily, and Harry had the urge to curl up into a ball, to hide away from the violence swirling all around and through him. "Do not move, outsider," Zoko warned, as though reading his thoughts. Harry did so, trying to focus on the chanting that the elders had begun around the circle. It sounded like Parseltongue, but he could not understand any of the words or hisses they uttered. He could practically feel the magic swirling around him as his body convulsed with the worst of the ritual. He knew not how long he could last in this position. His arms and legs trembled with the effort, and he felt as though he might keel over at any moment. A loud gasp from the corner of the room pierced him. Hermione sounded aghast at whatever was happening. Harry forced his eyes open through the blinding light and was met with a horrifying sight. The blood and venom had risen into the air and was swirling around him in a dangerous maelstrom, creating a solid wall of liquid that spun around his body. He knew now why he must remain still. He could not imagine any good coming from making contact with such volatile liquids, especially with whatever the runes below them were doing to it. He closed his eyes again as more terrible pain coursed through him. His nerves were on fire. The blood within his body seemed to be trying to escape his veins by any means necessary. He looked down at his palms, which were gushing freely, the escaping blood rushing up to meet the violent swirl all around him. He could not take this much longer. He had a strong urge to run, to attempt to jump out of the circle before it consumed him from the outside. He would take his chances with the basilisk venom. He'd survived it once before, hadn't he? It was better than the slow agony he was being subjected to now. He must act. He must escape. But his thoughts turned to Hermione, who he knew was watching on in horror at what he was putting himself through. He would never forgive himself if he perished due to his own foolishness, not after, insisting upon this course of action with her. He could not abandon her in this time of need. She needed him to be strong, just as much as he needed her for support. So he gritted his teeth, prepared to let the ritual kill him. But it did not. Slowly the pain of the ritual subsided, or at least he grew more used to it. His muscles stopped contracting, his arms and legs ceased their quivering. Harry sat calmly in the circle, regulating his breathing, feeling his heart slow to its normal, regular pattern. He watched curiously as the swirl of blood and venom slowed, gravity returning them back to the circle of runes around him. Within a matter of minutes, the magic had stilled, the runes fading and deactivating one by one, until the hut was once more lit only by a pair of torches hovering overhead. "Very good, outsider." Zoko smiled as the elders set to work clearing the excess venom from the circle around them. "You may require a few days' rest before the side effects of the ritual pass. But the worst of it, the ritual is now over." "Brilliant," said Harry. He looked down at himself. He was covered in thick red blood, more than he could have imagined coming from himself and the small vial he'd collected from the basilisk. But it didn't bother him in the slightest. He rose carefully to his feet, stepping out of the circle towards Zoko, who healed his palms with a wave of his wand and handed back his belongings. As soon as Harry was cleared to leave, Hermione took him by the arm and guided him forcefully towards their hut. Harry didn't even care that he was naked and covered in blood, or that the entire village continued to gawk at their every move. He felt fine, no, better than fine. He felt as though he could run many miles and fight many more basilisks in this moment. But he allowed her to steer him into the hut, where she sat him down on his cot and knelt in front of him, eyes searching his. "Are you okay, Harry?" she asked breathlessly, casting a series of cleaning charms to clear the blood from his body. "Are you sure you aren't suffering any negative side effects?" "Honestly, Hermione," Harry grinned, "I feel better than ever." "You worry too much." "Legilimens," Hermione whispered. Her eyes flashed, and suddenly Harry felt her magic brush up against his own, probing his mind. He invited her in, not breaking eye contact, wanting to prove to her how strong he felt, how much better the ritual had made him. "Oh, Harry," Hermione said softly, "I can see the dark magic imprinted on your mind. You heard what Crumb said. It's dangerous to let it consume you. It can threaten your sanity dash." "I'm not letting it consume me, Hermione." Harry laughed. "I'm consuming it. I know what I've gotten myself into. I won't let it break me." Harry could not tear his eyes away from Hermione's. She had released her magic, but continued to study his face, probing, questioning. Harry felt as though he saw her more clearly than ever before. He'd never appreciated before just how much she cared for him, and how much he cared for her in return. And he wanted nothing more than to show it to her. "I still don't like this," she pouted, her lower lip trembling as she frowned up at him. "I just don't want you to lose yourself, Dash." Harry interrupted her with a kiss, capturing her lips with his own. Hermione stiffened in surprise, but reciprocated in kind, leaning into him and responding with passion and desire of her own. Harry leaned back to allow her room on the cot, and she straddled his legs, pinning him to the bed, kissing him like she never had before. Harry's mind burned brighter than even the ritual had done to him. Hermione's touched like a wildfire against his skin, and he wanted more. He couldn't get enough of her. Hermione pulled back for a moment, breaking off their kiss to look into Harry's eyes. Harry's heart sank, believing that she was having second thoughts, that she was afraid to take the next step. But the look in her eyes was not one of fear or regret. She looked upon him hungrily, pinning him down with just her stare, with a look Harry had never seen before. Not a word was spoken between them for one shivering second. But it didn't need to be said. They both knew what the other was thinking, and they each wanted the exact same thing. Then they were entwined together once more, hands pawing at each other, scrabbling to remove clothes, both desperate in their desire to become one, to dissolve the final barriers between them, to consummate the love they felt burning within them at long last. Potter of Grinker, November 28th, 2015, Evangeline. If Eva thought the political discourse at Hogwarts was bad before, it was nothing compared to the aftermath of Harry Potter's campaign announcement. Posters bearing the beaming likeness of the headmaster covered the walls of the castle, with Potter for minister, screaming at Eva in bold lettering everywhere she went. Students handed out pins pledging support for the man in the upcoming election, and seventh years pestered their classmates to fill out voter registration forms as early as possible. It was impossible to walk from one class to another without hearing a heated debate or two about the upcoming vote in the halls. Hermione Granger was not without her supporters either. She was more popular amongst the younger students, which unfortunately meant they were easier to be shouted down by the upperclassmen and labeled as naive. A few posters supporting the incumbent minister hung in the walls, but they were often vandalized or quickly ripped down by the opposition. One bold seventh-year girl made an impassioned speech in the common room one evening in support of Granger, only to wind up in the hospital wing the following morning after mysteriously falling down 3 flights of stairs. Eva wanted nothing more than to keep her head down and pretend none of this election business was happening, but her classmates gave her no rest. Everyone insisted on knowing precisely where everyone else stood on the issue, including her. "So, who's got your support, Eva?" asked Victoire one morning as the student body perused the latest edition of the Prophet endorsing Potter's run. "You're on Team Potter with us, right?" "I don't want to take part in all this nastiness," Eva muttered nonchalantly, not looking up from her breakfast. "I'll keep my opinions to myself." "Ah, you're no fun," Victoire teased. "Come on, you're not a secret Granger supporter or something, are you? I never pegged you as a bootlicker, Pruitt." Eva nearly fired back at this remark, but Roxanne came to her rescue by throwing an exaggerated arm over her shoulder. "Of course she's not," Roxanne boasted loudly. "Eva's the headmaster's favorite. Don't you know? He's giving her private lessons and everything. No way he'd do that for a Granger head." "You're getting private lessons from Potter?" Chris would ask in awe. "Blimey, where do I sign up for those?" "It's not like that," Eva groaned, rolling her eyes. "He just helped me with a side project I'm working on for Professor Babbling." It wasn't an outright lie. She had decided to explore time as part of her Ancient Runes self-study project, ever since the strange meeting she'd had with Harry. What he hoped to achieve by inviting her to help with his research, she didn't know. He was a far more brilliant man than she was, and she doubted any discoveries she made in the room of requirement would have escaped his knowledge. But it intrigued her all the same, and she was excited to see what she could find out for herself. "All the same," Roxanne went on loudly, "do you really think I'd be caught dead snogging a Granger supporter? It'll be a cold day in hell when I associate with a fan of that witch." Eva said nothing in response to this, and was grateful when conversation finally turned elsewhere. Ever since Calvin Hopkins had called Roxanne a nosebleed, she had noticed a worrying trend of zealotry when it came to her support of Harry Potter. She seemed eager to prove to the entire school where her loyalties lay, as though preemptively defending from accusations of being a blood traitor. On one hand, Eva couldn't blame her. Roxanne's father was one of the originators of CAW, and while most of the students didn't know this, she clearly wanted nothing to do with the man who was currently instilling fear on much of the student body. Being the daughter of General Beckett clearly weighed heavily on her conscience, and she had to prove to herself as much as anyone else that she was not a monster like her father was. Nor was Roxanne the only one. Eva couldn't help but notice that several other Muggle-born students were among the most vocal Potter supporters as well. They were most critical of their fellow Muggle-borns who didn't outwardly support Potter, or worse, opted to support Granger. It was disconcerting to see Amy Burton yelling at a poor second-year girl wearing a Granger sticker in the common room, or the band of Hufflepuff Muggle-born boys Eva had met over the summer, who openly tore down Granger posters in the halls. The teachers, for the most part, remained neutral on the subject of the election, with a few notable exceptions. Ginny Weasley proudly hung Potter posters of her own in her classroom, and according to the students who continued on with History of Magic for the NEWT level, she used her lesson time to talk about what a great man Harry was. Hagrid also voiced support for Harry, telling anyone he passed on the grounds that he knew the lad since he was but a babe, and he's been a good egg ever since. None of the professors outright supported Granger, but according to Victoire, Professors Lovegood and Abbott were suspected supporters of the current minister and refused to entertain discussion about the election in their lessons. Eva's only reprieve from the discourse was during Quidditch practice, where thankfully the conversation remained focused on training while in the air. Unfortunately, the Gryffindor team was struggling to reach the heights of last year's playability. The Chaser squad was clearly inexperienced and didn't work that well together. Bruce Davis had improved quite a bit over the summer, but Victoire Weasley was a clear weakness, unable to keep up with the rapid pace of play. She was a fair flyer, but couldn't handle the quaffle that well, especially with bludgers raining down on her from the relentless beaters. Roxanne was a taskmaster of a captain, and she spent much of her time during practices yelling at the Chaser squad to get their act together. "All right, here's what we'll do," she finally said after exhausting every option trying to work Victoire into the offense. "Weasley, you'll serve as a decoy. Macmillan and Davis will primarily handle the quaffle between the two of them, while Weasley runs interference on the opposing Chasers. That won't work for very long," Eva thought as she watched this flawed game plan come together. Once the enemy team realized what a handicap Victoire was, they would start targeting the other two Chasers and force the quaffle into her hands and goad her into mistakes. Eva was not optimistic about the team's chances against Ravenclaw, their first opponents of the season. They'd finished second in the Cup standings last year and hadn't lost any players to graduation, making them a formidable foe right out of the gate. And right from tip-off, it was clear just how outmatched the Gryffindor squad was. The Ravenclaw beaters, Danbury and Leek, hit just as hard as Eva remembered, and Eric Scanlon was as crafty as. Seekers came, goading Eva into multiple fakes and dictating the pace of their shared search for the snitch. The Chaser battle happening below was hard to watch. The Ravenclaws were quite simply having their way with the Gryffindors, capitalizing on their inexperience and lack of teamwork. The score was quickly 60-0 in favor of the Blue and Bronze. The opponents quickly deduced that Victoire was their weak point and let her do whatever she wanted with the quaffle, only swooping in to defend when she attempted an errant pass or shot on goal. Eva felt like she was witnessing a slaughter unfolding below her, and it took her a moment to recognize exactly why it felt so lopsided. Only Mark Bolger came to the defense of his Chasers, while Roxanne seemed to be on a mission to knock Eric Scanlon out of the sky. She pursued the Ravenclaw Seeker like a bird of prey, launching every bludger she came across at the boy. He was capable enough to evade serious trouble, but was forced to focus all of his attention on remaining on his broom. "What are you doing?" Eva shouted as she flew past Roxanne. "Help the Chasers." At that very moment, Victoire was ducking to avoid two bludger strikes from opposite directions, dropping the quaffle in the process. But Roxanne ignored her, continuing in her furious assault on the enemy Seeker. Her attack was so relentless that one of the Ravenclaw beaters was forced to peel off to aid in Scanlon's defense. Eva had a sinking feeling why this was happening. Eric Scanlon was one of the more vocal Granger supporters in the school. He'd taken shelter in one of her enclaves as a child and was unafraid to show his appreciation for what she did for him and his Muggle family. Eva had seen the look of outrage on Roxanne's face whenever they passed by Eric in the halls, discussing his childhood during political discussions. She'd obviously been looking forward to this day as an opportunity to show Eric just what she thought of his political leanings. All Eva could do was try to end the match quickly, before either the Ravenclaws ran up the score too high or Roxanne committed a murder in front of the entire school. She thankfully spotted the snitch across the pitch soon after and raced after it. Scanlon was too busy spinning away from yet another bludger attack from Roxanne, and within seconds, Eva emerged triumphant with a tiny golden ball in her palm. It was a messy victory for Gryffindor, 160-130, but a victory nonetheless. Eva was too angry to celebrate with her team, flying directly to the locker room to get changed. She needed to get out of here before someone approached because she was liable to tear their head off with her pent-up frustrations. Unfortunately, she was not able to make a clean escape, as the very woman she was upset with followed her. "Why the long face?" Roxanne grinned as she dismounted her broom and followed her inside. "Nice catch back there, Dash." Eva rounded on Roxanne at once, pushing her back against the lockers in anger. "What's gotten into you, Morrison?" she demanded. "Why are you sabotaging this team?" "I'm not sabotaging anything," Roxanne denied. "We won, didn't we?" "Don't bullshit me," Eva growled. "You're a fool if you think that I can't see exactly what you're doing. That the whole school can't see it." "What of it?" Roxanne smirked, clearly not repentant in the least. That'll show Scanlin not to run his mouth when I'm around Dash. Why are you so obsessed with this election? Asked Eva. Why do you have to prove yourself to other people? Because, Miss Pruitt, Roxanne spat, pushing Eva back against the opposite wall now. Unlike you, I don't have a pure-blood alias to hide behind. I don't have the headmaster's favor to rely on. I'm graduating in less than a year, and I'll have to scratch and claw my way into wizarding society. What kind of chances do you reckon I'll have if I'm seen as a blood traitor? That doesn't mean you have to abuse your power to hurt people. Eva protested. It doesn't mean you have to push other muggle-borns down to elevate yourself, Dash. You don't know the half of it. Roxanne shouted, and Eva could see tears welling up in the girl's eyes now. You don't know what my first 5 years were like before you showed up here. How everyone looked down at me because of my name. How impossible it was to get any of the teachers to respect me. You think I like being the class clown who doesn't try in class? Why would I try when none of them gave me the time of day? Only Potter bothered to reach out to give me a chance to prove myself in spell theory. And now I want to care again. Why do you think he let you into the class now and not last year? Eva retorted. Because he knew we were dating and wanted to get in my good graces. He's manipulating you, Rox. All right, I forgot. It's always about you, Roxanne mocked her. Perfect Evangeline Thomas, the apple of Harry Potter's eye. I'm just a means to an end for him to get closer to you. Is that it? You reckon he's got the hots for you? Don't flatter yourself, kid. Roxanne was a full head taller than her and much stockier, but Eva wanted nothing more than to sock her in the face for this crude remark. You've really become insufferable to be around. You know that? She said instead, keeping her voice level and cool. I used to admire how you never worried about what people thought of you. Now you're too preoccupied with how others see you to actually be someone worth spending time with. Some of us have to work for our reputations, Eva, Roxanne said coldly. We don't all have ours handed to us on a silver platter. True enough, Eva agreed. Keep on making enemies of your own people, and we'll see how your reputation fares. Me? I'm done. Eva gathered her things and stormed towards the exit. Done? Roxanne laughed. With Quidditch or with me? Both. Eva trudged back up to the castle, ignoring the shouts of her housemates attempting to catch up to her. It pained her to cut ties with the person she'd grown closest to during her time at Hogwarts. But this was not the Roxanne Morrison she'd fallen for a year prior. This Roxanne was vindictive, paranoid, and obsessed with building a status for herself by putting others down. Eva could not abide that behavior, no matter who she supported politically. Eva knew she'd done the right thing. But that did not stop her from sneaking off to the room of requirement later that evening to weep for the end of what had once been a wonderful relationship. Eva opted not to stay at the castle for the Christmas holidays, not wishing to spend the entire break avoiding Roxanne around the castle. She instead asked Victoire Weasley if her family would be amenable to having her again, which Victoire happily announced they would. Eva was quick to regret this plan, however, as she spent the entire ride on the Hogwarts Express awkwardly sharing a train car with her and Chris Wood, who could not seem to keep their hands off each other now that they were officially dating. Worse yet were the awkward conversations that ensued whenever the two got tired of locking lips. You aren't really quitting the Quidditch team, are you? Chris asked Eva at one point. You're the only reason we've been winning for the past year. I'm just too busy with other things. Eva shrugged. It wasn't an outright lie. Quitting the team had freed up enough time for her to work on her many side projects she'd neglected earlier in the term. Rumor has it you and Morrison had a row, Victor piped in. I haven't seen you two eating together in weeks. Trouble in paradise. I'd rather not talk about it, to be honest, Eva muttered. We just needed a break from each other. In truth, she had no idea where she and Roxanne stood at the moment. They hadn't spoken once since their locker room spat, and in fact had been pointedly avoiding one another. Were they officially broken up, or just on hiatus? Did either of them regret the things they'd said? Would they make up when they saw each other again in January? Eva didn't want to dwell on such thoughts, and luckily Victoire and Chris didn't press the issue, opting to turn their attentions back to one another and leave Eva to read in peace. Fleur Weasley met the trio at platform 9 3/4 when they arrived in London. And there comes Dominique now, she said as the silver-haired first year came bounding off the train and engulfed her mother in a hug. Are we ready to go? Eva expected Fleur to lead them through the barrier and into the main King's Cross terminal. But instead, she withdrew a small portkey from within her robes, a nondescript yellow hairbrush. We don't have to go to the portkey hanger anymore? Eva frowned as the others reached forward to grab hold of the brush. New protocol, Fleur explained. Ever since YEA incident last fall, they do not want us mingling with Z muggles anymore. That made sense to Eva. She had not been looking forward to fighting back another irate crowd outside the platform. If things had been tense back in September, she could only imagine how much worse they'd gotten after nearly 4 months of toxic rhetoric from Beckett and other prominent Muggle insurgent leaders in the papers. Eva grabbed hold of the brush, and moments later, they were transported to Shell Cottage. Eva immediately felt a wave of foreign magic wash over her when they landed. Using her sight, she could see that fresh protection wards had been set over the cottage that hadn't been there before. More Muggle deterrents? Eva resolved to ask about it later. The chaos of arrival quickly dissipated as Victoire and Chris disappeared upstairs while Dominique reunited with her tearful little brother and ran off towards the beach. Stay on this side of the rocks, Fleur called after them, then sighed dejectedly. Louis has been so lonely without his sisters. He has not been allowed to see his friends for months. Why not? Eva asked. They muggles who live nearby do not take so kindly to us anymore, Fleur sighed. We fear that Louis will be hurt by the things non-magical children say about him. That made sense to Eva. She too had been ostracized by her neighborhood friends once word got out that she was a witch. She could only imagine how poor Louis felt. Him being a wizard wasn't exactly a surprise to anyone, but sentiments towards his kind had shifted south very quickly in the past year or so. You will stay in Victoire's room as always, said Fleur, beckoning. Eva inside. Christopher will be staying in Louis's room, and you must not allow my daughter to change the sleeping arrangements. I won't. Eva chuckled. She'd anticipated this. Victoire had subtly tried to hint at wanting Eva to stay with Dominique, presumably so she and Chris could have more privacy. Eva didn't want to come between her two lovesick friends, but she also didn't want to incur the wrath of Avila, so she would have to grit her teeth and face the wrath of the rambunctious redhead instead. Bill Weasley arrived home late that evening, as dinner was already winding down, looking exhausted. Sorry I'm late, he sighed, slumping into his chair. Getting in and out of the ministry is a bloody nightmare these days. Why is that? Asked Eva. Muggle protesters have been hounding the entrance for months now, said Bill as he loaded a plate with lukewarm food. A lot more security to get through than before. I had to wait in line for over an hour just to get to the apparition point to leave the atrium. It is for Z best, Fleur said, kissing her husband affectionately on the cheek. You would not want those muggles firing one of their horrible guns at you. It's not even the muggles I'm worried about, Bill chuckled. It's the rabble working at the ministry who worry me most, bickering like schoolchildren all day long. I witnessed 3 separate arguments that nearly broke out into duels. This damned election, Fleur huffed. It will be nice when it is all over. Yeah, when Potter creams Granger. Victoire pipe d'up. She's got no chance dash. No politics at the table, please, Bill muttered. Thankfully, Victoire heeded this request, though only in favor of departing the table with Chris. Eva had grown tired of hearing the political discourse dominating the halls back at school. Apparently, it was not exclusive to just Hogwarts, as the adults at the ministry were equally as at odds over the debate. Thankfully, the Christmas break was a quiet one for Eva. Bill was busy with work. Fleur was busy foiling Chris and Victoire's frequent attempts to disappear in empty rooms, and Louis was busy pestering Dominique about her experiences at Hogwarts. That suited Eva just fine. It gave her more time to get ahead on schoolwork and hone in on what she would do for her Ancient Runes self-study project. She'd finally settled on the topic she wanted to research, which came about entirely by accident. While experimenting in the room of requirement one evening a week prior, she'd watched in fascination as a rogue fly buzzed into her workspace, landed atop a runestone engraved with the time symbol, and promptly keeled over dead. Eva remembered what had happened when Harry channeled time as a spell at Archimedes, watching the bird grow and molt in a matter of seconds. Was this a similar effect at play? Eva would have to find a safer way to test the effects of channeling time upon living things, of course. She had an idea of where to start, but it would have to wait until she returned to the castle. For now, she busied herself with drawing up potential runic schemes to achieve the results she desired. Christmas Day was a raucous affair, just as the year before. By the time Eva came down for breakfast at 8 o'clock, half of the presents in the living room had already been torn open, and the cottage was buzzing with excited chatter. Victoire gifted Eva with a pair of enchanted boots that repelled water, which would come in handy in the upcoming rainy season, while Bill gifted her with a gold bracelet that he said he'd had to remove a nasty blood-boiling curse from in an Egyptian pyramid. "I thought you'd appreciate it more than my wife," Bill later told her in a hushed tone, judging by the horrified expression on Fleur's face when Eva tried it on. He'd been correct. That night was the customary family dinner, as Percy and Penelope, Fred and Angelina, and an already tipsy Ginny arrived for the festivities. Despite Bill's best efforts to keep the tone light, conversation between the adults quickly turned to the election. "So, tell us, Perce, what are you hearing within the ministry?" Fred asked his brother pointedly. "Is Granger trying to circle the wagons in her home base?" "Honestly, no," Percy admitted. "Discussion has been pretty back and forth. I'd say Potter has more support than she does, at least vocally. We'll see if there is a silent majority when the ballots are cast." "Bloody well hope not," Ginny scoffed, already halfway through the bottle of fire whiskey in front of her. "People have to be ready for some change. Granger's had her run. It's time for the real leader to step up." Eva expected somebody to speak up on Hermione's behalf, but surprisingly none did so. Fred merely nodded along in non-verbal agreement, and even Bill did not react negatively to the sentiment. "I just can't wait for the security to lighten up at work," Percy lamented. "It's a pain trying to go anywhere nowadays." "Hang on," Bill frowned. "Don't you employees have your own way in and out of the building? I thought the security was just for the visitors' entrance." "No, it's everywhere," Percy sighed. "Even traveling from department to department is more difficult than ever. And good luck getting to the lower levels unaccompanied. I had to visit the courtroom last week and had to be escorted by 2 Aurors the entire time." Eva frowned at this news. She supposed she was glad she'd retrieved the essence of thought when she did, as she didn't see herself waltzing into the Department of Mysteries again like she had last year. She had always wondered just why it was so easy the first time. Perhaps the tensions of the election made it necessary to restrict interdepartmental interaction whenever possible. "What about you lot?" Ginny demanded, turning her attention to the 3 teenagers seated to her left. "You'll be of age come May, won't you? Who's got your vote?" "They don't have to answer that," Fleur protested, but Victoire spoke up anyway. "My vote's for Potter," she said proudly. "He's the man for the job, no question." "Same here," said Chris with a proud smile. "It's been a pleasure learning from him all these years. He'll make a fine minister." Eva felt the heat of everyone's stares in her direction. "I don't turn 17 until August," she said meekly. "So, I won't have a say. But you must have an opinion," Ginny insisted, eyes narrowed suspiciously at her. "Don't tell me you're a Granger supporter?" I don't know enough about British politics yet to decide," Eva said. "I've only been here for a year." "Umph," Ginny grunted, clearly not impressed with her answer. "She's still young," Fleur said adamantly. "She does not need to have strong opinions yet." "That's exactly the attitude we need to stamp out of young people today," Ginny growled, slamming her fist on the table and making the younger children jump with fright. "Your future depends on this vote, Pruitt. Take the middle road all you like. It's you that's going to suffer the consequences either way." "Dominique, why don't you take Louis and Artie upstairs to get ready for bed?" Bill said nervously. He shot his younger sister a look of warning, but Ginny merely rolled her eyes, clearly undeterred. "What we really need is to get the damned statute of secrecy back," Ginny grumbled once the younger children had departed the table. "That would fix this mess." "How would we even do that?" Victoire asked her aunt. "We can't. That's the problem," sighed Percy. "When Voldemort made our presence known to the Muggles, he made it impossible for us to hide. There's no putting the genie back in the bottle. We continue to suffer the consequences of his actions all these years later. And Granger's only making it worse with her ridiculous outreach programs." Ginny spat. "She's just rubbing our magic in the Muggles' faces at this point. They don't want to interact with our kind any more than we want to interact with them." "What will happen once those programs stop, though?" Eva asked innocently. "Won't that just make the Muggles more resentful?" Temporarily, perhaps, Bill mused. But Potter believes the best course of action is to slowly separate the two worlds again. If the statute can't be recreated, we at least need to keep wizards and muggles away from each other, to let tensions settle. The King's Cross incident proved that we can't exist in the same public spaces any longer. Eva saw the logic behind the idea, but still had concerns about the approach. Would that stop the more fanatical muggles from seeking out violent retribution against those with more power than themselves? Would that stop muggle governments from treating wizardkind like a security threat? Eva had been reading up on American politics in the New York Advocate recently. George Rodriguez's final presidential term was ending this year, and the current frontrunner to replace him was a former Pentagon chief cut from the same cloth as Lee Beckett. He believed that witches and wizards were a plague upon society and vowed to fight back against the witchcraft indoctrination of our children. That did not bode well for the safety of the magical community, separated or otherwise. If anything, isolating themselves could make it easier for muggles to brand them as dangerous outsiders. But she dared not speak her concerns aloud, knowing how close the Weasley family was to Harry Potter and how poorly any perceived support of Granger would be received. So she listened to the back and forth for the next hour, by which time it became clear no common ground would be reached. It wasn't until Ginny had tired herself out with her ranting and dozed off into a booze-fueled stupor that the party disbanded, and Eva retired to sleep, ignoring the quiet giggling from the two voices in the bed next to hers, mulling over what she had heard. She was still trying to read between the lines and deduce what it was exactly that Potter and Granger each wanted. Harry wanted something to do with time, to save this failing planet we live upon. What did those two concepts have to do with one another? And what was Hermione's aim with these attempts to introduce magic to the Muggle community? Was it as baldly altruistic as it appeared, or did she have some other motive driving her? The language of magic was such a pioneering introduction to magic theory that Eva could not believe the minister's academic ambitions had halted in favor of appeasing the Muggles for political gain. Returning to Hogwarts Castle was always a memorable experience, though Eva was less eager about the coming term than usual. She no longer felt like she had a proper group to spend time with. She was nothing more than a third wheel with Victoire and Chris, and the Quidditch team had turned their back on her since she'd quit the squad. Meanwhile, Roxanne had taken to spending time with a gang of Hufflepuff boys roaming the castle and vandalizing Granger posters. She seemed just as determined to ignore Eva's existence as Eva did to avoid her. Worse yet was the curiosity of the rest of the student body, whispering behind Eva's back whenever she passed by. Her breakup with Roxanne had become public knowledge by now, as had her departure from the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Luckily, no one had the courage to approach and ask her directly, so she was treated as a leper, given a wide berth in the halls, and left to her own devices. That suited Eva just fine. She was used to being alone ever since the Willoughby Academy days. She could just tune everything else out and focus on the tasks at hand. By the end of her first week back, she had caught up on most of her accumulated classwork and even managed to read ahead to the 7th-year material. She had begun to collect flat stones from around the lake for her runes project, knowing she'd need plenty of excess material to create her runestones. She finally knew where to begin with her research and resolved to begin straight away that weekend in the room of requirement. But first, she would need to pay a visit to the herbology greenhouses, so she set out on Friday after lunch during her free period. Eva made her way across the frostbitten grounds, grateful for the water-repelling boots Victoire had gifted her, which kept the slush and snow from soaking her feet. She'd never entered the greenhouses before. Herbology was not a subject taught at Willoughby Academy, and Eva had no plans to make a career of plants nor potions. She also tended to steer clear of Professor Hannah Abbott, the weepy herbology instructor, whom Victoire said was riddled with trauma from the war. But she would need her expertise today. "Professor Abbott?" she said, politely knocking as she entered the greenhouse. "Do you have a moment?" Hannah looked up from pruning a plant, eyebrows raising as she saw Eva approaching. "You must be Miss Pruitt," she said. "We've never met, but I hear great things about you from your classmates." "Right," said Eva awkwardly, choosing not to remind Hannah about their interaction the previous year, when she'd walked in on the professor crying alone. "I wondered if I could borrow some supplies for a runes project." "I beg your pardon?" said Hannah, frowning at her. I don't carry any supplies that would help with ancient runes. I'm studying the effects of runestones on plants, Eva explained. I wondered if I could borrow some spare pots and soil, then return them at the end of term. I see, said Hannah, clearly distracted as she contemplated this request. I think I can manage that. How much do you require? A dozen pots and 2 bags of soil should suffice, Eva said confidently. She was unsure exactly how much she needed, but opted on the conservative side. She could always come back and ask for more later. Very well, said Hannah. Help yourself. You can find everything in greenhouse too. Thank you, Professor, Eva said politely, turning to leave. Wait, Hannah said abruptly. Eva froze and turned back to the professor. She was looking at Eva with a curious expression, as though surveying her from afar. It was disconcerting to say the least. Sorry, said Eva expectantly. Do you have time for a private conversation? Hannah asked her quickly. What about? Eva frowned, perplexed. I have spell theory in about an hour dash. No, not here, not now, Hannah said quickly, eyes darting towards the door. A gaggle of second years was headed their way for their afternoon lesson. Tonight, at 9 o'clock. I suppose so, Eva said slowly. Shall I return then? It will be a bit difficult to see the grounds that late dash. No, we'll use this, said Hannah, hastily thrusting an object towards Eva. Eva accepted the object, looking down at a small handheld mirror. Just find someplace private and speak the password aloud, and we can communicate. Eva was bewildered by this odd request. What's the password? She asked, just as the group of students reached the door and began piling into the greenhouse, chattering loudly. It is the minister's last name, Hannah hissed urgently. Then, before Eva could question things further, the professor had turned her attention to the younger students, directing them to their assigned posts for the day's lesson. Eva made her exit and headed back towards the castle, totally unsure what to make of this odd interaction. Why would Professor Abbott of all people need a private word with her? Eva wasn't in any of her classes and had never shown any interest in herbology before today. Did this have something to do with Minister Granger? Eva had been careful not to make her own political affiliations public, but perhaps word had spread about the nature of her disagreement with Roxanne. She was so preoccupied with this development that she forgot to collect her supplies from Greenhouse 2. Oh well, she could return the following day for them. But for the rest of the afternoon, her thoughts were with the strange interaction with Professor Abbott. She spent much of spell theory class thinking back on the conversation, wondering what exactly had provoked such a strange reaction from the woman she barely knew. The subject of today's lesson was interesting enough. Harry was instructing the class on how to layer multiple spells together to make them harder to deflect. But she could not bring herself to focus, her mind on the strange mirror concealed within her bag. What would Abbott have to say that was so urgent, that required such secrecy? Eva ate a hurried dinner and returned to the common room to complete some homework. She hoped it would take her mind off of the ticking clock, the burning curiosity for what 9 o'clock held in store. But she barely took in the words she was reading in the textbook and only managed to write a couple paragraphs of her charms essay that was due on Monday. Was she in trouble? Had Professor Abbott seen her doing something against the rules, intending to reprimand her in private? She could not fathom any other reason the woman would seek her out. At 8:45, she sneaked out of the common room and made her way to the 7th floor, the mirror concealed within her robes. She had to take a brief detour to avoid the notice of Peeves, who was bursting out of coats of armor to scare younger students, but managed to slip into the room of requirement with a few minutes to spare. She'd asked for a quiet space where she could talk in private, and it provided her with a simple room with a couple of cozy armchairs. She sank into one of them, pulling out the mirror and examining it curiously. Tempest, Eva muttered, displaying the time above her head. 8:59 p.m. She counted down the last minute in her head, having no idea what to expect. Finally, when the clock struck 9, she cleared her throat and looked down into the mirror. Granger, she said aloud. She waited for a moment, expecting Professor Abbott's face to replace her own reflection in the glass visage. What she did not expect, however, was the familiar sensation of being hooked behind the navel and pulled backwards, very hard, to destinations unknown. A portkey? Eva thought with horror. Had she been lured into some kind of a trap? No one would ever know where she'd gone. Her disappearance forever a mystery. Did Professor Abbott wish her harm? Eva had no earthly idea why she would trick her into using a portkey to whisk her away from the castle. All she could do was wait to arrive at her destination, ready to reach for her wand if necessary, to fight for her life. Eva was deposited roughly in a room she did not recognize, falling backwards into a wooden chair that nearly toppled over with the force of her arrival. She gasped for breath, eyes searching the room wildly. There was something oddly familiar about this place. The warm wooden textures, the soothing scents, the traditional architecture. This was a place of importance. It took her a moment to realize why, but she figured it out rather quickly once she took in the woman seated across from her, dressed in regal blue robes, surveying her with a grim expression. "Good evening, Miss Thomas," said Hermione Granger. "It's time that you and I had a long overdue chat. The Minister's Tale, /in. We have arrived at the chapters I've been building towards for the entire FIC. I'm nervous. Hope it doesn't disappoint. Enjoy the ride." January 8th, 2016, Evangeline. And Minister Granger? Eva was having difficulty processing the woman seated before her, for more reasons than one. This was the woman she'd idolized for years and never thought she'd be able to meet. Yet she had just called Eva by her true last name, implying that she knew who Eva was. That wasn't even considering that mere seconds ago, she'd been whisked away from Hogwarts to the Ministry of Magic via portkey, something she believed to be impossible. All signs pointed to this being some kind of dream, or perhaps a trick of the Room of Requirement. "Yes, Evangeline, it's really me," Hermione said with a sad smile, as though reading her thoughts. "I apologize for the subterfuge. It has been very difficult to arrange a meeting with you without alerting the headmaster." "Wouldn't a portkey through the school wards do exactly that?" Eva asked, narrowing her eyes. "Normally, yes," said Hermione. "Except I managed to deactivate the anti-portkey runes during my last visit to the castle. I have Professor Babbling to thank for boasting so openly about your little incident with the cell phone earlier this term. A brilliant idea that I may have copied." "How did you know about that?" Eva frowned. "Professor Abbott informed me," said Hermione. "She and Professor Lovegood keep me updated on significant happenings around Hogwarts. And as of late, those happenings have all involved you." "Wait, so you have spies inside the castle?" asked Eva. "In a sense," Hermione shrugged. "The same way Neville Longbottom feeds Potter information from within the Ministry. It's not exactly a secret." "So, what, you told Abbott and Lovegood to watch me?" asked Eva. "Not specifically, no," said Hermione. "That would have drawn suspicion, especially given that you aren't taking either of their subjects. But I have been keeping tabs on you, Evangeline. I expected great things from you, and from everything I've heard, you haven't disappointed." "But why?" asked Eva, exasperated. "Why is everyone so interested in me all of a sudden? I didn't ask to be scrutinized by everyone. I'm nobody special." "I'm afraid that isn't true, Eva," said Hermione. "You may be humble about your talents, but you are special. You have been from the moment you started at Willoughby." "Just because I work hard," Eva shrugged. "It's not like I'm inherently better at magic than everyone else." "As a matter of fact, you are," Hermione said with a wry smile. "But it's not something you did on purpose. It has nothing to do with hard work and everything to do with your parents." "My parents are dead," Eva said glumly. "No, they aren't." Eva frowned at this. "I saw them with my own eyes," she insisted. "They were stabbed in the chest. There's no way they survived." Hermione looked at Eva with a pained, sad expression on her face. "Forgive me, Eva," she said softly, "but Mark and Virginia Thomas are not your real parents. Those are not even their true names. You were placed in their care as a baby to protect you from the ongoing war and keep you far away from the violence in Great Britain." "Who are they then?" Eva asked, an uneasy feeling building in her stomach. "Their real names are Eric and Jane Granger," said Hermione. "I modified their memories and sent them to Australia when I was 17 years old, shortly before the war, only to return 2 years later, to modify their memories once more, and leave them with a child they believed to be their own." Eva's eyes widened. "You took me there?" she asked. "But then you..." Eric and Jane Granger are your grandparents, said Hermione. And I am your mother. Eva searched Hermione's face, looking for any kind of indication that she was joking. But all she saw was pain, regret, and sadness as she explained all of this to the younger witch. There was no denying the truth in her words, though Eva could not seem to wrap her head around it. But that means my father. He didn't know you existed for some time, said Hermione. I did it as much to protect you from him as from Voldemort. But last summer, he found you and staged your adopted parents' death as a guise to bring you to Hogwarts. Harry Potter, Eva murmured. I was foolish to think I could keep you from him forever, Hermione sighed. He looked for you for many years. And when he tracked you down, he brought you under his wing while keeping me in the dark about what he had done. Wait, slow down, Eva groaned. Her head was spinning, and she wasn't sure if it was lingering after effects of the portkey or the impact of the revelations being thrust upon her. After a year of posing as a pureblood, it turns out she was never Muggle-born in the first place. Her parents were the most famous witch and wizard on the planet, and both of them had gone to such great lengths to hide this fact from her. But why? You mean to tell me that you and Potter had a secret kid that no one knew about? Eva asked. And you abandoned me in Australia because you were afraid Potter would what? Kill me? I did not abandon you, Hermione corrected her firmly. I had every intention of telling you the truth when you came of age. But Potter is dangerous, Eva. His vision for the future is not a pleasant one. I wanted to protect you from all that, at least until you were old enough to make up your own mind about him. I can think just fine for myself, Eva protested. You shouldn't have kept me in the dark. You're right, Hermione sighed, and for the first time, she looked human, tired and defeated. No longer the shining image of heroism Eva had imagined her as. I just couldn't bring myself to destroy the life you'd built for yourself. I didn't want to disappoint you with the truth, but I suppose it's too late now, so all I can say is that I'm sorry. Eva saw the sincerity in Hermione's face, and her gut instinct was to forgive her. But many more ideas and questions were swirling in her mind, and she needed answers. How did Potter find out about me? Eva demanded. If you tried to hide my existence from him? He knew you existed, Hermione corrected her. I needed something to keep him in check, to prevent him from doing whatever he wanted after the war. As long as he knew you were out there, and I was the only person who knew where you were, he didn't dare cross me. That's why he has yet to run for office against me until now. But he still found me, Eva pointed out. How? He knew roughly how old you'd be, and that you were likely to be enrolled in a magical school once you came of age, said Hermione. So he kept tabs on all the other schools to look for matches. Eventually, he came sniffing around Willoughby, found you living with my parents, and put two and two together. Then he killed them? Eva asked, beginning to grow angry. And you let him get away with it? He did not kill them, Hermione sighed. He employed a bit of very dark magic to make it appear that they had been murdered by CAW. But I checked the graves, and the bodies buried there were homunculi, transfigured to look like my parents. The real Eric and Jane Granger were removed from the house before the attack ever took place. Eva's head spun from the revelation. My parents are alive, she asked breathlessly. She didn't even care that they weren't her real parents. They were still the couple that raised her, that considered her a daughter, despite all that they'd been through. What really happened to them then? I wish I knew, Hermione sighed. Potter refuses to tell me where he took them. I suspect they're somewhere else in the world, under a new memory charm, living new identities, blissfully unaware of the two magical daughters they raised. I didn't even realize what he'd done until this past summer, when I visited to check in on you, as I always do. You checked on me? August 13th. Every year, Hermione grinned sadly. You remember the old lady who used to come by with gifts? That was you. Eva gasped in surprise. Even her parents hadn't known the identity of the odd woman who used to show up on their doorstep every year like clockwork, bearing well wishes and a small gift for the birthday girl. She was one of the few in the neighborhood who didn't regard them with distrust and fear. Eva still cherished some of the simple gifts she'd received from the woman. A set of notebooks, a cotton shawl, a fruity perfume she'd worn for an entire year, and had never known they'd come from her birth mother. It was me, Hermione confirmed. Imagine my surprise last summer when I showed up to a vacant lot, heard about the terrible attacks, and realized what had happened. I went straight to Hogwarts to confront him. That certainly explained why Hermione had stormed into the Great Hall over the summer, on Eva's birthday of all days. Why won't he tell you where they are? Eva asked. He promised to someday, said Hermione, but only on the condition that I do not interfere with your Hogwarts experience. Ironic, isn't it? Using the same tactics I used against him. He wanted a chance to raise you, to mold you under his tutelage, without my interference. Another sickening realization was dawning on Eva now. That's why he gave me a fake name, she muttered to herself. It wasn't about posing as pureblood at all. It was to hide the fact that you'd been transferred, Hermione nodded sagely. I would have known straight away if I'd seen an Evangeline Thomas's enrolled at Hogwarts out of the blue. Potter quietly erased your Willoughby records and enrolled you as Eva Pruitt, which raised no alarm bells in my department. Pruitt is a highly common wizarding name, and I would not have thought twice about your sudden appearance in the registry. But that wasn't the only reason, Eva exclaimed. He knew I would be in a dorm with Victoire. He knew the Weasleys and the Pruitts were closely connected. He wanted them to bring me close, to keep an eye on me. I admit, the Weasleys were a big reason why I could not approach you earlier, Hermione frowned. They are perhaps the most loyal Potter supporters in Britain. Ginny in particular holds a nasty grudge against me. In her eyes, I took the love of her life away from her. Eva remembered the awkward encounter outside the headmaster's office, hearing the sounds of lovemaking coming from within. You and Potter are still together? She asked cautiously. That is a long story, Hermione sighed. Clearly this was as uncomfortable for her to talk about as it was for Eva. But it doesn't matter right now. What matters is what happens next. I'm taking a big risk in contacting you, because Potter can be unpredictable when provoked. But I need your help. My help? Eva asked. With what? Well, as you know, he's decided to run for minister, said Hermione. Now that he has you under his wing, I have nothing to hold over him to stop him. But I don't think he wants the job for the power or the prestige. There's something specific he's after in the ministry, something dangerous, and I'm trying to figure out exactly what that is. He's studying time, said Eva. He won't tell me why exactly, but he's asked me to help him research its magical properties. I suspected as much, Hermione frowned. I've caught several people trying to break into the Department of Mysteries in the past few weeks. I can't prove Potter's behind the attempts, but the culprits all have ties back to him. Why the Department of Mysteries? Asked Eva. That's the part I'm not sure about yet, said Hermione. When Potter and I were 15, we broke into the Department of Mysteries and accidentally destroyed the Ministry's supply of time turners. The time travel program was discontinued shortly after that, and even I don't know how they were made in the first place. The Unspeakables keep that information locked away tightly. You think he wants to make a new time turner? Asked Eva. It's possible, Hermione sighed. The thought of him meddling with the timeline is admittedly frightening. But there are other, equally dangerous things in the Department of Mysteries that oughtn't be meddled with. Anything he wants from inside can't be good news. Essence of thought, maybe? Eva wondered aloud. No, certainly not that, Hermione laughed. He's repulsed by the stuff, which is a whole other story I won't get into. Not that it's too difficult to obtain, as you learned last winter. Eva reddened at this remark. You knew I checked it out? She asked. Of course. I asked the Unspeakables to notify me immediately if anyone did, Hermione said. But I also told them that any Muggle-born student who asked for it was allowed to take it. You did? Eva asked, eyebrows raising at the remark. But why? Essence of Thought was only banned after I published my book, said Hermione. Its applications beyond the draft of Omniscience are fairly limited. But I knew someone would come along to further my research, most likely a Muggle-born who didn't buy into Potter's beliefs on the subject. Potter knew I'd checked it out too, Eva muttered. But I didn't get in trouble. In fact, he seemed to encourage it. I expect that he would, Hermione nodded. He thought you might be able to aid him in his research. Eva thought back to her meeting with Headmaster Potter earlier that year, watching the Phoenix Archimedes rebirth. That's why he let me study your book, Eva realized aloud. He wanted me to brew the draft of Omniscience, to study the language of magic. Yes, Hermione confirmed. He suspected for good reason that you would be more attuned to it than most. But why? Asked Eva. Why am I more attuned to it than most people? And don't just say because I have powerful parents. I don't buy that rubbish. It had been bothering her for months now, and she still could not understand it. Why could she see those currents of magical energy so clearly, even without the draft of omniscience active in her system? And why was she able to use magic so freely without draining her magical core, as Roxanne called it? It has everything to do with your parents, Eva, said Hermione. Not who they are, but what they did. You must understand that if I'd known I was pregnant with you, I never would have experimented with the draft of omniscience so often. But I suspect that you experienced some of the effects of the potion in the womb, which is why you were able to use the sight even without the potion. Using it properly the first time simply helped your brain make better sense of it. And my stamina? Asked Eva. I've never felt drained from using my magic before. Neither does your father, Hermione pointed out. He was not born that way, of course, no one is. But in his quest to defeat Voldemort, he performed terrible rituals on his body to increase his abilities, his reflexes, and yes, his stamina. These rituals permanently altered his genetic makeup, and he passed such heightened abilities onto you. So, I'm some sort of genetic freak? Eva demanded, suddenly feeling extremely exposed. More powerful than the average witch. In many respects, yes, said Hermione. Your father has near infinite stamina, but lacks the ability to use the sight without actively consuming the draft. I've built up an affinity to the draft through my exhaustive testing and no longer need to drink it to use the sight, but never had the stamina to do so for very long. It took the two of us together to take down Voldemort, but in theory, you have the potential to be more powerful than all three of us. Eva didn't want to hear this. All her life, she wanted nothing more than to just be ordinary. Learning she was a witch meant ostracizing her from all the neighborhood kids she grew up with. Excelling in her classes meant earning the jealous ire of her classmates at both Willoughby and Hogwarts. And now, learning that she was some kind of super witch, she feared that she would never find acceptance in the wizarding community and was doomed to a lifetime of being put on a pedestal. What do you want from me? She asked. Tears were beginning to well up in her eyes, and she'd never felt more alone than she did in this moment. Why can't you all just leave me be? Hermione stood from her chair and walked around the desk towards Eva. She knelt beside the girl and wrapped her in a comforting embrace. Eva leaned into the touch, marveling at the gentle softness of her touch, the warmth and compassion radiating from the minister. This is my mother, Eva remembered, and she closed her eyes, basking in the feeling of being held by a parent, a feeling she thought she'd never experience again in her lifetime. Then, just as abruptly, Eva pulled away. She remembered the circumstances that brought her here. The 16 years spent in the dark. Being left alone in Australia. Being dragged back to Britain against her will. To serve as some kind of pawn in this power struggle between two quarreling lovers. It was a betrayal, no matter how she looked at it. Eva couldn't give a damn that they were her parents. They were still strangers to her, and she saw no reason to help them. I know you didn't ask for any of this, Hermione said comfortingly, as though reading Eva's angry thoughts. You've been thrust into this conflict without asking for it. I would not be asking anything of you if it wasn't so important to the future of wizarding kind. No, of all humankind. I won't fight anyone for you, said Eva adamantly. I don't like fighting. Nothing of the sort, Hermione assured her. I just need to know what your headmaster is up to. You're closer to him than most, maybe anybody aside from myself. He knows you're his daughter and will be looking to keep you in his good graces. He may even come to trust you enough to share what he's up to. So you want me to spy on him? Hermione could not hide the wince at this blunt remark. I know I haven't exactly proven my trustworthiness to you, she sighed. I wouldn't blame you for wanting nothing to do with me after tonight. But look at what's happening in the world around us. There's another war coming, and I'm doing everything in my power to prevent further bloodshed. Everything, Eva asked dryly. Like pandering to Muggle presidents overseas? Reading the prophet, are we? Hermione said grimly. There is much more happening behind the scenes than the public realizes. Eva, these Muggle attacks are not random. Someone is orchestrating all of this chaos, and they hope to gain something from it. If they aren't careful, They could undo all our efforts to keep the peace in the past decade. You think Potter is intentionally stoking the flames with the Muggles? Asked Eva skeptically. I'd never be able to prove it, nor do I intend to try, said Hermione. But he mustn't win this election. Right now, I'm the only thing standing between him and whatever he's after in the Department of Mysteries. I can't risk the safety of the community by letting him do whatever he wants. So you want me to ask what it is he's after? No, that would likely tip your hand, said Hermione. Just keep your ears open and see if he gives you any more hints as to what he's after. If I can figure it out before the election, maybe I can find a way to delay him. Eva considered this. She still didn't fully trust Granger, but her words did ring as authentic. Eva, too, had become concerned with Potter's erratic behavior and secretive projects. She didn't love the idea of spying on her headmaster, her father for that matter, but he had done his own fair share of deceiving Eva over the past year. She had the sudden urge to seek Roxanne's advice on the matter, only to realize that she might be the worst possible person to confide this information in. Not only would she immediately tell the headmaster, she'd be the first to remind Eva that one's loyalties should not automatically lie with their parents. General Beckett was proof positive of that. I'll think about it, Eva finally said. This is all a lot to handle. I understand, Hermione said sympathetically. If you ever decide to talk to me again, just ask Professor Lovegood or Abbott, and they'll help you get in touch. Just keep in mind that the election is in less than 5 months, so we can't afford to waste much time. Do you really think he'll win? Eva asked. The prophet thinks so, but it's clearly biased. I'm not sure, Hermione sighed. Potter's fans are loud and prominent in society, but the majority of Britain's magical community is half-blood or less. They're still fresh off of Voldemort's magic is might nonsense and might not take too kindly to his aggressive rhetoric. It is still Harry Potter we're talking about, though, Eva chuckled. He killed Voldemort after all. Actually, no, he didn't, Hermione corrected. That's the official version of events, but Lord Voldemort did not die that day. But he did die in the end, said Eva. After you found the Horcruxes, right? Hermione surveyed Eva with an odd expression. Perhaps it would be easiest to just show you, she said. She bent down to retrieve something from within her desk. Eva thought she would emerge with a pensieve to view a memory, but instead she pulled out a small mirror, similar to the one that had transported Eva here. I promise I won't try to trick you with this one, Hermione said with a strained smile. Portus. She tapped her wand to the mirror, and it glowed bright blue for a second before returning to its original state. Where will this one take me? Eva asked skeptically. Austria, said Hermione, holding out the makeshift portkey for her to touch. It's time for you to meet Tom Riddle for yourself. The Battle of London. A/N, July 3rd. 23. Please note that I've made a few significant alterations to Chapter 16 ahead of this chapter's release. I realized that I had included a key character in an earlier scene involving the Black Tower despite killing them off in an earlier timeline. Whoops. Nothing story-breaking, but needless to say they won't be seen again in this chapter or beyond. June 14th, 2003, Hermione. It wasn't until the night before the battle that Harry deigned to let Hermione in on the plan. She felt like a child, being escorted into the conference room, where the other members of the Old Order were already seated. They all stared at her as though she were an outsider, having been left out of the major strategic discussions thus far. Hermione took the one empty seat at the far end of the table as Harry stood at the front of the room to address the fighters. By now, you should all know your assignments, Harry told the gathered crowd. We will be split into 2 main groups for the initial assault. From there, it will be up to you to determine where you are best needed and help the squad whose needs are greater. Hermione surveyed the room as Harry spoke. There were more people gathered here in one place than she'd seen in years. Bill and Charlie Weasley had arrived to join their siblings, as had a few other holdovers from Dumbledore's army. Angelina Johnson, Katie Bell, Seamus Finnegan, and even Cho Chang had risked the journey and their lives for the final battle. They all looked grimly determined as Harry coached them through the final steps of the war. One way or another, the fight would be over after tomorrow. Either they would defeat Voldemort's army or die trying. Squad A will go first, Harry instructed, turning to refer to a drawing of the Black Tower on the whiteboard behind him. We will all send up patron uses to deal with the Dementors, then follow on brooms to breach the mid-level atrium. They will secure the Flynn network for Squad B, who will be rushing the lower atrium and securing the entrance of the tower. Then both squads will meet on the upper levels to clear out the offices and deal with whatever obstacles the ferrymen try to put up. Hermione couldn't help but feel a bit offended as she examined the sketch of the tower. The only reason any of them knew what was inside in the first place was from her memory of her prior incursion, which she'd given to Harry without question when asked for it. It was frankly insulting to leave her out of the planning stages of the operation when she was easily the most pivotal part of putting everything together before Harry had returned. But that wasn't even what bothered her most in this moment. "What about the Muggles?" she asked. "Does Squad A have a plan for any fighter jets or attack helicopters they might encounter? And how will Squad B get through the foot soldiers that will be assaulting the entrance at the same time?" "Hermione, they're Muggles," Harry said, exasperated. "We have magic, remember? Use it. I know you're precious about saving innocent lives here, but any soldiers that Beckett puts between us and the tower is just going to be collateral damage." "I really think you're underestimating how much damage they can do," Hermione pointed out. "Now that the American military is involved, it's going to get messy. And they won't be able to discriminate between us and the ferrymen dash." "Enough!" Harry groaned, exasperated. "We can't plan for every contingency, Hermione. Our focus is defeating the wizards in the tower. Until we do that, everything else is secondary." "Fine," Hermione huffed. "But don't blame me if someone else loses an eye." She gave Ginny a pointed look at this, who, despite the eye patch, cut an imposing figure as she stood to her feet and glared daggers at Hermione with her good eye. "Leave me out of it," Ginny snarled. "I would have been fine if you hadn't distracted me in that alley." Harry placed a calming hand on Ginny's shoulder, motioning for her to sit back down. "There will be time for bickering later," he said. "We need to be on the same team tomorrow, or this will all be for nothing." "Fine by me," Hermione muttered. "Where will you be, Harry?" "At the top," Harry said confidently, pointing to the pinnacle of the tower. "The Dark Lord will be waiting for me there." "How do you know?" Harry tapped the scar on his forehead in response. "I have a direct link to his mind, remember?" he said. "He's up there as we speak, taunting me to come and find him. And I will." "I'll come with you," Hermione said at once. "No, you won't," Harry said adamantly. "I don't care which squad you join, but you'll leave the Dark Lord to me. It's my fight, and mine alone." Hermione could see that Harry's mind was made up and nothing she said would sway him. She had no intention of leaving him to a one-on-one conflict with the most powerful wizard in modern history, but she wouldn't argue the point there and then. "Very well," she said. "I'll join Squad B and make sure the Muggles don't cause us too many problems." "Fine," Harry shrugged. "Any more questions?" "Are we aiming to capture or kill?" asked Neville. Everyone perked up at this question. Clearly, it had been on their minds as well. "Whatever is necessary," Harry said grimly. They made their choice by working in the tower, knowing full well who's in charge of it. "It isn't all ferrymen in there, though," Bill pointed out. "Plenty of office grunts have business there as well. Percy has to make a trip inside at least once a month." "Then you'd better hope he isn't in there tomorrow," Harry said shortly. The Weasleys all looked forlorn at this remark. Knowing what happened to Ron, this was no idle threat. Only Ginny seemed unbothered among the redheads. "If Percy dies tomorrow, it'll be because he's a giant prat," she said firmly. "He's made his bed. He can lie in it." "Will there be any healers on hand?" asked Hermione. "In case of injury?" Harry gestured around the room at the gathered fighters. "This is all we have," Harry said, as though that answered the question. "If we could spare a healer, we would. I recommend not getting injured or brushing up on your field healing spells." "I know of a few," Crumb grunted from the corner. "I will stay late and teach anyone who needs it." "The Muggles might have doctors at their encampment," Hermione pointed out. "That might be the best chance for anyone who does wind up hurt dash." "Again with the Muggles," Harry muttered, exasperated. "Just in case, Harry," Hermione huffed. "It ought to be said, if all else fails." "I'm sure they'll welcome an injured wizard with open arms," Harry said dryly. "So sure, knock yourself out if you get a little bruise." "Can we stay on topic here?" Hermione thought it was incredibly on topic. Harry was naive to believe that nobody would be injured in such a chaotic and potentially bloody engagement, even if they dueled perfectly against the ferrymen. who were fearsome foes in their own right. There would also be stray bullets and artillery fire flying at random that could hit anyone at any time. She did not regret saying her piece, knowing that it could save a life or two if the worst happened. A few more questions were asked, as finer details were ironed out and final plans were set. The meeting adjourned at 11 p.m., with everyone separating to their own quarters to try and get some rest before the big day. Hermione paced around her office, knowing she would have no luck with sleep. She was too nervous, too terrified of what could go wrong in the morning. By this time tomorrow, the war could be over, or they could all be dead. The world may be permanently lost to Voldemort. It was all up to Harry now. Hermione busied herself with last-minute preparations of her own. She hopped on the radio to send a final message to George Weasley at the Manchester Enclave, confirming the plan to get the children out of the country at 7 a.m. sharp. She gathered as many potions as she could from her private stores and crammed them into an enchanted bag, healing drafts and other useful drinks that could save lives in a pinch. She considered her runes project, now active and waiting many miles away, hoping that she'd made all the correct preparations. She played with the pendant dangling from a chain around her neck, running through the arithmetic in her head, fairly certain she'd done her calculations correctly. She eventually emerged from the office hours later to whip up some coffee and a light breakfast. She found that she was not the only one unable to sleep. Several others, like Crumb and the elder Weasley brothers, sat in the common room, chatting idly. Hermione sat by herself in the corner, sipping from her mug, too jittery to make casual conversation. How men ever managed to be so casual and calm mere hours from their looming deaths never ceased to amaze her. Slowly the room filled with the other fighters, looking variously exhausted and/or worried. All except for Harry, who arrived last, looking composed and ready as he strode to the front of the room. Everyone hushed as he approached, taking in his demeanor, the fierce expression in his eyes. Hermione would always admire that about Harry, his ability to rally a crowd with his mere presence, with his sheer resolve to win. 15 minutes, he announced. Everyone ready? Ready, a few voices shouted back. The minutes ticked by in relative silence, as everyone retreated into their own heads, psyching themselves up, readying themselves for the fight to come. The fight for their lives. Then, with about 5 minutes to go, odd sounds began to disrupt the silence. Distant patters of gunfire, faint booms of explosions, accompanied by light rumblings in the ground. Hermione frowned. The Enclave was situated some 5 miles from the heart of downtown London, indicating that the fighting was perhaps more widespread than she believed. She knew Beckett and Rodriguez must have directed their units to begin the assault right at dawn, and from the sound of it, they were making a big impact already. All eyes turned to Harry, who appeared unfazed by the development. "We stick to the plan," he said firmly. 4 minutes. They listened as the distant sounds grew increasingly louder and more intense. The sky screeched with screaming rockets. Gunfire continued erupting in the distance in a near-constant stream. It only served to hammer home the reality of the situation, as everyone did their best to ignore the fearsome noises and focus on the task at hand. Finally, Harry stood and announced, "Squad A, 30 seconds." Half of the team of fighters approached, each clutching a broomstick. They each placed a hand on a small disc that Harry held out and waited. When the clock struck 7 exactly, the disc glowed bright blue, and Squad A disappeared, the portkey whisking them away to their designated starting point near the tower. Silence returned to the room as they waited for the next departure time. They actively listened to the sounds of battle now, straining for any sign that Squad A had begun their attack. A distant crackling noise joined the cacophony now. Hermione hoped that meant that Harry had activated his army of lightning patron uses, and they were on their way towards the middle levels of the tower. It was an agonizing wait, when all they could do was pray for the best. Eventually, Fred Weasley stood up and walked to the front of the room. "Squad B, 30 seconds, he announced, his voice shakier than Harry's had been. Hermione walked forward with the rest of the fighters, placing a hand on a similar disc. She felt a trembling body beside her, and turned to see Hannah Abbott, tears running down her face, terribly afraid. "It's okay," Hermione whispered to soothe her. "Do it for your children." Hannah gulped and nodded. She was still devastated by the loss of half of her enclave earlier in the year. But she steeled herself and stood tall, no longer shaking by the time the clock reached their departure time. Hermione felt a yank behind her navel as the portkey transported them into the heart of London, perhaps for the final time. Immediately, Hermione knew they'd landed in the middle of a war zone. The alleyway they'd landed in was filled with smoke, forcing them all to drop to their stomachs. Heavy footsteps marched past in the main thoroughfares, all headed in the direction of the Black Tower 2 blocks away. Hermione groaned. The streets of London were absolutely crawling with Muggle soldiers. But these were not the disorganized, untrained fighters of earlier. These were professional soldiers, marching in formation, shouting commands, and organizing in tight-knit groups. These must be the Americans, freshly arrived from across the pond, armed to the teeth, and ready to fight back against the wizarding regime that had lorded over them for years. It was an intimidating sight, even for a bunch of witches and wizards. "What do we do now?" whispered Fred. Hermione hastily summoned a gust of wind to clear the smoke from around them and allow them to breathe and think in peace. This had the added effect of clearing their view up into the sky, the Black Tower looming over their heads. Everyone glanced up at it and gasped collectively at the sight. Harry's patronuses were chasing the cloud of Dementors away, scattering away from the tower. They could faintly make out figures on broomsticks high above, some directing their own patronuses to clear the herd of black monstrosities, others squeezing through the windows to enter the tower. But that wasn't what caught everyone's attention. The tower was in shambles. Entire chunks of the facade had been ripped away. The great stone columns were chipped and blasted apart. Most of the windows lining the tower were blown out by gunfire and explosions, and debris was raining down the sides of the great structure from its many gaping wounds. Hermione knew the tower had been enchanted to repel most magic thrown its way, but doubted that Voldemort would have thought to defend against Muggle artillery and gunfire. In fact, if the tower wasn't supported by magic, she was certain that it would have collapsed under its own weight by now. The damage was that extensive. Suddenly, all of Squad B flinched and ducked instinctively as there was a great roaring sound overhead. Hermione thought perhaps that a flock of dragons had entered the fray, but instead she looked up as a squadron of fighter jets screamed through the sky, flying directly towards the tower. They unleashed their payloads at once, sending rockets and gunfire at the stone structure. The tower was rocked by more colossal explosions. Debris continued to shower the streets below, as even the Muggle soldiers ducked from the might of the military aircraft overhead. "Blimey, how are we supposed to get anywhere near the tower?" asked Seamus Finnegan. "We'll be ripped apart. We have to fight our way through the Muggles," said Fred decisively, raising his wand as he began to move forward towards the main road. "No!" Hermione exclaimed, grabbing his arm. "They'll turn on us and start firing immediately. We have to draw them away from the tower, some other way." "How?" Hermione pondered this. She doubted that this small group of witches and wizards could overpower an entire squadron of trained American soldiers. But perhaps with a show of strength, she could frighten them into a retreat and buy them just enough time to get inside. Hermione directed her attention back to the smoldering tower. She aimed her wand at a section about 50 feet above ground level. A curtain of flames wrapped itself around the tower and began to descend down towards the street below. Hermione poured as much magic into it as she could, knowing it would be enough to do substantial damage, but hoping the sight of the flames would scare the Muggles off. She waited as the flames descended below the sight line of a neighboring building and disappeared. Slowly but surely, she heard cries of alarm and sounds of panic from down the road. The steady march of soldiers just outside the alley halted, then quite abruptly changed direction. "Retreat!" Voices echoed down from the direction of the tower. Soon, soldiers were running in the opposite direction to escape whatever Hermione had conjured. The stream of bodies finally slowed and then disappeared up the road. "Wait," Hermione instructed as Fred stood to move forward. Seconds later, a searing wall of flame washed past them, not terribly thick or powerful, but imposing enough to send the Muggles running for fear of incineration. Once the wave passed, the streets were left empty, granting them unimpeded access to the tower. "Go, go!" Hermione announced. Squad B leapt into action, sprinting down the road towards the tower. A few stray soldiers stood between them, having avoided the wall of flame, but were quickly dispatched with stunners before they could raise their weapons in their direction. Soon they stood before the shattered front entrance to the tower, staring into the ruined atrium. Fred led the way inside, cautiously stepping through what had once been a window before gunfire tore it to pieces. Bodies littered the space. The air smelled thickly of copper and gunpowder as they stepped over dead ferrymen and other wizarding employees riddled with bullets. It was deathly silent, aside from faint groans of pain from those lucky or unlucky, enough to survive the initial onslaught of Muggle soldiers. "Clear the floor," Fred announced, and Squad B fanned out across the atrium, wands aimed for any opposition. But there was none to be found. Any defense that the tower had once had was decimated by the Muggles. Hermione knew the ferrymen must be dwindling in numbers with the ongoing revolts across Britain, but even she was shocked by how severely understaffed the tower was by now. There must have been no more than 3 or 4 dozen wizards guarding the entrance, which was no match for the hundreds, if not thousands of foot soldiers swarming the city in coordinated packs. Hermione paused, feeling dizzy from the heavy expenditure of magic the flames had cost her. She withdrew her potions kit and withdrew an invigoration draft, downing it in a single gulp. She felt her head clear and her magic rush back into her within seconds, grateful that she'd thought to bring plenty of the necessary concoction. Hopefully, she wouldn't need many more at this rate. She stowed her bag away and moved forward to rejoin the squad. Her attention suddenly shifted to a crumpled figure in wizard's robes, lying sprawled on the floor nearby, writhing in pain. She hurried over to the man and leveled her wand at him, ready to end his life if necessary. "Wait!" The man panted weakly, holding up an empty hand. "Please, I have a family. Have mercy." Hermione paused. She really ought to dispatch with the man and be done with it, but he posed no threat to them at the moment. He possessed no wand, and his legs were mangled and oozing blood, shredded from some Muggle artillery. Furthermore, he was no ferryman. He was an Auror, technically a member of Voldemort's regime, but not necessarily a willing participant. She recognized him as Aurora Hopkins, whom she had crossed paths with in the Ministry during her stealth mission all those months ago. "My son, Calvin, he just turned 4. The man stammered weakly. "He needs me. Don't do this." Hermione knew the safest option was to just end the man's life now, before he could find a wand and cause them more problems later on. But her maternal instincts were screaming at her to relent. She too had a 4-year-old child, hidden away in Australia, whom she hadn't seen since shortly after her birth. Why should she create yet another orphan, when so many parents had already been slaughtered needlessly in this war? She couldn't bring herself to do so. Instead, she dropped to a knee beside the man and pulled out her potions kit once more. "Drink these," she instructed, handing him a pain reliever and a blood-replenishing potion. "This is going to hurt." She pointed her wand at the man's legs. He wailed in agony as she cauterized his wounds, searing the flesh where the worst of the blood loss was coming from. Once she was done, she summoned a fallen table towards them and positioned it in front of the man, shielding him from view from most passers-by. There was nothing more she could do. She stood and hustled forward towards the flue to reconvene with the other fighters. "Thank you," the man called after her in a weak voice. Hermione didn't know if he would survive the day, but she'd done all she could to prevent that 4-year-old boy from growing up without a father. The rest of Squad B was convening by the fireplaces, wands scanning the atrium for more threats. But they appeared to be alone in the smoldering wreckage, the workers and ferrymen either having fled or perished to the onslaught from the Muggle fighters. "Anyone hurt?" asked Hermione. "Don't think so," Fred said. Everyone looked unscathed aside from Sadie, who had cut her hand on a bit of jagged glass while entering the lobby. Hermione handed her a pain reliever to drink while conjuring a strip of cloth to wrap around her hand and keep compression on the wound. "Thanks," Sadie muttered. "Any word from the other side?" Hermione asked, indicating the fireplaces that were connected to the upper atrium. "Not yet," said Fred. "What you reckon?" Hermione glanced around the atrium. The fighters had long dispersed from the tower, and there was nobody left to fight down here. But the Muggles could return at any moment and open fire again, believing them to be ferrymen, making every moment spent on ground level a risky one. We should head through anyway, she decided. If Squad A hasn't sent the signal, they might need help. All right then, Fred sighed, as the other squad members gathered around the grates. Hermione grabbed a handful of flue powder from the nearby urns and tossed them into each hearth, igniting them with green flames. With her wand ready for action, she stepped through, spinning away upwards towards the middle section of the tower. Hermione was deposited in a room that looked even worse for wear than the last. The entire level had been obliterated by gunfire and artillery from the passing planes. Every window was blown out. Support columns stood smoking and fractured all around them. Once again, she was certain that the floor would have collapsed by now if there wasn't magic at work keeping the tower upright. "Where is everyone?" Hermione asked, frowning. Well, look what the cat's dragged in," a voice said humorlessly. Ginny appeared from the other side of the room, looking grim. For a moment, Hermione thought this was a remark at her sudden appearance. But she followed Ginny's gaze to the center of the room, where a squat figure was crumpled in a pool of her own blood. Hermione's eyebrows raised at the lifeless form of Dolores Umbridge, cut down by what looked like gunfire and shrapnel from the blast that had destroyed half the wall. She couldn't say she was sorry to see the old witch dead, and Ginny clearly agreed, rearing back and unleashing a glob of spit on the woman's body. Fitting that she died to the very people she detested so much, Hermione said coldly. She didn't deserve a witch's death. Still, I would have liked to be the one to do her in, Ginny said darkly. She made my life hell in our 7th year at Hogwarts. All clear, announced Neville from the other side of the room. Hermione could now see that Umbridge was not the only casualty of the fighter jets. Several other ferrymen and tower workers had been struck down, leaving very few survivors. A small group of surrendering workers sat huddled in a corner, under Bill and Charlie's watchful wands, looking shell-shocked at whatever destruction they'd witnessed before the wizards arrived. "Why have the planes stopped attacking?" Hermione asked. "They're moving up the tower," Neville explained. "That's where the only fighting is taking place now." Hermione's heart sunk at this news. It could only mean that Harry and Voldemort had begun their battle for control. "Here, take this," Hermione instructed Ginny, handing her the bag of potions. She raised her wand and conjured her Patronus, the silvery otter awaiting her command. "The tower is secure," Hermione said. "Send your men to the ministry." And she sent the otter off to deliver the message to Rodriguez, hoping that he and Beckett were coordinating enough to halt the assaults on the tower. The less chance they'd be cut down by friendly fire, the better. With this done, Hermione headed for the stairs. "Where are you going?" Ginny demanded. "Up," Hermione said simply, and she tore up the spiral staircase, determined to reach the top, to reach Harry. Was she too late? Had the battle already been won or lost? She couldn't bear not knowing. She had to get there before the worst could happen. The upper levels of the tower looked similarly ravaged by gunfire. She passed by scores of dead bodies and the occasional live worker, in no state to fight, just huddled under their desks, mourning for their friends, crying for their mothers. She spied a handful of Squad A members securing the levels as she passed. Victor Crumb, Lee Jordan, Luna Lovegood, but they needed no assistance. They were simply the cleanup crew, left to mop up the devastation wrought by the Muggle planes, which none of them had anticipated being so effective. Hermione heard shouting ahead of her, screams of agony from the upcoming level. She approached slowly, wand at the ready, prepared to join a fight. But what she saw instead floored her. A dozen hippogriffs, clawing and pecking at a group of ferrymen on the ground, begging for their lives. "All right there, Hermione?" a booming voice asked. Hagrid was standing beside the hippogriffs, egging them on to continue throttling their prey. "I'm okay," Hermione said breathlessly. "You, all under control air," Hagrid said. "Brought in this lot from the Forbidden Forest just last night." "Good thinking," said Hermione. "Have you seen Harry?" "He went tearing up those stairs a while ago," Hagrid said. "You reckon he's all right?" "I'm sure he is," Hermione said placatingly, then continued her ascent up the steps. She had no idea how much higher she had to climb, but she had to be getting close. She could hear faint booms and crackling of magic in the distance. She could only imagine one source of such devastation. She increased her pace, panting heavily as she took the stairs 3 at a time, rushing forward towards certain doom. Hermione came up short as she entered a room of pitch black. The place reeked of dark magic. The walls, floor, and ceiling were covered in black marble, with tall bookshelves, a sinister desk, and throne chair adorning the room. This must be Voldemort's study, she realized. The books on the shelves were among the vilest she could imagine, worse even than Karkaroff's secret stash back at Crumb Manor. But she could not stop to explore the room further. She was close to the fighting now. She could hear the sounds of conflict nearby, could see flashes of light reflecting off the stairs ahead of her. She ascended the last flight cautiously, which carried her up and out of the tower's interior and onto its roof. What she saw there caused her stomach to drop. Harry and Voldemort were dueling. They walked in a wide circle around each other, backs to the parapets lining the circular structure, a wasteland of devastation between them. The air was thick with smoke. Hermione could practically taste the awful magic being slung back and forth between the two wizards. She did not dare enter the battle with such chaos erupting all around them. She remained on the staircase, erecting a silent shield charm to protect herself, her head barely peeking out over the landing to view the duel from a safe distance. It was horrifying and enthralling to watch. She'd never seen magic on such a scale. Advanced curses and hexes she didn't recognize, cast at a breathtaking pace that few magical beings could dream of harnessing. The Dark Lord looked every bit as dangerous and all-powerful as his reputation suggested, wielding the most horrific magic that had ever been attempted and making it look easy. But Harry looked confident, and Hermione had to admit he appeared to be on equal footing as the Dark Lord. His spell knowledge may be behind Voldemort's, but he was crafty and quick, just as comfortable with spinning away from a dangerous volley as he was batting it aside. He flung spell after spell at his nemesis, his wand ablur as it twirled and spun in Harry's hand, keeping the battle equal, preventing Voldemort from pressing any kind of advantage. Slowly, Hermione became aware of the many aircraft surrounding the two fighters, helicopters, hovering at a distance, watching the action from afar. For a brief moment of insanity, Hermione believed them to be newscopters, recording the fight for the Muggle world to see. But then she realized that these were all military craft, jostling for position, waiting for an opening to strike. "Harry, look out!" she shrieked. One of the copters had fired a barrage of rockets at the tower. Harry saw them coming first and dove out of the way. Voldemort noticed them a second later and was forced to erect a heavy metal shield to protect himself. The rockets peppered the ground all around the Dark Lord, sending shrapnel clanging up against his shield, staggering him backwards. Voldemort appeared unharmed, but now he was properly angry. He turned his attention not to Harry, but to the aircraft hovering around him. With a mighty swipe of his wand, a black, smoke-like whip cracked across the sky, striking several of the helicopters and sending them plummeting towards the ground. Hermione's heart sank as she watched them go, the Muggles inside doomed to a fiery death. She must act. She rushed forward to the parapets, aiming her wand down at the falling wreckage of the craft, firing freezing and cushioning charms to halt the spread of flames and protect the vehicle inhabitants from a violent collision with the ground. She watched as the fires dwindled and the craft's descent slowed. She only hoped the magic would hold until they drifted all the way to the ground. Hermione was forced into action as she sensed incoming spells from behind her. Voldemort had spotted her, and he'd fired a volley of dangerous curses at her back. She wheeled around and deflected them, barely. The speed and power behind Voldemort's cast was dizzying, and she knew she'd come within microseconds of death. "Get out of here, Hermione!" Harry bellowed as he re-engaged the Dark Lord to avert his attention. "You're no match. I can take care of myself." Hermione protested, but she quickly realized that Harry was right. She was out of her depth. The raw speed and power of the two wizards was simply beyond her comprehension. She hadn't undergone the rituals needed to improve her body and mind. She may be a talented witch in her own right, but this was a whole other level of strength she was witnessing, two titans clashing in a battle for the centuries. She dodged one final sickly yellow curse, which she was pretty sure would have caused her internal organs to liquefy, and dove back for the relative safety of the stairs. Harry and Voldemort were back at it again, this time unimpeded by aircraft. The helicopters that had survived the Dark Lord's initial retaliation had learned their lesson, falling back farther from the tower and not daring to engage. They, like Hermione, could only watch, wait, and see what unfolded, if the prophecy would be fulfilled. If the boy who lived could become the boy who won. Harry was keeping up with Voldemort at every step, matching each of his offensive volleys with one of his own, parrying spell after spell sent his way. The air was thick with diffused magic, practically sparking with raw power as spells were flung wildly between the two archwizards. Using the sight, Hermione could see the wild fluctuations of currents in the air, as magic was channeled and expelled at breakneck speeds, neither side yielding, both sides fighting to kill. But Harry was beginning to tire. Hermione noticed a thin trickle of blood running down his right leg, whether from the Muggle rockets or some other curse, and he was limping slightly as he favored his left side. Voldemort picked up on this too, because he increased the pressure to Harry's right, forcing him into awkward, hobbled defenses. Harry's movement was no longer fluid and seamless. There were cracks in the armor now, and Voldemort was going in for the kill. Harry fought valiantly to the end. He swatted aside two consecutive killing curses and redirected a Bonebreaker hex, but was forced to conjure a silver shield of light to block Voldemort's next spell, a burst of pure darkness aimed straight at his heart. The shield absorbed the worst of the spell, but it shattered and flickered to nothing as Harry was sent sprawling backwards from the nasty curse, groaning as he landed hard on his back. "You are more powerful than I gave you credit for, Harry Potter," Voldemort taunted as Harry struggled back to his feet. "But you are simply no match for me. You would need many more decades to reach your full potential. But I can only grant you a few more seconds of life." Hermione could not stand idle any longer. She rushed forward, wand trained against the Dark Lord, trembling with fear but unwilling to watch Harry die. "Hermione, run!" Harry croaked as he wobbled, trying to remain upright. "Can't do that," Hermione muttered. She was going to die. She could feel it, could see the malice in Voldemort's eyes. But she would not abandon Harry, the love of her life, the father of her child. Poor Evangeline. Their daughter would grow up an orphan, never knowing the truth of her parents and how hard they fought to make the world a better place for her. But with luck, she would grow up. She would be far away from the worst of Voldemort's regime in Australia. And if Hermione's memory charms failed with her death, she would know that her birth parents died on their feet, rather than on their knees, begging for mercy. "How touching," Voldemort said with an evil smile. "Your little girlfriend wishes to protect you, Potter. Now you will have to watch as I flay the skin from her bones and give her the most painful death imaginable." With her sight active, Hermione could see the terrible magic swirling around Voldemort, building at the tip of his wand. She knew she didn't have a prayer at blocking or preventing whatever horrifying curse he sent her way. She lacked combat experience and decades' worth of knowledge about dark magic. She was doomed, unless she tried something desperate. So she latched onto the currents of magic around Voldemort's body, grabbed hold of them with her mind, and she pulled. Hermione groaned with effort as she tore the magic away from Voldemort, keeping the dangerous symbols at bay, unable to reach his wand. She could practically hear the wailing of discord from her disruption of the currents, as she desperately tried to rip the magic away from Voldemort. It was as if the three of them stood in a raging current of water, and Hermione encased Voldemort in a pocket of empty air, keeping him from the streams of magic all around him. Voldemort frowned, clearly sensing something was not right. He summoned more currents towards himself, preparing another nasty spell, wand alight with dark magic, eyes alight with fury. Hermione grabbed hold of those currents too. She focused every bit of energy and magic she had left into keeping them away from the Dark Lord, prevent him from casting the next spell that would cause her doom. "What is this magic?" Voldemort asked, looking down at his wand, at himself. He could feel the change, could sense the absence of magic in the air around him. He lacked the sight, unable to see the invisible wall of currents, the violent cacophony of symbols fighting to reach its summoner, to answer the call of his wand that so desperately wanted to strike Hermione down. "What's happening?" Harry asked cautiously, moving closer to Hermione. "Do something," Hermione snapped. She could not spare an iota of her own magic to fight, to do anything other than keep Voldemort trapped within his bubble of impotency. Harry aimed his wand at the Dark Lord. "Expelliarmus!" he shouted. The Elder Wand was ripped out of Voldemort's hand, soaring through the air towards Harry, who caught it in his free hand. But he did not appear triumphant at successfully disarming the Dark Lord. He was gaping at Hermione in awe, in abject horror at what she was doing. Voldemort similarly looked aghast at whatever was happening to him. "I feel empty," he said, looking down at his hands in shock. "Why can I not feel the magic around me?" "Hermione, I don't like this," Harry said warningly, arms shaking as he kept his holly wand aimed at Voldemort's chest. "How are you doing this?" "You've cast your last spell, Tom Riddle," Hermione panted. "Now you get to experience life like the people you subjugated all these years, a common muggle." Voldemort's eyes widened in shock. Of all the things she or Harry had said or done, this alone had caused a flicker of fear to appear on his face. "You dare insult the most powerful wizard alive with such nonsense?" Voldemort snarled. He raised one hand and pointed it menacingly at Hermione. She could see the dark symbols of the killing curse rising to the forefront of the currents, but they were kept at bay by the barrier she kept erected around Voldemort's being. He could not channel them if he tried. Voldemort seemed to realize this himself. He dropped his arm to his side, looking bewildered. Hermione could see the parade of emotions working its way across his face. The 5 stages of grief. He was the Dark Lord no longer. He was Tom Riddle, the orphan boy who had once learned he was special, now realizing for the first time that he was back where he started, an unremarkable, unmagical human being. Tom looked up at Hermione, a new expression on his face. Desperation. "Give me my magic back," he pleaded. "No," said Hermione coldly. "You've got to," he insisted. "It's my right." "It's a privilege," she corrected him. "And you've just lost it. Give it back," Tom bellowed. "You can't just steal it, you filthy mudblood." Tom looked from Hermione to Harry, who looked just as shocked and afraid as he did. "You can't let her do this, Harry," he said, dropping back to his knees and crawling on all fours towards Harry. "It's not her place to decide who's magical and who isn't. What if it's you she turns on next? Do you want to go back to that life, Harry? Those nasty muggle relatives of yours? That hopeless childhood before you knew what made you special?" "Shut up," Harry said shakily, jerking back from Tom's touch. He looked terrified, not of Voldemort himself, but of what was seemingly happening to him. Tom Riddle was now prostrate on the ground, fingertips clawing at the stone beneath him, as though attempting to yank the magic from the ground by force. "Kill me," Tom muttered quietly. Then he raised his head again, gazing into Harry's eyes with a desperate, wild look. "Kill me." Hermione watched as Harry's arm continued to tremble, wand still pointed at the old man kneeling before them. She sensed the powerful emotions coursing through Harry, a similar maelstrom of terrible symbols swirling around his person. He seemed to actually be considering it. "Harry," panted Hermione, "I can't hold him much longer. Take this." With her free hand, she slipped a small chain over her head, revealing the pendant that had been dangling beneath her robes, and handed it to him. "What is this?" Harry asked. "A portkey," she explained. "Put it around his neck." "Where will it take him?" Harry demanded. "Somewhere safe," Hermione said. "Quickly, please." She could feel her core draining by the second from the sheer willpower required to keep Voldemort's magic at bay. Harry eyed her suspiciously, but he did as he was told, approaching the kneeling man and slipping the chain over his head, the pendant resting against his chest. Tom could do nothing but watch, eyes wide as he looked from Harry to Hermione, completely at their mercy. "Portus!" Hermione exclaimed, using the last of her magic to activate the portkey around Tom's neck. A faint blue light radiated from the pendant, and they got one more glimpse of the terrified, powerless man before he disappeared in a swirl of magic. And not a moment too soon. Hermione released her holds on the magical currents in the air, dropping to her knees, dizzy and exhausted from the effort. Harry turned back towards her, but he did not look relieved. If anything, he looked angry. Threatened, even. "Explain what you did to him," he said shakily. "Now!" But Hermione's world was fading fast. Her head felt heavy. Her eyes fluttered and fought to stay open. "I beat him," she said simply. Then she collapsed, losing the battle with consciousness and fading to blissful nothingness. The Mind Cage, January 8th, 2016, Evangeline. When the world stopped spinning and resolved itself around Eva once more, she found herself standing on a rocky outcropping, seemingly in the middle of nowhere. The air was chilly and stiff, and considerably thinner than it had been a moment before. Eva couldn't see through the piercing darkness, but she imagined they were at a high altitude. Her suspicions were confirmed when she turned to see the massive structure carved into the mountainside itself. It was a towering building of enchanted stone, an imposing black blight upon the natural landscape. She'd only seen pictures of the place before, in history books telling the tale of the First Wizarding War, of the dark wizard Grindelwald and his defeat at the hands of Albus Dumbledore. Nurmengard Prison. Eva breathed in awe. "Very good," Hermione appraised her, stowing the portkey in her robes. "Shall we?" And the minister led the way forward, along a perilous dirt path leading up to the prison. Eva followed, marveling at the infamous structure growing larger ahead of her. Using her sight, she could see the complex web of magic encompassing the castle, a combination of enchantment wards and rune networks. She couldn't even begin to decode the magic protecting this place, nor would she waste time trying. "I thought this place was abandoned decades ago," Eva wondered aloud. It was, Hermione confirmed. After Voldemort murdered Grindelwald in his cell, it was only operational to keep Gellert confined, so there was little use in keeping it running after his death. "Who runs it now?" asked Eva. "I do," Hermione said simply. "I set the protections myself, during and after the war." They arrived at a heavy portcullis, blocking what appeared to be the lone entrance to the prison. "It requires a blood sacrifice to enter," Hermione explained. "Only my blood can be granted entry. But because you're my daughter, that should extend to you as well." Hermione drew her wand and made a small incision to her forefinger, causing a trickle of blood to seep out of its tip. She motioned for Eva to do the same. She made the same cut and followed Hermione's, in placing her finger to the crisscrossing bars of the gate. As soon as her blood made contact with the rusting metal, the entire gate glowed white, and Eva felt her hand slip forward as though the gate was now immaterial. Hermione led the way, stepping directly through the gate as though it were not there, and Eva followed suit. They found themselves in a narrow corridor within the prison, which snaked off in multiple different directions. "Most of the cells are empty," Hermione explained, motioning to the many rooms shooting off from the corridor. "I use them for storage and rune placement only. The top of the tower houses the only inhabitant, and I think you know who that is." "Voldemort is here?" Eva exclaimed. "And he's alive?" "He is," said Hermione. "We needed a place to keep him securely, until we could hunt down his Horcruxes. He's been in that tower since the Battle of London, and will remain there until his death." "But why?" asked Eva. "Why not kill him and be done with it, if he's so dangerous?" "That requires a bit more context," Hermione sighed. "I want you to talk to him." "Alone?" "Me?" asked Eva, alarmed. "Are you sure that's a good idea?" "As I said, it will be easier to show you than explain myself," said Hermione. "Are you ready?" Eva could hardly say no. As daunting a prospect as it was coming face to face with the most notorious Dark Lord of all time, her curiosity would never allow her to decline. "I suppose so," she said. "Mipsy!" Hermione exclaimed. There was a faint pop, and a small house elf materialized from thin air, looking absolutely delighted to be summoned. "Mistress Granger has returned!" The house elf squeaked excitedly, practically dancing on the spot as she looked adoringly up at Hermione. "It has been many months since you last came. Is you doing well, mistress?" "Very well, thank you," said Hermione, gesturing to Eva. "Miss Spy, this is my daughter, Evangeline. Mipsy's eyes went wide as she stared up at Eva. Mistress Granger has a daughter? She breathed in awe. It is an honor, miss. Your name is Granger as well? No, it's Dash, Eva began, then faltered. She'd been about to introduce herself as Pruitt, but remembered it was a fake name, as was Thomas, which she'd learned only an hour ago. Just Evangeline is fine. Eva. A pleasure to meet you, Miss Eva, squeaked Mipsy. How is the prisoner doing, Mipsy? Asked Hermione. Mipsy's expression darkened at the mention of the prisoner. Mr. Tom is very weak, she said forlornly. I forces him to eat, as you instructed, but he is not being happy about it. He mostly sleeps and meditates. Very well, Hermione said. Mipsy, will you show Eva up to the top of the tower? I need to check on my runes. Miss Eva is to be meeting the prisoner? Mipsy asked, looking worried. Is Mistress Granger certain? Yes, thank you, Mipsy, said Hermione. Come and find me when you're both ready to leave. Right this way, Miss Eva, said Mipsy, bouncing off down the corridor. Eva followed, nodding farewell to Hermione as the minister walked in the opposite direction. How long have you been working here, Mipsy? Asked Eva as she hustled to keep up with the tiny elf through the winding corridors. 12 years now, Mipsy said proudly. Mistress Granger purchased me herself from Diagon Alley. She insists that I take wages and vacations, but Mipsy is happy simply to serve such a great witch for such an important job. Do you work here alone, then? Eva asked. There are two of us, said Mipsy. Mipsy and Sora. But Sora dislikes humans and prefers to work in the darker corners of the prison, cleaning and disposing of pests. Eva frowned at this news. Two lone house elves stood in between Lord Voldemort and freedom. It seemed inadequate to her. If she was in charge, she would have no fewer than 50 armed guards, keeping watch of the man at all times. But Hermione seemed to have faith in her protection wards, so perhaps it was a waste of resources. We're here, Mipsy announced, coming to a halt in front of a spiral staircase. The prisoner is at the top of these steps. Mipsy must hold on to your wand until you return. And you're quite certain it's safe? Asked Eva. Very. Mipsy nodded eagerly. Mistress Granger has made the prison extremely secure. If you say so. Eva sighed. She pulled her wand out from her robes and handed it to Mipsy, who clutched it delicately with both hands. Mipsy will wait here, the elf said. Eva turned to the staircase and began to take it slowly towards the top. Her mind raced with possibilities, wondering what was in store for her when she got there. Would Voldemort react violently to her appearance? Would he attempt to coerce her into setting him free? She put one foot in front of the other, heart racing as she ascended the tower to its summit. When she reached the top and stepped out onto the landing, her eyes widened at what she saw. She stood at the entrance to a large cell, taking up the entirety of the top level of the tower. There was no door separating her from the interior of the cell, but she could feel the oppressive magic in the air, the invisible barrier preventing anyone from entering or exiting the cell. She inched towards the threshold, taking in the sight. The cell contained only 3 fixtures, a single cot, a toilet, and a lone light bulb hanging overhead. At first glance, it appeared that the cell was empty, but the gentle rise and fall of a blanket on the bed told her that it was occupied. There was a man sleeping there, so small and frail that Eva had almost missed him the first time. Eva cleared her throat. Excuse me, she called out. The man stirred. He slowly pulled the blanket off of himself and lowered his feet to the ground, shakily getting out of bed. Eva stared as the man rose to his feet. He was emaciated, extremely thin, with pronounced cheekbones and loose-fitting clothing that betrayed a frail form beneath. He was balding, with pepper-gray hair lining the sides of his head and dark brown eyes that blinked sleepily, peering across the room at Eva. The man stepped forward, causing her to instinctively take a step back, but he paused in the middle of the cell, unable to approach due to the invisible barrier. Then, to Eva's surprise, he flashed a toothy grin. Ah, he said, I thought I recognized you. But we've never met, have we? You look so like the last 2 people I've seen in this life. You must be their daughter. Yes, Eva stammered. I'm Evangeline. Evangeline, said the man, ruminating over each syllable. A lovely name. Bearer of good tidings, if my Latin serves me well. Is that you, Evangeline? Do you bear good tidings? Not for you, I reckon, said Eva, nonplussed. Bah, to be expected, the man shrugged. Then he lowered his head in a slight bow. Name's Tom Riddle. I've heard a lot about you. You have? Eva asked, surprised. I didn't think Granger would have told you I existed. Oh, she didn't, said Tom with a sly wink. But your father did just last year when you arrived at Hogwarts. He's quite proud of you, you know. He is? Eva asked, blinking rapidly. But she had too many other questions to dwell on this fact. How did he tell you? He shouldn't be allowed inside the prison. He's not, Tom confirmed. And yet, he and I talk regularly. He is my lone source of outside information outside these four walls, and I have become something of a confidant for him over the past decade. I don't understand, said Eva. How are you communicating? Do you have an enchanted mirror or something? She glanced around the cell again, as though looking for said object hiding in a corner. You've heard the story of Potter's scar, I'm sure, said Tom. How I transferred part of myself to him that fateful night, all those years ago. It has forged a connection between the two of us, allowing us to speak to one another directly. A random memory flashed through Eva's mind at that moment. Walking into the headmaster's office, seeing Harry slumped on the floor, talking to himself. Or was he talking to someone else? Suddenly, his odd behavior made a lot more sense if he was conversing with the former Dark Lord on a regular basis. But you're supposed to be dead, said Eva. He found the Horcruxes and destroyed them all. Yes, he did, Tom nodded. Because I told him where they were. You what? Eva exclaimed. I thought you hid them to keep them safe. Tom smiled sadly, nodding in confirmation. I craved immortality more than anything else, he sighed. I was willing to split my soul 7 different ways to make myself invincible. But when I found myself here, in this cell, I wanted nothing more than the sweet release of death. I practically begged Potter to find them all and destroy them. And he did. I saw them. Eva nodded. But you're still alive. Tom smiled again, even wider this time. Ah, hubris, he laughed mirthlessly. I unfortunately sealed my fate with my actions in Godric's Hollow. Instead of killing baby Harry, I unintentionally split my soul once more, leaving a fragment within his scar and creating our connection. So, that means? Eva frowned. As long as Potter lives, you live? Ironic, isn't it? Said Tom. I got precisely what I wanted, did I not? And yet, here I am, regretting every step I took along the way. Eva saw the truth in Tom's words, the pain behind his eyes as he recounted this tale. She was having difficulty resolving this image with that of Lord Voldemort, the fearsome dark wizard who had sacrificed his very soul in twisted pursuit of greatness. The Tom Riddle that stood before her looked old, tired, and defeated. She thought that if she were able to reach forward and give him a light shove, he would fall backwards to the ground. You regret murdering all those Muggleborns, then? Eva asked skeptically. Regret breaking the statute of secrecy to subjugate the Muggles to your rule? All of it and more, Tom sighed, shuffling back to the bed and sitting on the edge. Somewhere along the way, I forgot myself. I wanted to be strong and powerful once, to be renowned among wizards. But once I got that recognition, it wasn't enough. I had to destroy myself, and those around me, to satisfy my urges for power. It was foolish, so very foolish. So you accept your punishment then? Eva asked. An eternity in this cell seems like a fair trade-off for all that you've done. Some might think so, Tom nodded. But I find it needlessly cruel. Even I would not wish my fate on my worst enemies. Eternal life? Eva asked, frowning. Step forward, Evangeline, said Tom. Feel what I feel. Get a taste of the existence I suffer day after day. Eva hesitated. Was this some kind of trap? Hermione and Mipsy hadn't seemed concerned for her safety, but had they accounted for her stepping within the ruined field that contained Tom? But the man looked sincere enough, sitting placidly on his bed. And besides, Eva was certain she could defend herself physically if he did attempt some kind of attack. So she inched forward, using her sight to feel out the magical boundaries of the room. The barrier preventing anyone from crossing stood a few feet ahead of her. But the runes extended beyond that, keeping the magical currents at bay far beyond where Tom could reach them. Eva stepped into the liminal space between the two boundaries, and she shuddered at what she felt. Empty. That was the only word to describe how she felt. It was like she was a fish, spending her entire life underwater, only to be abruptly forced into open air. Her core grasped for the magic that ought to be flowing all around and through her, but there was none to be found, held away by the runes surrounding the tower. Eva could still breathe, could still feel her heart beating and her blood pumping, but she felt on the verge of panic. Something was terribly wrong about this, something unnatural. Eva stumbled backwards, beyond the rune border, gasping for air as though she hadn't breathed in several minutes. She felt the magic rushing back to her, responding to her call, and felt whole again. She hoped to never experience such emptiness again in her life. Tom chuckled lightly at her plight. "Unpleasant, isn't it?" he remarked sagely. "Imagine spending your whole life with magic, breathing it, bending it to your will, then having it taken away all at once. Then, imagine being forced to spend nearly 13 years without it, stuck in a single room with nothing to do but think. Unable to die, unable to live. Would you force such a fate on anyone you know?" Eva thought about it, really considered the truth of her answer. "No," she said honestly. "You're right. Death would be more merciful. But it's your own fault, is it not? Your quest for immortality made it impossible to die, or else this ordeal would be over for you by now." Tom nodded. "A fair observation," he said. "I suppose this is my penance, then, for my many crimes. It is cruel and unfair, but then so was I in another life." "Another life?" Eva repeated, arching an eyebrow. "I look at the man I became, and I don't recognize him anymore," said Tom. "Lord Voldemort was consumed by hate, devoid of compassion. I don't feel like that person anymore. I am simply Tom, the boy I grew up as before I destroyed myself." "Is that supposed to absolve you of guilt?" Eva demanded, "disassociating with the evil things you did?" "Not at all," Tom said, rising to his feet again. "Quite the opposite, Evangeline. I remember every crime I committed, every person I tortured or killed for personal gain, or just sick pleasure. There is nothing for me to do in here but think back on them, reliving them again and again in my mind. And it sickens me. I wish I could go back to that boy of 15, on the precipice of making every wrong decision, and convince him not to make the same mistakes I did." Eva studied Tom's face, and to her surprise, she found that she believed him. He was sincere in his grief, his eyes reflecting the pain he clearly felt. Was this why he was refusing to eat? Was he punishing himself for his crimes? Did he actually regret what he'd done as Voldemort? He was a monster, Eva reminded herself. But that was just a thing, wasn't it? Was not his. The Tom Riddle standing before her was a broken shell of a man, containing not a trace of the evil and cruelty he was known for. She wondered if she were to put a wand in his hand right now and deactivate the runes, would he kill her? Or had he truly turned over a new leaf? But then, it was good that Mipsy had insisted on taking her wand to remove that temptation. Eva didn't know whether she could trust this man, if what she saw was just a facade he maintained in a desperate effort to be set free. She supposed, in his shoes, that she would try something similar. She'd heard rumors of Tom Riddle's childhood, of how charming and manipulative he could be. Perhaps the old man before her was the same old swindler, trying every trick in the book to earn his magic back. "I probably wouldn't believe me in your position either," said Tom with a sad smile, as though reading her mind. "Nor do I deserve it. But know this, Evangeline, I am truly sorry for what I have done. Whether that's worth anything to anyone, or will do me any good when I cross over to the other side of death, well, that's not for me to say." "Nor for me, I guess," said Eva. She was tired of letting Tom dictate the flow of conversation and decided to take a more direct approach. "Tell me, Tom, do you know what Potter is studying in secret? Has he told you what he has planned?" Tom laughed at this question, not the reaction she expected. "Harry Potter reminds me very much of my old self at times," he said. "So young and ambitious, so full of ideas about how to shape the world. Will he succeed where I failed? Or will it lead him to the same ruin?" "He's a better man than you were," Eva said, frowning. He would never do what you did. Perhaps, perhaps not, Tom shrugged. Dark magic has a way of corrupting even the most innocent of souls. If he walked the path as I did, his soul could be just as damaged as my own. But I hope whatever he seeks brings him the happiness he desires. What is it he seeks, then? Eva demanded. He's told you, hasn't he? Only hints, said Tom. He will not give me the full picture of what he's after. But the magic he is studying is beyond even my knowledge. Even if I wished to help him, I could not. Eva frowned. She had a vague inkling that Tom might be lying to her. But why? Did he know more than he let on about Harry's true intentions? And if he did, why would he keep it to himself? I suppose you're going to tell him I was here then? Eva realized. That Granger brought me here? Oh, but that would be no fun, Tom smiled cheekily. Potter has his secrets he keeps from me. Now I have one of my own. Just promise you will come back to visit me sometime? This conversation has been quite stimulating, and I can tell your mind is sharper than most your age. I will, Eva readily agreed. She didn't have much desire to come back here. But if Tom believed she would, perhaps he would keep her visit a secret from the headmaster after all. Then until next time, Evangeline, said Tom, giving a wide, sweeping bow, farewell. Goodbye, Mr. Riddle, said Eva, nodding politely to the old man before turning towards the stairwell. She made it to the top step before he called after her once more. Wait, said Tom, pressing himself up against the invisible wall, now separating them. Will you perform a bit of magic for me? He asked, a twinkle of hope in his eye. Just once? So I can see it again one last time? Eva considered the request. It didn't seem to be a trick. Tom Riddle looked like an eager schoolboy, or perhaps a longing junkie, desperate for a fix. She didn't have her wand, but she still ought to be able to perform a small bit of elemental magic. She doubted. Hermione would be happy to learn she'd done so in front of the prisoner. But what she didn't know couldn't hurt her. Eva closed her eyes and envisioned the symbols for light and fire. She could feel the energy in the stairwell shift as she called forth the required magic to produce her spell. She opened her palm face up, revealing a glowing ball of white-hot light, a miniature sun suspended in midair. She gently propelled it forward through the air towards Tom, as close as she could get it to the man without reaching the rune boundary. Tom closed his eyes, an expression of placid calm on his face. His entire body was pressed up against the boundary, willing himself closer to the glowing ball inches away from him, its warmth radiating through the protective enchantments and bathing him in soft golden light. A single tear ran down Tom's face as he basked in the glow of the conjured sun. Thank you, Evangeline, said Tom weakly. Thank you. Eva allowed the glowing orb to remain suspended in front of Tom's cage as she descended the stairwell and rejoined Mipsy at the bottom. Only once they made their way back to the entrance did she cut off her magical connection to the orb, allowing it to fade away as she contemplated what she had just learned. This had not been the meeting Eva expected. She thought she was coming to confront Lord Voldemort, the most feared dark wizard who ever lived. Instead, she met Tom, a frail old man burdened by regret and battered by despair. A decidedly ordinary man, one whom she could not help but to pity somewhat, even knowing the atrocities he'd once committed, the monster he'd once been. They found Hermione in a cell near the portcullis, eyes closed, muttering softly to herself as she ran her wand up and down the stone walls. Eva used her sight to marvel at the quiet pulsing of magic as Hermione interacted with the wards, testing them, perhaps strengthening them further. Eventually, Hermione opened her eyes and turned back towards them. Well, she asked Eva, what did you think? It was... Eva searched for the right words to describe the complex emotions she was feeling. Not what I expected. I figured you wouldn't believe me if I told you, Hermione nodded, or assume it was some kind of trick. What do you make of him? Do you believe what he says? Eva thought about this, really considering what she had just experienced. For all of her expectations and fears leading up to the meeting, for all of her preconceptions about Tom Riddle and about Voldemort, she could only come to one conclusion. Yes, I do, she said. Does that make me a fool? Hermione's face broke out in a sad smile. I believe him too, she said. Really? Asked Eva, surprised. But you knew him before. You fought against him. You know what he's capable of. Exactly, said Hermione. And I should know better than anyone that the man at the top of that tower is not the same man I fought all those years ago. The Voldemort I knew would have never expressed regret like Tom so openly does now. He would have rather suffered eternity in hell than admit weakness. What happened to him then? Asked Eva. Why is he so different now? Think, Eva, Hermione urged her. You got an outstanding in dark arts last year, did you not? Think back to what Crumb taught you about the effect of dark magic on the mind. Eva pondered this. He says that dark magic can corrupt us if we aren't careful, she said. That it is almost sentient and seeks to bend the will of the user towards destruction. Correct, said Hermione. Voldemort spent decades immersed in the dark arts to build his power. Do you not think that had some kind of effect on him? That he emerged the same person that he started out as? You think his mind was altered? Asked Eva. Undoubtedly, said Hermione. Tom Riddle was always a cruel child, but even he could never have done the abhorrent things Voldemort did of his own volition. I think there was an outside force acting upon him, leeching off of him, making him stronger, but also more pliable to its own will. You think the dark arts were controlling Voldemort? Eva asked. That is my working theory, yes, said Hermione. So then, Eva continued, trying to connect the dots for herself. Once you separated Voldemort from his magic, his mind went back to the way it was? It would stand to reason, yes, Hermione said. But it's difficult to prove. I would love to experiment by temporarily returning magic to his body, to see if the dark magic regains its hold on his mind, or if 13 years apart will have done enough to cure him. But it's far too risky to attempt. Cure him? Eva repeated. You think Voldemort could be cured? I don't know, Hermione admitted. But I have to believe it's possible. Why? Because I fear the same thing has happened to Harry, Hermione sighed. He too has dabbled in the dark arts for longer than most wizards have ever dared, and it's affected his mind as well. I've seen it myself with the sight. So, what, you intend to put Potter in one of these cells? Asked Eva. To try and remove the dark magic from his mind? No, I do not think he would appreciate that much, Hermione chuckled. But I have been researching other ways to free his mind. And I'm close, Eva. I'm so close. Close how? I developed a potion with the help of President Rodriguez, Hermione explained. This Muggle health formula was just a front to fund the research for it. What does the potion do? Asked Eva curiously. In theory, it operates similarly to an occlumency barrier. It detects foreign interference to the brain and removes it. Brilliant, said Eva. So why not test it on Potter? I have, said Hermione. And it works temporarily. The potion lasts for a couple of hours, but then the dark magic always finds its way back to the host. I don't know how or why it happens, but I will solve it. There must be a more permanent solution. And you think Potter would agree to it? Said Eva skeptically. You have never met the true Harry Potter, Eva, said Hermione. You've only seen the version that has been ensnared by the darkness. He's paranoid, ruthless, and destructive in his worst moments. He is good at hiding it, but I fear if it wasn't for you, he would have already succumbed to the worst of it and done something terrible. But oh, you should see him when the potion is active and his mind is clear. Hermione went on passionately. He's scared, Eva. He won't admit it, but he knows what he's doing is irrational. He wants to be free of it. But when the effects wear off and the darkness seeps back in, he'd never admit it. He's too proud, too paranoid. And I shudder to think what such a corrupted mind would do with the power that becoming Minister of Magic would bring him. But what if there is no cure? Eva demanded. What then? If the dark magic cannot be removed from his mind, what will you do? Let us hope it does not come to that, Hermione said grimly. For now, I must soldier on and believe it is possible. Tom Riddle gives me hope, and that's enough to keep me going. Things suddenly made a lot more sense to Eva. Hermione wasn't just trying to help Muggles to build her own reputation. She was secretly trying to prevent the rise of another Dark Lord. And if she lost the upcoming election, she could very well have failed. But what did Harry want with the job? Tom knew. Eva was certain that he knew, and he would not tell her. Did that mean that Harry's goals aligned with the former Dark Lord? No matter what Hermione said about the Tom Riddle sitting in that cell, Eva would never trust him. She knew now just how dangerous Harry Potter was capable of becoming, and by the same token, how he could be saved from himself if Hermione was able to find the solution to her conundrum. Well, it has gotten rather late, Hermione said, checking her wristwatch. We'd better get you back to Hogwarts before someone notices your absence. Eva yawned. She had only been away from the castle for a couple of hours, but it felt like she'd aged weeks in that time span. Hermione led the way out of the prison and back into the chilly air of the Austrian Alps. The minister handed Eva back the mirror portkey that had gotten her into this whole mess in the first place. One last thing, said Hermione, reaching into her robes. She withdrew a small vial, filled with a swirling white substance, not quite liquid nor gas. My memories from the only time I was in the Department of Mysteries in my 5th year. I viewed them many times, hoping to learn something new about what Potter might be after. Give them a look yourself, and see if anything catches your eye. Eva accepted the vial and put them in her pocket. Thank you, she said, and she meant it. She could only imagine the trouble Granger would be in for sharing such classified secrets about the department. It was a small gesture, but one that went a long way towards building trust. Well, off you get, young lady, Hermione winked. You know the password. Eva looked down into the mirror once more. Granger, she said aloud, realizing now that it was a name she might have been given in another life, another set of circumstances. She felt the familiar jerk behind the navel as the portkey brought her back to Hogwarts, depositing her in the room of requirement just as she'd left it. Minutes later, Eva had snuck into her dorm without notice and crawled into bed, mulling over the night's events. It was too much to process all at once. Her true parents, Voldemort, dark magic and cures, the Department of Mysteries, and so much more. So she did her best to shut it all out and get some sleep. The weekend lay ahead of her, promising 2 free days to sort through her jumbled thoughts. She could figure out a path forward on Monday. But sleep did not come easy to Eva. She could not shake off the chill she'd felt stepping through the barrier into Tom's cell, cut off from magic for the first time in her life. It felt claustrophobic and wrong, like she was a fish out of water, desperate to breathe. Could she live a lifetime without magic? Would it erode her sense of self-worth? Or could she cope with the thought of being ordinary? She once thought she could, but she was no longer so sure. Eventually, exhaustion overcame her, and she fell into an uneasy slumber, thoughts of dark wizards and even darker minds parading through her dreams. Careless Whisper, /N. This was originally planned as 2 separate chapters, but I combined them together to avoid redundancy. This also marks the end of the Harry's POV storyline. Enjoy. August 31st, 1998. Harry, make it stop. Harry had a splitting headache. At first, he thought it was lingering side effects from the ritual of the serpent, which he'd suffered for many days after the fact. But he could hear boisterous voices just outside his hut, children screaming and running about, which were the source of the irritation. Harry didn't know what time it was, but he was still exhausted, so it was probably too early for such activity. Go shut them up. Harry ignored this festering thought, but he did know sleep was a lost cause. So he forced himself to sit up on the cot and stretch to begin his day. After sleepily pulling on clothes and grabbing his wand, he stumbled out of the hut into the early morning light. Several children, ranging in age from around 10 to 15, were making a racket as they expended restless energy and chased one another around the village square. Harry spotted Hermione among them, several smaller children holding onto her arms and legs affectionately. They had all taken to her by now. Despite her not speaking the so-called sacred tongue, they all doted on her and insisted on introducing her to their various pet snakes. When Hermione saw Harry approach, she greeted him with a radiant smile, which was enough to melt away the remaining vestiges of irritation and fill him with warmth. "Morning, sleepyhead," she greeted him, accepting a hug and a kiss on the cheek from Harry. "Morning," said Harry. "Bit early for everyone to be playing so loud, isn't it? You didn't hear?" Hermione frowned. "We're going into town today. The children need to pick up their school supplies for next year." "Supplies?" Harry frowned. "They attend school?" "The children attend Castello Bruxo from age 11 to 18, explained Zoko, who approached Harry from behind, speaking in Parseltongue. "It is our one remaining connection to the outside world, to keep the village updated on modern magical theory." "And what if the children wish to stay in the outside world?" asked Harry. Many do, Zoko shrugged. Some leave forever to work abroad. Others return at an older age, bringing home husbands and wives to start families. But the village population has remained stable for centuries. Harry said, surprised. He saw Hermione raise a curious brow at him, and he knew she would love to hear more about this later. Or perhaps she already knew, thanks to translating charms and her more frequent outings into the village to interact with the locals. Harry was content to spend his time within their small hut, resting or reading the remaining books they'd saved from Crumb's collection. He wished Hermione would stay with him more often, not only for the physical pleasures of intimacy they'd recently begun exploring, but for the intellectual company. The longer he spent alone, the more he felt like a passenger in his own brain, prone to getting lost in the annals of memory or consumed by the task ahead of him. She had always been more social than him, more willing to branch out and meet new people, while Harry distrusted others and preferred the company of only a few. Excluding Ron from his already tiny social circle had been a big blow. He couldn't afford to lose Hermione as well. Quit being paranoid, Harry chastised himself. She's not going anywhere. He agreed to accompany the group on their shopping trip, not particularly looking forward to large crowds, but hoping for some quality time with Hermione in the magical district of Rio de Janeiro. It would also give them the opportunity to catch up on world news, which they'd been blissfully unaware of for several months. Harry's scar had begun burning again in earnest, and he was curious to find out why. Eventually, Zoko and a few other adult chaperones beckoned for the children to circle round, with Harry and Hermione in tow. They would be arriving via ministry-sanctioned portkey, which took the form of a rusty metal pole some 6 feet long. The children eagerly lined up to place a hand on the pole, with Harry and Hermione at the end, glamours in place to disguise themselves. Zoko counted them down, and at precisely 10:30, the portkey whisked the small group away. Harry's feet touched down in a narrow alley, sandwiched between two older buildings made of stone. Immediately, he sensed that something was not right. Frowning, he drew his wand, turning towards the main thoroughfare, sensing Hermione doing the same to his left. They led the way forward into the magical district, sensing danger, ready for anything they might meet. What Harry encountered in the open district center was not what he expected. It was crowded, yet deathly silent. Nobody paid them any mind, all seemingly focused on something out of sight. Harry lowered his wand, but kept it at the ready, quietly pushing through the crowds towards the source of the disturbance. As he drew closer, he could hear the faint sound of a distorted voice, coming from some kind of wireless device. Everyone was listening to the man's report with rapt attention, speaking in rapid Portuguese, his tone dire. Hermione gasped and pointed at something on one of the building displays. Harry frowned at a stack of newspapers, displaying the day's headline. Harry could not understand most of the words, but he didn't have to speak the local language to understand the largest. Word on the page, Voldemort. Hermione grabbed a paper off the shelf. The owner of the store didn't even notice, as engrossed in the radio report as everyone else. Hermione tapped the cover with her wand, and Harry watched over her shoulder as the letters rearranged themselves into English, allowing them to read. Lord Voldemort asserts power. The British dark wizard known as Voldemort has moved out of the shadows to claim his rule of Great Britain and a number of other European nations. He was rumored to be behind many of the uprisings and political upheavals around the globe in recent months, and has now claimed a position of ultimate power. I have conquered all who could challenge my authority and assert myself as ruler of the wizarding population, Voldemort said in a statement to international press last night from the British Ministry of Magic. My first order of business is to eradicate the statute of secrecy, designed to stifle wizarding authority over the inferior muggles. I encourage witches and wizards everywhere to demonstrate your power and no longer hide in shame from what you truly are. The muggles will come to fear and worship us once they are faced with our superior abilities and intellect. Voldemort's rise to power has been met with enthusiastic support from many wizards and witches, and also some fierce opposition. The Dark Lord was faced with rebellions in his native country of Britain over the past year, but has largely silenced his critics and consolidated enough power to take over the ministry and set his sights abroad. Corbin Yaxley, Britain's international ambassador for magic, has encouraged wizards and witches around the globe to embrace Voldemort's message of strength and unity and pressure their local governments to pledge their allegiance to the new leader. Brazil's Ministry of Magic has already pledged their support, recruiting young fighters to join Voldemort's growing army of global peacekeepers. In addition, the ministry has removed Roberto Silva, an outspoken Voldemort dissident, from his post as headmaster of Castelo Bruxo. The new headmaster, Lucas Carvalho, has promised to keep Brazil's magical children safe and eliminate the toxic Muggle influence that has poisoned the school's culture. Harry read with increasing dismay, knowing that it was the worst possible news. All hope for a peaceful transition of power, for a bloodless fight from the shadows, had gone out the window. Voldemort clearly felt comfortable enough coming out into the open, and was not making his blood purity agenda any kind of secret. His heart sank at the phrase silenced his critics. What exactly did that mean? Had Voldemort moved on members of the Order? Was there some kind of battle that the former acolytes of Dumbledore had lost? He shuddered at the thought. He was distracted by the sound of quiet murmuring from all around them. The radio broadcast had ended, and the locals were discussing its implication in urgent, hushed tones. Hermione waved her wand to employ another translation charm, and they began to catch snippets of conversation and spoken fears. My parents are Muggles. Do you think I should be worried? I don't know if I want my son studying under Carvalho. Silva was a good man. It's unconscionable that he should be replaced. Will my wife be allowed to keep her job at the ministry? She swears she has a magical grandmother, but we don't have the paperwork to prove it. Harry could only imagine how bad things were in Europe if Brazil, nearly as far geographically as one could get from Britain, was already feeling the repercussions of Voldemort's rise to power. He was grateful to be so far from the source of the danger, but was quickly realizing that there was nowhere truly safe on the planet for them to go. That included the village they called home for the past month. The locals may have been receptive to them thus far, but Harry could see the looks of worry on the adults' faces as they learned the news, the curious stares of the children looking up at Harry and Hermione. Could they trust the younger ones to keep their mouths shut about the visitors to their little dwelling? What a Voldemort supporter at Castelo Bruxo overhear, one of them gossiping about the boy with the lightning scar whom they had been sheltering throughout the summer? It's time to go. We have to get out of here, Harry muttered at once, taking Hermione's hand and steering her away. What? Why? Hermione whispered in alarm. We're disguised, and everyone is too distracted to notice us. For now, said Harry. The village folk look spooked. Who's to say they won't turn us in if the safety of their children is in question? Hermione glanced over at the group they'd arrived with, the group she'd spent the last few weeks falling in love with, and released a heavy sigh. Should we say goodbye? She asked almost wistfully. Too risky, Harry said, and guided Hermione roughly towards the exit. He could sense the growing paranoia of the populace here, the charged atmosphere that could cause even the most rational head to lose its cool. His instinct that something bad could happen at any moment had yet to fade. Thankfully, Hermione did not argue, merely sending an apologetic look towards Zuko as they disappeared into the crowd. Harry led the way out of the magical district, guided only by instinct. They stopped short at a large brick wall, through which Harry could sense the boundary between the Muggle and Wizarding worlds. Was this like the entrance to Diagon Alley? Did they need to tap the bricks in a particular sequence to gain passage? Legilimens, Harry heard Hermione whisper, and he felt her magic wash over him as she stared at the wall. She examined it for a moment, then raised her wand and swiped it in a downwards motion. The wall parted down the middle and swung forward like a set of double doors, allowing them to step forward onto the main streets of downtown Rio de Janeiro. To Harry's dismay, the feelings of paranoia and tension did not dissipate here. If anything, they got worse. The Muggles were seemingly just as agitated as the wizards and witches, speaking in hushed tones, gathered in groups around storefronts. Harry caught a glimpse of a television broadcasting the local Muggle news through a shop window, and his stomach turned at the sight of Voldemort sneering down at him. So the statute of secrecy had truly fallen after all. The Muggles were just becoming aware of the magical world around them, and the fear was palpable in the air, even more so than in the magical district. Harry could only imagine how powerless they must feel, faced with a wizard dictator dead set on subjecting them to mistreatment and potentially enslavement for the foreseeable future. There was a sudden crack of apparition, causing both Harry and Hermione to look wildly around. A man in wizard's robes had appeared in the center of the street, and for a brief moment of terror, Harry thought the Death Eaters had found them. But the man did not address them directly, instead shouting in rapid Portuguese to the gathered bystanders gawking at him. Hermione quickly cast a translation charm to let them hear what he was saying. "Bow down, filth!" The man cackled wildly, gesticulating with his wand as he taunted the muggles all around him. "I am your superior. Fall to your knees, or be squashed like an insect." "Shut up," an old man grumbled as he puttered along past the wizard. Harry knew immediately that this would not end well. "Crucio!" bellowed the wizard. The old muggle collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. Harry felt Hermione stiffen beside him, and he felt compelled to intervene, to save the poor muggle. But it would be foolish to draw attention to themselves. They needed to leave before they were discovered, before the wizard realized he was not the only magical being in the area. Then a voice whispered to Harry. A calm, authoritative voice that spoke only the truth. "Kill him." Before Harry even registered what he was doing, his wand was in his hand, and his arm was leveled at the wizard torturing the muggle. In the street, his lips uttering the phrase that had haunted his dreams for nearly 2 decades. Harry felt a rush of sinister energy as a green jet erupted from his wand, striking the wizard in the chest. The man instantly fell over backwards, dead before he hit the ground. There was a moment's suspended silence. They all hell broke loose. Bystanders were screaming and pushing each other out of the way to get out of Harry's path. Harry stood there, dumbfounded, staring down at his wand as though it had betrayed him. "Harry!" Hermione screamed in his ear. "We have to get out of here, now!" Already more pops of apparition were sounding all around them as Brazilian aurors arrived on the scene, wands sweeping the crowd for the perpetrator. Hermione grabbed Harry's arm and steered him in the opposite direction, forcing them deeper into the retreating crowd. They rounded a corner into an alleyway, and Harry felt Hermione twist them away into nothingness, disapparating them out of the area. They reappeared miles away, atop a secluded hillside overlooking the city, with the statue of Christ the Redeemer bearing judgment overhead. As soon as they landed, Hermione rounded on Harry, looking equal parts terrified and furious with him. "What on earth has gotten into you, Harry Potter?" she demanded. "A killing curse?" Harry stammered. He was still clutching his wand in his shaking hand, unable to justify or even explain what he'd done. "I don't know what happened, Hermione." "Well, try to explain." Hermione said, "I didn't think you were capable. I mean, honestly, of all the spells." "It just happened," Harry said lamely. "I wasn't really thinking. It was impulsive and stupid, I know." He considered telling her about the voice in his head, the compulsion to raise his wand without really meaning to. But would that make him seem crazy? He'd been feeling out of sorts for weeks now, ever since the ritual of the serpent, and Hermione had been sick with worry. Why trouble her with one more thing? It was a simple mistake, a moment of weakness induced by stress, that's all. Hermione stepped forward to caress Harry's cheek and look up into his eyes. He stared back, marveling at the deep empathy in her brown eyes. Then he felt a sharp stab of magic as she looked into his mind, probing his thoughts, digging into his memories. "Bloody hell, Hermione," he protested, breaking eye contact and flinching away from her. "How about a warning next time?" "I'm sorry," she said breathlessly. "But what if this is a symptom of the dark magic in the rituals? You know it can induce madness if you aren't careful, Dash." "I'm not mad," Harry shouted. "The guy was torturing an innocent, and I stopped him. So what if I killed him or stunned him? He deserved it either way." "I don't think the Aurors would look at it that way." Hermione groaned. "The Aurors would have delivered me to you-know either way," said Harry. "I don't know if you've noticed, but we're already the most wanted people on the planet. One killing curse isn't going to change that. But it's such a wicked spell. Hermione sighed forlornly. Dumbledore always said that the act of killing causes permanent damage to the soul, Dash. Well, Dumbledore's dead, Harry said callously, because he was too weak to do the things necessary to beat the Dark Lord. I'm not. If I have to kill a few people on the way to saving the world, so be it. Hermione released a shuddering breath, arms wrapped around herself in a tense, defensive pose. "What do we do now?" she asked. "I don't know if the village elders will take us back after that." "We move on," Harry said simply. "I've basically finished recovering, and we never intended to stay permanently. I have to seek out the next step of the path." Hermione looked uncomfortable with this idea, but surely she had to know this was coming. They couldn't hide away in the Brazilian wilderness forever. Harry's journey of self-improvement was only just beginning. She may feel uncomfortable with the constant uprooting of their lives, but it's what they signed up for when they left Britain. Eventually, Hermione seemed to come to this same conclusion, because she steeled herself and nodded. "Okay," she said. "Where to next?" "China," said Harry confidently. "There's a monastery somewhere in the mountains that teaches Eastern practices you can't learn anywhere else." Hermione looked uncomfortable with this idea. "Maybe we should check in on the people back home first," she offered nervously. The news report made it sound like there was an incident in Britain. "We'll be caught for sure if we try to re-enter Britain," Harry said firmly. "Okay, not Britain then," Hermione said hastily. "But just somewhere we can keep tabs on what's happening. Just for a little while." Harry studied her face, sensing her elevated emotions. She was clearly stressed from the events of that morning, not the least of which involved watching her best friend commit murder in broad daylight. But Harry knew how much she craved answers, how she must be yearning to know what was going on. Harry may have cut all ties to his home country, but Hermione still had friends and family to think about. Were her parents still in Britain? Would they be targets? He'd never bothered to ask her before. "She's slowing you down." Harry's brow furrowed at the stray thought. It was callous and cruel, but also not wrong. Why should he care what was happening in Britain? Whether the news was bad or cataclysmic, it matters not. His task remained the same. Walk the path, build his strength, win the war. Ideally, that would end with as many old allies still alive in Britain as possible. But he couldn't control that, and he had to focus on what he could control. But he couldn't say no to Hermione. She stared at him with that look, that pleading look that he could never say no to. She had followed him halfway across the globe unquestioningly for over a year now. He ought to return the favor in some small way. "Fine," he sighed. "We'll return to Europe, but not Britain. And if I say we have to move, we move." The relief on her face made the decision worth it. "Thank you," Hermione said with a deep exhale. Harry held out his arm, mentally preparing himself for the multi-jump apparition it would take them to reach their destination. Hermione took it, sidling up close to him, wrapping her free hand around his waist. He paused, relishing in her touch for just a moment. "This is a mistake." "Shut up," Harry told the mysterious voice as he spun on the spot and whisked them away from South America. It was tough to say who was more surprised when the door opened. Fleur Delacour Weasley nearly fainted in shock at the sight of the two most wanted criminals on the planet outside her home. Hermione nearly screamed at the sight of Fleur's baby bump, several months into pregnancy. Bill was inside, looking similarly aghast at Harry and Hermione's appearance, but he welcomed them inside nonetheless. Their French home was small and cramped, but there was enough room for Harry and Hermione to squeeze behind the kitchen table as Fleur rushed to make them tea. It was a wonder that they'd found the place. Bill had given Harry the address the previous summer, prior to the wedding, in case he ever needed a safe house during his journey abroad. Mrs. Weasley had been furious with her eldest son for doing so, still in denial that Harry would be leaving at all. Harry was grateful now for the gesture. "I'm surprised to see you here, Harry," said Bill, sounding exhausted. "Most of the old order had given up on ever seeing you again." "We intended to stay far away," Harry admitted. "We've been all over the place. But when we heard the news, well, both of us wanted to know what was going on back home." "It's been a rough few weeks," Bill sighed. "Fleur and I returned here from Shell Cottage just a few weeks ago. And none too soon, because the ministry has been raiding known order houses in Britain for the past month straight." "Is everyone all right?" asked Harry. Bill hesitated before answering, and Harry knew that could only mean bad news. "No," he finally managed. "McGonagall got sacked last term, and she was found dead in her home soon after. Lupin went on the run among the werewolves, but no one's heard from him since February. And my parents, well, they didn't survive the last raid." Harry's heart sank at the news, as Hermione gasped in horror. Bill, I'm so sorry, Harry said honestly. Bill could only shrug and reach for the bottle of liquor on the counter. They were foolish not to flee like we did, he muttered. And to keep holding order meetings with everything going on well, it was only a matter of time. But the Order's still fighting, right? Hermione asked softly. Fighting who? Bill chuckled. Dumbledore didn't leave us with much to go on, except to follow Harry. It's a lost cause. All that fighting's going to do is make matters worse. He's right, Harry cut in before Hermione could retort. I won't be able to return to Britain for several more years. Until then, everyone just needs to keep their heads down and not draw unneeded attention to themselves. But what about the people suffering under you-know-who? Hermione demanded. The poor Muggle-borns being rounded up and imprisoned, or worse. And what about the many Muggle-born children yet to be born in the coming years? Who will protect them once they start showing signs of magic? That's not our problem, Hermione, Harry said flatly. Those people will continue to suffer for decades, for centuries, unless I can beat him. That has to be my sole focus from now on, or all of this is for nothing. The four of them sat quietly around the table sipping tea for the next hour, all too consumed with worry to say much. Fleur directed them to the guest room, which Bill had been using as an office. And that night Harry and Hermione found themselves crammed in a double bed, holding each other tightly, each ruminating on the dire events of the day. Harry had many things he wanted to say in that moment. We shouldn't stay long. We're imposing and putting an added target on Bill and Fleur. We have to keep moving. But he could feel Hermione shaking in his arms as sleep eluded her, could hear the barely suppressed sobs she fought to contain. He couldn't bring himself to let her down again when all she needed was comfort and reassurance that it was all going to be okay. We'll get through this, he whispered in her ear. It seems bad right now, but we'll persevere. We will win this war. I promise. Hermione's sniffles slowly subsided, and he could feel her gradually relaxing in his arms. Eventually, her breathing settled into a gentle rhythm as she drifted off into an uneasy sleep. He felt some of his own tension dissipate, realizing that he'd been feeding off of her negative emotions and amplifying his own. She's making you weak. As always, the voice spoke only the truth. But Harry didn't want to hear it right now. His love for Hermione was the only thing keeping him sane, keeping him grounded through this ordeal. If that made him weak, then so be it. Millions will die in the meantime, and your logic is so be it. Shut up. Voldemort wants you to be weak. I said shut up. Harry. Hermione stirred sleepily in his arms. Did I say that out loud? It's nothing, Harry murmured, and he did his best to fall asleep alongside her, ignoring the continued taunts from the voice in his head. Harry promised Bill they would only stay for a couple of days at most. He reassured Fleur that they'd be out of her hair by the end of the week, maybe a day or two longer. He begrudgingly allowed Hermione to extend their stay a bit longer as she worked out ways to safely contact people back in Britain for news. Before Harry knew it, the fall months were stretching into winter, and they were still stuck in the guest room of Bill and Fleur's modest home. Worse yet, everyone had settled nicely into the new routine, such that, to Harry's chagrin, the newlyweds no longer saw Harry and Hermione as a burden. They adapted to the shared space well, and while the stresses of the outside world cast a pall over everything, their little foursome took solace in one another's company through the dark times. Nobody could know Harry and Hermione were there, of course. Bill didn't dare inform the Weasleys back in Britain for fear of intercepted mail, and they were careful not to be seen out in daylight in case of spies keeping tabs on former Order members. Fortunately, France remained one of the last opponents of Voldemort's new regime, and while they were fighting a losing battle, the Death Eaters had yet to set foot in the country until its ministry could be brought into line. Fleur's pregnancy was a difficult one as she entered her third trimester, forcing her to take leave from her job and remain at home. Hermione jumped at the opportunity to assist her, taking care of various household chores and bringing Fleur things so that she could stay off her feet. Harry could sense Bill's quiet gratefulness, allowing him to continue working as his wife was cared for in his absence. It was a convenient arrangement, but one that Harry felt only entrapped him further in a situation he was eager to get away from. The home was small enough that Harry could not avoid Hermione and Fleur's company forever, often getting roped into their excited conversations about the baby. Have you decided on a name yet? Hermione asked one afternoon as she helped Fleur apply lotion to her legs and back. We are letting Gender be a surprise, Fleur smiled. I hope to name it after my grandparents. Louis if he is a boy, Victoire for a girl. Bill insists on Arthur for his father, but he figures the first Weasley boy born will get that honor anyway. All lovely choices, Hermione smiled. What would you name it? If he was your child? Fleur inquired. Oh, I don't know. Hermione sighed thoughtfully. I've always loved the name Dylan. It means hope. Or Evangeline for a girl, meaning good news. We could certainly use some hope and good news nowadays, Fleur muttered. How about you, Harry? Sorry, Harry muttered, looking up from his book on blood magic. Oh, I'm never having kids. What? Said Fleur, eyes widening. But of course you will. This war will not last forever, and you would be a wonderful father. I probably won't survive this war, Harry chuckled humorlessly. And if I do, I'll be too twisted in the head to raise a child. Harry, don't say that, Hermione reassured him. Fleur's right. Any child would be lucky to have you as their parent. Either way, that's too far in the future to think about for me, said Harry. There's too much for me to do first. But you don't have to let that drag you down forever, Hermione smiled. You can afford to relax and imagine a better life every once in a while. Can I? Harry snapped, slamming his book shut to glare at her. Every second I relax is another that the Dark Lord remains in power. Every day, I'm not getting stronger prolongs everyone else's suffering. And I'm just supposed to ignore that fact? Harry didn't wait for a response, standing up to stalk out of the room and house entirely. He knew he'd soured the mood, that Hermione and Fleur had honest intentions and weren't trying to rile him up. But such conversations only served to remind him of how powerless he felt, of the difficult task ahead of him, which he was neglecting with every passing day. He caved to Hermione's desire to stay. Bill and Fleur's home rested in a Muggle neighborhood, making the odds of being recognized low, but Harry nonetheless paused to apply a glamour to himself before pushing forward into the chilly autumn air. He knew these streets well by now, having taken to wandering them in the evenings, when he could stand the suffocating environment of the home no longer. It was not just the close quarters that grated on him, but the stillness, the peace and quiet that contrasted the chaos of his mind. I shouldn't have snapped at her, Harry grumbled to himself, remembering Hermione's stunned and hurt face at his outburst. I should apologize. You have nothing to apologize for. You were right. You are cursed, and you would only pass on the madness to a new generation. Harry had taken to arguing with the voice in his head on these long walks, but more often than not he came to agree with its blunt honesty. He did not know where the voice had come from, or whom it belonged to, but he instinctively felt that it was an entity other than his own. It was different from his connection with Voldemort, which felt like a foreign presence in his head. This was more organic, like a passenger residing within his own mind. He had come to think of it as a sort of guardian angel, or perhaps a conscience, whispering in his ear and providing guidance when needed. Hermione's just scared about what's going on, Harry thought. It's not her fault for being weak. This wasn't her burden to bear. You're right, it's not her fault. It's yours for indulging in her weakness. Harry winced. As always, the voice spoke nothing but the truth, and he knew it was right. I can't just force her to leave, he lamented. She's not ready to move on. Then move on without her. That idea hurt even worse. The thought of continuing down the path without Hermione's reassuring presence was a painful one. She was his rock, his beacon, preventing him from slipping into madness. Could he stomach such a loss? No, he couldn't. He knew the voice had a point, but he also knew how much it would cost him. So he pushed the voice aside and circled back towards the house, resolved to stay however long it took for Hermione to change her mind. She would come around. She had to. And so he waited as the first snow fell on the small French village, blanketing the area in a thin layer of white powder. Waited as the first signs of holiday festivities began, wreaths on doors, carolers roaming the streets late at night. Waited as Fleur insisted on cooking a lavish Christmas meal, despite the others' concerns about her being on her feet for several hours. It may be our last chance to celebrate for a while. she argued, which nobody could dispute. Harry decided it would be best to leave soon after the Christmas meal, but struggled to find the right time to break it to Hermione. In the week leading up to the big day, Hermione took ill, making frequent quick trips to the bathroom to vomit. Likely food poisoning, Fleur reasoned, as she too had experienced some nausea in recent days, though that could have been from the pregnancy. In any case, Harry decided he could put things back a bit further to the new year, once Hermione had enough time to process their next move. Christmas was a quiet affair. Fleur made a delicious roast ham with Hermione's help, which Harry and Bill carved up and served for the two under-the-weather ladies. They talked about everything besides the war. Bill shared some of his engaging curse-breaking work for Gringotts. Hermione questioned Fleur on the differences between Hogwarts and Bosbaden's course material, and everybody reminisced on the Triwizard Tournament of 4 years prior, which had introduced them all to Fleur in the first place. They pointedly ignored the subject of the third task, for obvious reasons, though Harry and Hermione got a kick out of Fleur's account of her disastrous Yule Ball experience with the idiot Roger Davies. Later that night, as both couples retreated to bed, Harry knew that now was the best opening he would get to break the news to Hermione. He pulled her towards him, but she winced and grabbed at her midsection at the sudden movement. "Sorry, food cramps," she muttered. "What's on your mind? You've been distracted all day." "Yeah," Harry admitted. "Listen, Hermione, I've been thinking about the future." Hermione was silent for a moment. Then she said, "Me too. You have. We've spent far longer here than we intended to," Hermione sighed. "I know Bill and Fleur said they don't mind the company and extra helping hands, but we've overstayed our welcome." Harry breathed a sigh of relief. He had hoped that she wouldn't be too averse to leaving. "Agreed," he said. "So, I'm thinking we can stay a few more nights, maybe until the new year, then set out for China. I've been studying Muggle maps and have a few places in mind to start looking for the monastery." Hermione once again did not respond right away, and Harry got the impression that she had something else on her mind. "Harry," she said slowly, I don't think I can go to China." "You don't?" Harry frowned. "You reckon we should start somewhere else on the path instead? I'll have stops in Africa and Siberia to get to as well. I don't think I can walk the path with you anymore, Harry," said Hermione shakily. "I can't watch you put yourself through hell anymore. It hurts too much. But I always come out on the other side unscathed," Harry pointed out, a rising feeling of panic coming over him. "You've helped me more than you know." "That's not the only reason," Hermione said quickly. "Now that the statue is gone, I'm worried about what's happening back home. All those Muggle-born children being persecuted, their poor parents, when they realize what their sons and daughters are. I can't just do nothing." "You're not doing nothing," Harry said adamantly. "You're helping me get stronger so I can return and put a stop to it all." "But so many will die in the meantime," said Hermione. "There's no one protecting those people. No one in Britain would dare stick out their necks, not after what happened to the Order Dash. So you expect me to drop what I'm doing and go back to Britain to babysit stowaways?" Harry demanded. "No," said Hermione. "You should do what you think is best. But I have to do the same, and I think I'm more needed back home." Harry struggled to wrap his head around the implications of what Hermione was saying. "So you're leaving me?" he asked quietly. "To be the most wanted fugitive in Britain?" "I'm already the most wanted fugitive, aside from yourself," Hermione chuckled. "We've both gotten pretty good at evading capture. If anything, Britain will be the last place they expect me to be." "But I need you," Harry said, suddenly feeling very small and vulnerable. "So do all those kids being rounded up," said Hermione. "I can't be with you every step of the way towards defeating you-know-who. I would just get in your way, slow you down." "She's right," the voice in Harry's head pointed out. But that was the last thing Harry wanted to hear. "I'd be lost without you, Mione," he said weakly, pulling her closer still. "You're the only thing that's kept me going all this time. And I'll be waiting for you. When you return home," Hermione reassured him. "Let that be your motivation." "You can't do this to me," Harry protested. "Please, please don't go back. You'll be killed." "I'd rather be killed than watch other people suffer while I stand by," said Hermione. "Isn't that why you're doing what you're doing, too? Defeating you-know-who is more important than rescuing a couple Muggleborns." "I disagree," Hermione said adamantly. "What if I'd been born 10 years later? What if, instead of getting my Hogwarts letter on my 11th birthday, I had Death Eaters showing up on my doorstep to take me away to Azkaban. Well, that isn't the lot we drew for this war, Harry said shortly. We're on the front lines whether we like it or not. And I have the power to decide how best to fight, said Hermione. I want to look out for my own if no one else will. I'll try to find other adult Muggleborns willing to fight back. We'll protect who we can and prepare things for you when you return. Harry felt like he was suffocating. This could not be happening. I spent all this time here, waiting for you, he groaned, because I couldn't go on without you. And this is how you repay me? By abandoning me when I need you the most? Don't say it like that. Hermione pleaded. She was getting emotional too. I love you, Harry, and I always will. But our paths will just have to diverge for a while. If the prophecy is true, I'm certain I'll see you again, and we can pick up where we left off. Harry clutched at Hermione for dear life, as though trying to physically restrain her from leaving. Please, just let's talk about this, he begged. Don't decide anything now. Tomorrow we'll hash everything out properly. We'll find a way to fix this, I swear it. They held each other tight, silently crying at the prospect of separation, for a few moments of tense silence. I'll think about it, said Hermione. A flood of relief washed over Harry. That was all he needed to hear. Tomorrow he would prepare the strongest argument he could manage for why she should come with him. Returning to Britain was a fool's errand, a suicide mission. However noble her aims, it served no purpose other than to endanger her own life. Harry couldn't fathom the thought of anything bad happening to her. He would keep her safe, no matter what. That thought soothed him as he drifted off to sleep, holding the love of his life tight, putting off the prospect of tomorrow for just one more night. Harry was alone when he awoke. That was odd. Hermione often rose earlier than he did in the mornings, but she always did so with a kiss and a whispered good morning. He was surprised by her absence, along with the sunlight streaming through his window, betraying the late hour. But no matter. He would find her in the living room, and they could have their talk. But she wasn't there either. Strange, maybe she'd gone for a walk. That was unlike her, especially given her recent bout of illness. He poked his head into the kitchen, where he found a disconcerting sight. Bill and Fleur, crowded in a corner, engaged in hushed conversation. You guys seen Hermione?" asked Harry. They turned abruptly towards him, and he knew immediately that something was wrong. Both of them looked worried, and they regarded Harry with an almost fearful expression, as though unsure how he would react to whatever news they bore. "What is it?" he demanded. She left a note," Fleur said shakily. She held out a folded slip of parchment, which Harry took and opened. He recognized Hermione's looping handwriting at once. "To Bill and Fleur, thank you for your hospitality these past months. I'm sorry for the abrupt departure, but I just can't stay here any longer. I wish you and the baby the best. To Harry, I love you dearly, and I'm sorry. But my mind is made up. We'll meet again someday. I'm certain of it. Hermione." Harry reread the brief letter several more times, not really processing the words anymore, mind struggling to comprehend what just happened. She couldn't just be gone, right? She would have said goodbye. This note couldn't be all. She must know he would want a proper explanation. It made no sense to him. "Harry," asked Bill cautiously, "are you all right?" "Swell," Harry muttered. He set the parchment on the countertop, panic slowly starting to rise again. He didn't want to break down in front of Bill and Fleur, nor did he trust himself to remain composed in the Muggle neighborhood surrounding the house. So he turned on the spot and disapparated, thinking of a place far, far away from here. He reappeared on a remote mountainside somewhere in eastern Mongolia, guided only by a map he'd studied some days prior. He winced in pain as soon as he landed. Looking at his right hand, he'd splinch himself, leaving 3 fingernails behind. It was foolish to attempt operating quite so far in one jump, but he needed to be far away from people right now. And from his high vantage point, he seemed to be the only human for many miles in all directions. So he dropped to all fours and screamed. Screamed until his throat was hoarse and raw. Cried until his eyes felt like they couldn't produce any more moisture. His magic rose up around him in a turbulent maelstrom, swirling around him in a whirlwind of emotion and pain. This hurt more than any loss he'd felt before. Worse than Cedric, worse than Sirius, worse than even Dumbledore. Hermione was his foundation, his whole world. Her departure was a betrayal, an abandonment unlike any he'd fathomed possible. He had never felt more alone than in this moment, and he continued to grieve, willing the cold ground beneath him to swallow him whole and take all this pain away. Enough! Harry's sobs gradually slowed to heavy gasps, then to quiet sniffles, as he settled onto his knees and his magic calmed around him. He could feel the voice in his head like a heavy presence now, looking down upon him like he was an insolent child throwing a tantrum. "Stop feeling so sorry for yourself," the voice chastised him. "Emotion is weakness. Weakness is what you're trying to purge from yourself to win." "Sod off," Harry thought defiantly. "I lost the only person I could rely on. I can afford to mourn that loss." "No, you can't. You've lost people before, and you'll lose people again. Every moment you waste wallowing in self-defeat only prolongs the war." "I can't do this anymore," Harry thought despairingly. "I'm not strong enough to do this without her." "Yes, you are. I will help you. You will become great, greater than even the Dark Lord, and then you will have the power to never lose anyone you care about ever again." "I don't even know who or what you are," Harry protested. "Why should I trust you? When have I led you astray before?" Harry thought back to killing the man in the streets of Rio de Janeiro, to snapping at Hermione and Fleur out of irritation. But he'd been justified in those instances, hadn't he? The voice never lied, and it only bolstered his confidence when he needed it most. If anything, he should have been listening to it sooner. Then he wouldn't have wasted the past 4 months in France, catering to the whims of a woman who clearly didn't care for him as much as he'd thought. "I'm sorry," Harry thought. "You're right. I'll start listening now." "Good. Hermione leaving you is a blessing in disguise. You're better off without her." Harry thought back once more on all the moments of joy he'd shared with Hermione, the meaningful conversations they'd shared, the wonderful nights of intimacy, the comfort of having some who accepted you unconditionally. He reminisced on the beauty of their relationship, savoring every detail, lingering on every detail of her face for as long as possible. Then he occluded it all away. Such thoughts would only drag him down now. He had to look ahead to the future now. The past was only hindering his path to greatness. He got to his feet, full of steel resolve, ready to leave Hermione and his emotions behind him. "You're right. I'm better off without her."